Good morning and welcome to Reuters NEXT Asia, live from Singapore. I'm Jane Wardell. I'm the editorial events editor at Reuters, and we are delighted to be back here in Singapore for the second year of this important iteration of our Global Live Journalism Summit. This is where we interview newsmakers and future thinkers about both the greatest challenges and opportunities facing the region and the wider world. We're gathering here at a pivotal moment in a world defined by rapid transformation. Asia is not just participating in that change, it is driving it. From the economic corridors of Southeast Asia to the innovation hubs of North and East Asia, the region is shaping the next chapter of global growth, governance, and technology. Today's summit will serve as a platform for bold ideas, candid dialogue, and actionable insights. The agenda spans 6 critical themes. You just saw a glimpse of some of those on that intro video, which I'm always thrilled to see because it highlights some of the work of our photojournalists around the world. The 6 themes are geopolitics, economy and markets, banking and finance, technology and AI, climate and sustainability, and business leadership. These aren't just topics, they are the forces shaping our collective future. We are joined today by an extraordinary lineup of both speakers and attendees. You all represent more than 20 countries and industries ranging from AI and aviation to consumer products and healthcare. The conversations we have here today will help us decode the moment we're in and chart the course forward. At Reuters, we believe in the power of trusted journalism to both illuminate complexity and drive the path ahead. The sessions you'll see today are a mix of interviews and panels. Most of these sessions will be helmed by my colleagues from the Reuters newsroom, with a few sessions hosted by our commercial colleagues at Reuters Events. The sessions run by my colleagues from the newsroom will follow our trust principles. These are the principles that guide all our reporting, whether that be a journalist picking up the phone to interview a trader about the market that day, or an in-depth interview we do for television with a world leader. They will also guide all the sessions you hear today. Under those principles, we do not agree a specific detailed list of questions in advance, and nothing is off the table. It is, in fact, live journalism. And we want you to participate in that live journalism today. You are encouraged to join in the questions. You will see throughout the day that a QR code will pop up on the screen where you can submit questions during the sessions. The other way to do that is directly via the app. So if you have not downloaded the app, please do that. Additionally, throughout the sessions, you'll see some QR codes pop up that will direct you to the sign-up pages for many of our newsletters and podcasts, like the Daily Briefing and Econ World. These are fantastic snippets of our journalism, and I really encourage you to take a look at some of those. So whether you're here today to challenge assumptions, forge new partnerships, or simply listen and learn, we are delighted that you are here with us to discuss what's next. So with that, let's get started. I'm delighted to introduce the opening speaker for the day, Singapore Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs, K. Shanmugam. Reuters Executive Editor Simon Robinson will be asking the questions. Please join me in welcoming them both to the stage.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, and thank you very much, Minister, for taking time out of your busy schedule to open the Singapore Reuters Next in Singapore second year running, which is great. I want to jump straight in and begin by asking you about President Donald Trump. Today was the original deadline for countries to cut trade deals with the US. And that deadline, I guess, is now extended to August 1. Now, clearly, you're not the trade minister, so I'm not going to ask you questions about what Singapore might be talking to Washington about a tariff deal. But I would like to get an assessment of whether the tariff issue is creating instability in any other ways in the relationship with Washington. Is it having kind of unintended consequences at all, either for Singapore or in the region?
Well, Simon, starting off with President Trump, you don't really expect me to make comments on foreign leaders, do you? I will make great copy for you tomorrow, but I'm not sure what my Prime Minister might think. On a broader and more important level, the underlying subtext of underlying text of your question really is this. Look, US is 26% of the world's GDP. And it is, I've said it elsewhere, it's the indispensable nation. When its policies, and for whatever reasons, the American administration has decided the current structure of globalization doesn't suit America's national interests. And when they make that decision, it impacts on every country. Pretty much, if you look at the Liberation Day tariff schedules, it does impact on a wide variety of countries, allies and non-allies like. Singapore was put at the lowest band, 10%, but as we have explained frequently, it's not as if Singapore's products go directly to the US sometimes. Today's complex supply chains mean that many products are made in different countries, and part of the process takes place in Singapore. And our external trade is 3 to 4 times our internal GDP. So you can imagine that anything that disrupts trade has a very substantial impact, can potentially have a very substantial impact on our economy and well-being, and of course across the region, because everyone else is also impacted to a greater, not a lesser degree, but to a greater degree. So yes, huge disruptions possible, uncertainty as well, because you're not quite sure when and how much. And all of that is having an impact on hiring, business, not just in Singapore, but across the region. And you can sit and wring your hands and say, what do we do, or you can try and do something, and we're trying to do something. Of course, like every other country, we're talking to the American administration. And we have a good relationship, I would say, across not just economic, but variety of fields, and that the Americans know us, they know where we stand. That's helpful. Second, if America is not fully integrated into the world economy, and I don't see how that is even possible given that it's 1/4 of the world's GDP, you do try and bring across other countries together to form sort of workable trading arrangements. And we have been at the forefront of trying to do things like that. So different things. We have to try and find something that find a modus that works.
Is the instability that the new administration in Washington has brought, has that in any way impacted Singapore's relationship with Beijing? Your Prime Minister was just in Beijing and said that the relationship was more important than before. What did he mean by that?
Singapore's relationship with China has always been very, very strong and very good. And China is our top trading partner. But that's not saying much, because there's a top trading partner for 120 countries in the world, right, and every country in ASEAN. But it is very significant for us. Americans are our top investors in Singapore. Chinese are our top trading partners. So deep economic fundamentals. But also, if you look at it, China is China. Its importance in the world is unquestioned. 17% of the world's GDP, by some measures, maybe PPP measures, some will say China's economy today is bigger than the American economy, though I'm not quite so sure of that. And Singapore, small as we are not an insignificant nation within ASEAN, which is a sort of a fairly important, becoming a fairly important region in the world. 650 million people. By 2030, it will have an economy well in excess of US $6 trillion. If you combine the economies, probably the fourth or fifth largest economy in the world. A middle class of maybe 350 million people, which is not that much less than, say, a big part of Europe. And Singapore is a nodal point in this economically vibrant and strategically important area. So small as we are not unimportant. And the relationship is based on mutual interests. And as there is greater instability, and greater instability, I wouldn't put it down to the president or the American administration per se. It's a more multipolar world. There are more powers playing the game, as it were, as opposed to the time when the Americans held the peace across the world. So that's changing. And in such a context, small countries like us have to develop even deeper relationship. And the Prime Minister had a very good visit to Beijing. And we likewise have to develop even deeper relationship with the Americans and the Europeans.
Are you seeing concrete steps in that relationship between Singapore and Beijing?
There have always been concrete steps. I mean, we have a joint bilateral council chaired previously by the current Prime Minister. Now, it'll be taken over. It's been taken over. It's chaired at the highest levels, and we discuss very concrete projects. It's always been built on mutual interest. I mean, you start many years ago, 30 years ago, you have Suzhou, and it's continued subsequently. I mean, we are very practical people. We sit there and we say, okay, what are the projects? What do we want to do? Also people-to-people exchanges, exchanges at the civil service level. But, we do that with everyone, including, as I said, Europe, specific countries, Asia, America. That's how we are.
Let's turn to internal security issues. You're the Minister of Home Affairs for this country. How worried are you about radicalization, terror threats against Singapore?
I've said this before. It's only the paranoid survive. And I'm quite paranoid about it because we are in a highly interconnected world. And what happens anywhere else in the world, terror attacks, which have been happening all over, and within this region too, it's happened all around us. Singapore is a trophy target. It's seen as rich, successful. An attack on Singapore will be in the first pages, front page of every major newspaper around the world. And there are many targets in Singapore that people would be interested in. So far, it hasn't happened, but we take a very tough line and a zero-tolerance policy on that. But, never say never.
Where do you see the threat coming from, though? You say Singapore is a target, a trophy target, but who would want to hurt Singapore?
Well, if you look at the arrests that we have made, and, our laws allow us to detain people when they think of doing something, as opposed to, say, some of the countries where the person will actually have to be near the stage of execution, or he's got to go into the supermarket. He could have been, as happened in New Zealand, he could have been someone that the police have been looking at for quite a bit of time. He is planning, but they can't do anything until he actually walks in with a knife into the supermarket, and then he unfortunately knives someone, and then he's arrested. We arrest people the moment we think that they've crossed a line in terms of their planning and thinking. And for ease of reference, I will say, the threats come both from the far right. We have detained people from the far right who take an anti-Islamic view. We have detained persons who are of the Islamic faith who have been wanting to attack Jewish and Christian organizations or churches and so on. So it comes both internally on both sides. Externally, of course, you have more than 20 million people coming into Singapore. The border crossing between Malaysia and Singapore is one of the busiest in the world, with hundreds of thousands of people crossing every day. And people can come from other countries into one of these countries in our neighborhood and then come in here. So it's both external and internal.
What about the threat of cyber attacks? Singapore, you mentioned it earlier, a huge trade center, a huge amount of the world's shipping comes through Singapore. Is that, in terms of cyber attacks, is that what you worry about? Some sort of attack on infrastructure?
Well, it's not a theoretical worry. We have already been the target for a number of years, and we have announced it publicly. Our health ministry has been attacked, our foreign ministry has been attacked. There have been various other attacks which we have disclosed regularly as and when they've happened. So it's real. Every country in the world faces this. And so do we. And obviously, we are of interest to many players.
Where do you see the major threat coming from there?
That you're not going to get me to answer. But we have always been the subject of interest by countries both in the West and the East.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to go back to the United States, the relationship between the US and China arguably will define this century. How do you characterize that relationship now? How is it different, say, to a year ago?
If you look at the latest reports, at least on the economic side, they seem to be coming to some sort of landing. Both sides realize that, or it looks like from media reports, both sides seem to realize that an all-out war is not in either party's interest. So it may be, but if you look at the statements on the military and strategic side, clearly from the American perspective, China is painted out as the near peer or peer adversary. It's painted in those terms. And Americans have made no secret of the fact that they are moving more of their resources, or they would like to move more of their resources to this region to, quote unquote, counter China, as it were. So when you have the top two economies in the world, the two of the largest countries in the world, facing off each other, you have to hope that they come to a modus vivendi, because one reason, the fundamental reason why this region has been successful, Southeast Asia as well as Singapore, is that there has been peace. And anything that upsets that or increases tension is obviously very troublesome for all of us.
So I'm a journalist, and I need to ask this question. Singapore has faced...
You don't have to apologize for it.
international criticism for its Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act. And that is a law that gives pretty broad powers to for the government to demand corrections or even to take down online news content. The American organization, the Committee to Protect Journalists, has said that it provides broad and arbitrary powers to stifle dissent and independent journalism. How would you react to that?
Well, the characterization both by you and this American Union of Journalists or Committee of Journalists is quite inaccurate. I think the first rule of journalism is to get your facts right. The POFMA does not give any right of censorship. What it does is it doesn't put journalists on a pedestal and say you have power without responsibility, which is what many journalists around the world want. In our context, all it does is what Twitter used to do before it was taken over by Mr. Musk, which is that you publish something which is inaccurate about government. We ask you to put in a line that says, the Singapore government disagrees with this, and for accurate facts, go to such and such a link. How is that censorship? Why are you worried about your readers reading the alternate viewpoint? I thought journalism should encourage people to exercise their minds. How does this affect freedom of speech? So, complete balderdash. This American Committee of Journalists should go and look at what POFMA actually does. If you refuse to carry a correction, you want people to only read what you say and not what the other side has to say. Actually, allowing people to read both sides encourages democracy, more discussion, more debate, but you want censorship. And then you criticize the Singapore government for putting in place a rule which is less severe than what Twitter did. Twitter could even remove the American president from its, from putting up. So I'm prepared to debate this with any group of journalists. Tell me how we are censoring.
Just a reminder that if anyone has questions, we have about 4 minutes left. They can put them in through the app. Just to follow up on that last point, do you see a change around the world where other governments maybe are coming to the Singaporean view more in terms of online news? Other governments may be getting slightly tougher?
Well, I certainly see the American president receiving large amount of damages from various news organizations that used to frequently criticize us when we used to sue them for getting their facts wrong. So, I mean, I would like to understand whether their perspectives have changed. But in terms of whether other governments are coming around, I think one place where we can all start and agree on is, say, stuff like child pornography, trafficking, putting out stuff that damages people's lives completely, nude pictures. I mean, in the name of free speech, if you can't even control any of this, your children are not safe. I think many governments are beginning to look at this and saying we ought to do something. But there is no unanimity of viewpoints on this. But I would hope that we can at least start with that personal safety issues. Because the so-called issues relating to political speech, I think there are very many different ideologies. I don't expect that there is going to be consensus in the near term. But I think we should try and reach consensus on these basic things.
Okay. Turning to questions from the room, there's a question, what does Singapore need in terms of leadership to take the country into the next era?
Singapore, if you look at it from the time we were more or less kicked out of Malaysia, has faced existential challenges at different points. When the British withdrew in 1967-68, that was 20% of our GDP that was going to go. The 1970 oil shocks, 80s, 90s, 2000s, great financial crisis. Every country faces issues. Thankfully, our small size is both a challenge, but it also means that there can potentially be better governance by putting our perspective to our people. It's going to require the same thing. When we talked about US and the impact on Singapore, what do we need? We can sit and wring our hands. We can argue politically within Singapore. Or if you are a competent government, you can look at what is necessary for the next 5 years, 10 years, and try and do something about it. And you need competent government, foresight, think about it, not just 5 years, but 20 years, and then persuade your people. What has worked in the past, that approach, the solutions will be different, but the approach, consistency, credibility, honesty, and willingness to take the tough decisions. That's the, I would say, the reasons for success, and that's what we will need.
So just in the last 30 seconds that we have, a question came up about in some ways, the rivalry between Hong Kong and Singapore in terms of being a financial center for Asia. Who's winning?
I have said this again on record more than once, including in a major speech. That's really the wrong framework. Because, look, Asia is so big, and Hong Kong today would be a leading center for China. And you look at China's economy, it can support more than one major financial center by itself. And Singapore has a value proposition for Southeast Asia. And if you look westwards from India, so why does it have to be Hong Kong or Singapore? Why can't it be both Hong Kong and Singapore? And that's not politically correct answer. It's what we believe in. And there is so much money in Asia. There is so much money in the world that's looking at investing in Asia. I mean, we have these issues now about US, China, and fundamental tensions and all. But even within that context, a place like Singapore being seen as neutral, honest, rule of law, and a place which is a good place to look out in Asia as a great setting. And likewise, you want to do business in China, it's Shanghai, Hong Kong, obvious places. So, right. It makes for sort of good sound bites, but the reality is both, if they get their framework right, get the rule of law right, get confidence right, both have a tremendous future.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Minister.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Simon. Okay.
I think we go off over here.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Simon. I think Simon gave us all a very clear insight into the trust principles that I mentioned earlier, with no questions agreed in advance and nothing off the table there. We're now moving on to another regional policymaker. Philippine Secretary of National Defense, Gilberto Teodoro, had hoped to be here with us in person, but a packed schedule with everything going on in the world means he is joining us by live link instead. My Singapore-based colleague, Raju Gopalakrishnan, an editor on the Global News Desk, is our host for this session.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Secretary Magandang Umaga. So nice to be in touch with you again. Before I start, I must say that it's a particular pleasure for me to be conducting this interview. In a previous job role, I was bureau chief in the Philippines for several years, and I've had the pleasure of interviewing the Secretary before. So welcome again, and in the next 20 minutes, I'd like to talk about quite a few things. So let's get started as quickly as possible. Secretary, so much has changed in the world in the last 6 months. So my first question to you really is, since President Trump came to power, do you think the world has become a more dangerous place?
It's difficult to answer that question, given the fact that President Trump or his policies are really one factor. Although it plays a big role in shaping the security environment of the world, we see, for example, the news reports have it right that the events in Russia, for example, in Israel, are also beyond his control. So we see yesterday, for example, that he has resumed the shipment of arms to Ukraine. So although President Trump's policies may play a big role in shaping the security environment, I'll say again, it is merely one factor. For example, in the situation of the Philippines, it is the claim of China over the 9-dash line, which is the major security concern. And whether or not President Trump is there, these concerns will be there. And with the situation in the Middle East and all over the world, considering too the spill-out effects on peace and order by climate change threats, then the world definitely is a more volatile place.
Well, that does bring me to my next question, which is, do you think that his style and his policies have been a catalyst for China to be more assertive or more aggressive in this region?
I believe not. The aggressiveness of China has been several years in the making already. And I believe that China's design for the region does not American leader. It depends on its own plan of action in the region, its own, to our minds, to its own expansionist activities, its own need to control the area. So I believe that although there is a factor on American pushback on China, we see too that this design by China is predetermined by their own leader, irrespective of who an American leader is. And we've seen too, because of this reality, that several multilateral and bilateral alliances, some including America, some not, have been formed in order to increase our collective and individual resilience against this push by China.
Coming to the Philippines, how worrying is China's aggressiveness, threat, incursions? Do you think it could lead to war?
I feel that the prospect of war is it's not imminent. I believe it is remote, but that would entirely depend entirely upon the internal conditions of China. Insofar as the Philippines is concerned, we are not allowed by our constitution to seek war as an instrument of national policy. What we are doing is to create, just like Singapore does, a credible deterrence coupled with diplomacy. You can't have diplomacy without a credible deterrent force. And what we are doing is merely putting a stop as best as we can to the illegal incursions of China, of which I do not think any country in the world supports, meaning to say the 9, 10, or 11 dash line. I do not think it has any basis, and the world is united, some more vocal than others, in not supporting this narrative.
I'll come to the alliances in a minute, but as far as the Philippines is concerned, beyond the transparency initiative that you do have, is there anything else you're considering as a deterrence?
Oh, yes. Naturally, partnerships with like-minded countries, continuing defense and military engagements with other countries like New Zealand, Australia, Japan, South Korea. We are now conducting our round of negotiations for a visiting forces agreement with France. With Canada, our visiting forces agreement is ready for signing. And so I believe, as our chief of staff said yesterday, that it is a coalition of unity that we are creating here to create some momentum in resilience because of our shared desire for a free and open Indo-Pacific, upholding of what we feel is the non-amendment by force of UNCLOS and the UN Charter.
One alliance you haven't mentioned, sir, is ASEAN. Do you believe ASEAN has failed to counter the threat from China?
No, I don't believe ASEAN has failed to counter the threat of China, which is why on the diplomatic side, there is a call by ASEAN for a declaration or a code of conduct between ASEAN and China. And let's look behind why there is this strong call. To me, it is obvious that ASEAN countries are wary and worried about China's activities. If not, there would be no call for a code of conduct in the South China Sea. I believe that insofar as ASEAN defense practitioners are concerned, the defense ministers are concerned, there is a greater initiative to work together to build trust and confidence with this, to my mind, this model. As 4 ASEAN countries have overlapping claims, yet we have no friction insofar as we're concerned. Why? Because we don't actively seek to grab each other's territory and add to what we have at the present time, and we seek to solve these conflicting or overlapping claims peacefully and diplomatically in a spirit of trust. But what does China do? It tries to box out everybody from the area and grab more. So on this end, with ASEAN, I believe no one in ASEAN can deny that they feel the pressure. They see what China is doing. And naturally, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to be very concerned about what is happening.
Let's talk about the U.S. alliance, sir. There is a ironclad commitment, which Secretary Exeth also mentioned to you when he was visiting the Philippines. But at some stage, do you think that the Philippines is over-reliant on the U.S. for its security needs?
No, I believe that the U.S. is a great help in building up our credible deterrent force. We have alliances too with Australia, Japan, and South Korea. A lot of these countries contribute to our modernization initiatives and interoperability. We will be signing soon greater enhanced defense cooperation agreements with India. We have signed the defense cooperation agreement with Germany. Once again, they contribute to our resilience in a big way, not only in equipment, but in, of course, exchange of latest technologies and skills. Might I also say the Baltic countries and the Scandinavian countries, we have very strong partnerships with them. And finally, last year, we signed the defense cooperation agreement with Singapore once again, and we will continue to enhance our military-to-military relationship, not only in terms of building up our resilience against territorial threats, but also in humanitarian assistance and disaster response, which is what happened last year when you sent some C-130s to help us with our floods.
But, sir, does it make sense for at least the Squad nations, I beg your pardon, at least the Squad nations to have a collective defensive agreement rather than the hub and spoke thing with the US that all the nations have individually?
The problem with the collective defense agreement is that you have to have some agreement on parity of expenses to shoulder the agreement. And since there is disparity in the ability to allocate vital resources for defense, then maybe a collective agreement in terms of deep interoperability may be premature at this stage.
So not in the near future, sir?
Who knows? I can't say right now, but my feeling is for collective defense, it's collective burden sharing. And the burdens that each participant to the collective agreement can allocate, given its own economic and fiscal situation, then probably there will be a big imbalance.
Right. The region is, has got other flashpoints. So what would the Philippines do in case there's a situation in the Taiwan Strait? There are hostilities between China and Taiwan.
Naturally, our first concern would be our own citizens to repatriate them. And secondly, also to make sure that our EEZ, the freedom of navigation through our EEZ on the northern part, is as free as possible. And thirdly, naturally, since the proximity is really close, we have to ensure that there is no spillover to our country. And the best way really is to deter any spillovers.
So let's come to the modernization of the AFP, the armed forces. You revamped last year Horizon 3. You've got $35 billion to spend in the next decade. Two of the planned modernizations that you have are of particular interest. Could you tell us where you are with the purchase of submarines?
Oh, with the purchase of submarines, it is not in a priority of the president right now. We view that within our area of operations, a submarine can be put aside. But in the future, if the Philippine Navy becomes an expeditionary force, for example, to secure Philippine tankers and vessels in sea lanes of communication for oil, for fuel, as a matter of fact, some Filipino seafarers were held hostage or were hit again in the latest attack by Houthis. Then we can have the submarines. However, naturally, it is always in the wish list. But as a matter of priority, our priorities now are weaponizing our current platforms, building the infrastructure to and maintain the platforms that are coming, and to actually evolve the weapon systems. And it's curious thank you, rather, that you talked about Horizon 3, the re-revised Horizon 3. I think that we need to take a very, very deep look into the way we modernize. Horizons for 15 years will not work at all in the rapidly evolving defense systems and weapon systems atmosphere that we have now.
The other facet of this program was the multi-role fighters.
Yes. We're now considering offers for the multi-role fighters. There is an approved bid ceiling. However, the multi-role fighter is not a multi-role fighter solely per se to buy the required number of fighters, but we need the AWACS, we need the air-to-air refueling systems, we need the sufficient reserve of stores, and we need to make sure with our Congress that the required yearly allocations for the life cycle cost are set aside so that these things are optimally used. So we are still considering seriously the multi-role fighter, and we are also talking with our Department of Finance for at least in the initial acquisition of the force package, we can secure the financing for it on affordable terms for the Philippines with long tenors and cheap pricing.
Have you shortlisted any places or companies from where you will buy these fighters?
We have, although unfortunately I'm not at liberty to disclose at the time. At this time, definitely no fake news will, no reported fake news will affect our choice.
It's time, sir, for some questions from the floor. Are you prepared for the possibility that the 2028 election could result in a leader more sympathetic to China?
Well, our defense systems are based on pillars and institutional platforms. Naturally, the defense establishment is basically an executive construct, and whoever that leader is will definitely have sway over the defense policies. That is a reality of Philippine politics. It's a democratic reality. However, I feel that any leader in the future, in the face of what China is doing, and in the face of public opinion, 90+% of Filipinos support the government's move, and there is a distrust, not of China, but of the Chinese government in what they are doing. So it would be hard for any leader to reshape that narrative.
There has been media speculation that you yourself could be standing for president?
You know, I've been there, done that. And right now, I think the worst thing that for me to do is to lose focus on the important things that we need to do. We are instituting systems. We're trying to get best talents. We're not only building up our military capabilities and logistical capabilities, but also we're upping the skills and the mindsets of our people. And a lot of mentoring needs to be done. A lot of personal work needs to be done. So I believe that it's still far away. Focus must be given to this endeavor, because if I don't do a good job here, then whatever political ambitions or whatever political opportunities come my way, then it will be futile.
But then I know that there are 2.5 years left, but at some stage, what stage do you think you will consider or start making a decision?
It's hard to answer that question, because for example, when I did it in 2010, it was quite late, and the decision process was very rapid. And when I decided to run for, it wasn't some well thought of decision. In these things, particularly with the peculiarities of the election in the Philippines, you saw perhaps past candidates who became president because of a single event. So you don't actively look out for to create that event, because that will lead to disaster. You just take what comes, take the opportunities as they come, try to study them as rationally as possible. There are other considerations too, family, the prospects of winning. I mean, if you don't have a prospect of winning, then you knock your head on a cement wall. So there are a lot of ifs and buts.
On that note, sir, our time is up. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you so much, and I wish the best for the discussion. It has been a great discussion, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Raju. I think we're seeing some themes start to develop among our questions today. We turn now to a session with one of our partners for today's event. I'd like to welcome TDK President and CEO Noboru Saito to the stage, along with the event moderator, Timur Nabili, for a discussion about Asia on the global stage. Please welcome them.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. No one's woken up yet. Must be the rain.
Right.
Welcome to Singapore. Singer downpour. Another day of heavy rain. Pleasure to see so many people made it despite all the weather challenges this morning. Great to see you here. Welcome. My name is Timur Nabili. I am a former broadcast journalist, now an executive coach in communications. But today, it's my honor to have a fireside conversation with the leader of one of Japan's leading multinationals. As you've already heard, his name is Mr. Noboru Saito. Good morning, Saito-san. Let me give you a brief introduction to Mr. Saito's bio here, because it's a very interesting background he's got. You actually know it's a very colorful background you come from. So I'll give a few details. After graduating from law school in Doshisha University, he really wanted to be a comedian. That was his dream job, was to make people laugh. He took a few tentative steps in that direction, but didn't quite work out, and so he joined TDK in 1989. But he still believes in the power of laughter. It's a core part of his business philosophy. We'll touch on that a little bit later on in the conversation. He's worked in multiple roles across TDK and indeed across the world. In fact, he spent more than 20 years of his career working in overseas postings for TDK, so has a very broad global perspective on business. He's often compared TDK to a jazz band, a collection of diverse individuals with diverse skills using improvisation and teamwork to create beautiful music. And he's a strong believer in the value of a good pair of shoes. Mr. Saito's wife criticizes him for having too many shoes that are too expensive, but they're long-lasting. Saito-san, thank you for talking to us today.
Yeah,
great to see you.
Thank you very much for having great opportunity and great introduction about me. I really appreciate it.
Now, you and I actually became familiar with TDK in exactly the same way. We're of similar age.
Right.
And we came to it through music. As a teenager, I used TDK cassettes all the time. All the time. And you discovered TDK by seeing Stevie Wonder doing promotional campaigns.
On TV.
On TV.
Right, exactly.
So tell me a little bit about the early days. Tell me a little bit about TDK then and TDK now, and a little bit about how the company has evolved.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, thanks very much for being our old customer. Right?
Pleasure.
TDK actually, evolving from a cassette tape. Nowadays, TDK has been successfully, transforming our business portfolio, like battery business or sensor, electronic components, or other products. So, for example, our lithium-ion battery business, we are top suppliers for ICT like smartphones, and also the electronic components, for EVs or XEVs, and also one of the largest manufacturer of sensors, and a key contributor to the data storage, for example, hard disk drive. Okay. That's kind of transformation we have been going through. For example, like smartphone, you guys are having like 1,000 kind of components. TDK is involved, for example, and cars, like minimum 5,000 to 6,000 or up to 10,000 components. TDK is involved. So we are actually transforming ourselves. That's about latest TDK.
We'll get on a little in a moment or two into more detail about the number of fields in which you're involved. Because, I mean, the cassette tapes was, although it was something like 50% of your business at one point, it's still not actually the core of the business. The core of the business is a very different thing. We'll get onto that.
Yeah.
But just tell me about the process of change. Tell me about managing change and growth through change. Because the way that TDK has become the business it is today is a really interesting story.
Yeah, TDK, is going to have a 90th anniversary in the coming December. And TDK's corporate motto is to contribute to culture and industry through creativity. And that creativity has been contributing a lot to the revolution, in the culture and the society. Like audio tapes, revolution in the music, right?
But how do you transition from being a leader in one particular field, being such a dominant player in a market, into maintaining that kind of leadership and that kind of growth with different products and different branches?
Okay. Actually, throughout 90 years, we have been developing, improving so-called our core technologies. One is material technology. Second is process technology. How to effectively, efficiently utilize our materials. So the products, like even audio cassette tape, the magnetic material called ferrite is coated on the tapes, for example. And also batteries is also utilizing, our core technologies, material and process. Therefore, although we have been transforming our product business portfolio, but our fundamental core technologies, material, and also process, has been consistently, developing. That's a fundamental base, a core technology, and which we are able to keep transforming, our products and contributing to the, society in the past, also to the future.
That is the key word, isn't it? Ferrite. That is where it all began,
Yeah.
and that is still the root of everything that's grown subsequently. Before we touch on that in more detail, let me just talk a little bit about human capital and leadership. You're a big, I said, you're a believer in laughter as a leadership tool. You're a believer in diversity and improvisation in leadership and in managing your team. Tell me a little bit about leadership and how you see, what your personal philosophy is in this space.
Yeah, actually, the day one when I took over this president or CEO position, I shared my core main message. Simply speaking, people are everything. People are everything. Of course, TDK is technology company, but who are developing technology? People. Who are manufacturing products? People. Who are doing marketing and sales? People. So for me, And I keep sharing my core message with my team members, 100,000 people working all over TDK world. People are everything. That's my core philosophy, driving the people towards the continuous transformation of our company and also for society.
Fantastic. Let me pause there for a minute and just say to the audience, folks, if you do want to ask a question or two of Saito-san, please check the QR code there and post your questions on there, and they'll pop up on the screen here, and we can put them to Saito-san. Right, let's get back to the core, ferrite.
Yeah.
You have a metaphor that you use for the company, which is the ferrite tree, where you began from that seed of ferrite and the growth. So tell us a little bit about that.
Thanks for asking this question. And actually, ferrite tree is a unique way of demonstration, illustration about TDK's growth story, actually. You can see at the bottom of the tree, ferrite. This was actually our first product 90 years ago. And as I said, based on our fundamental material technology, right, and also process technologies, and based from our, intangible assets, which are rooted on the bottom of this tree, like human capital, organizational capability, customer base, together with technology, with organic growth plus inorganic growth, in other words, M&A. So that's actually illustrating TDK itself in the past and also toward the future. Branching into the solutions with also leaves and so on, managing well this growth of ferrite tree in order for TDK to contribute to the transformation of the society.
So is that then a mature tree, or is there growth beyond what we see here? Tell us a little bit about the future, particularly in this age of AI. Where are the next branches going to develop into?
Yes, actually this tree is not the end of our growth story. We keep growing, we keep evolving these branches and the leaves. And as you asked, that AI, of course, is going to be a great driver for the transformation of the society. DX, GX, SX, many transformations, right? And AI also for us is and will be a great driver for our value creation. People are, talking about AI like AI data center or AI server or GPU. But we have made our own definition called AI ecosystem, which is covering widely, for example, AI smartphone, autonomous driving, or edge AI solution in the industrial area, including that kind of glass, AR glass. So combining all of these potential growing applications, we have made our own definition called AI ecosystem, which will keep growing our ferrite tree.
The vision of AI, the potential of AI, we were all reading about it every single day, and you just outlined a bit of it. How do you manage for change at this pace in this uncertain context? So just expand a little bit more, if you would, about where you think AI is taking us. And give a bit of consideration also, if you would, into the other impact, the second-order impact of AI, things like power consumption.
Yeah, actually, the challenge, not only for TDK, for all of us, is and will be a kind of power consumption. AI consumes huge power, right? But for TDK, by utilizing our core technologies, that we have been making kind of huge investment in also R&D, and also fully utilizing our core technology called spintronics. Recently, we have made a couple of press releases, spin photo detector or neuromorphic devices or edge AI kind of solution to try to mitigate that kind of risk. You are talking about risk and so on, but for me, for TDK, risk is a chance. Risk is an opportunity for us to contribute to the challenge, support to the challenge in the society.
One of the AI areas that you're moving into, soft eye. Let's talk about that technology in itself, but also how you got there, because the tree that you've shown a lot of that development has been through mergers and acquisitions. Tell me a little bit about the latest move with SoftEye. What's it going to do? And is this an ongoing strategic commitment to more M&A?
Right. The latest M&A, SoftEye you named, right, is going to be a great solution provider for AR glass, solution provider for eye tracking with extremely low power consumption. Together with our battery, together with our sensor, electronic components, we should be able to provide a kind of, competitive, efficient solution to, our customers or to the market. And M&A, I don't say it's a purpose. M&A is a tool to accelerate or to boost, to grow our fair tree. So we have been making such kind of M&A since more than 40 years. And actually, I said 100,000 people working all over the world, but 80,000 team members joined through M&A. We are highly diversified, which is also another engine for TDK to move forward.
Just tell me very quickly, eye tracking.
Yeah.
What's the applications?
For AR glass, putting our solution, and you look on this and, recognizing precisely the eyeball tracking. Yeah. That's a kind of, solution. The camera, including software, that will be a really great contributor. You should buy it.
I can't afford it.
Oh, no. Good solution for you.
Just a little bit more on M&A, if you could. I mean, so just tell me about how the M&A process in your particular context gives you an edge.
Mm-hmm.
Is it within the context of your business and growth strategy? How much of an edge does M&A provide as opposed to the in-house research and development that you do?
Yeah, this edge AI is also, or will be a great way to contribute to the power consumption. Instead of taking care all of the data traffic, right, from the equipment to the cloud, that we have started the such kind of solution business at the edge, to try to mitigate the risk of the power consumption, adding our edge AI software onto our sensor hardware solution. That kind of new business we launched last year, and I firmly believe this is also going to contribute a lot.
Quick word finally before we get some questions from the audience on sustainability. Now, obviously diversity is a key part of your business strategy and your management philosophy. What about the sustainability overall? I think you just, you've in the latest FT analysis, you get fairly high recognition. Tell us about your sustainability achievements and your policies.
You're talking about the FTSE, FTSE.
The FTSE Russell.
FTSE Russell,
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm pleased to have this kind of question. And, we want to announce that our latest achievement, this FTSE kind of highest score in our industry, 4.8. Therefore, we are committed, to take care of the sustainability stuff, right? Not just, ESG, actually risk management, for us to be sustainably grow. Therefore, this topic that also is one of the, major topics that I keep also involved.
Then the question here has come up from the audience. What are your priorities? How do you see your sustainability activities growing and developing and embedding themselves more in the business?
Yes, we are also fully committed to the environmental friendly kind of, circumstance, like CO2, emission reduction and so on. But I want to repeat, emphasize that, to be sustainable, that people, most important capital for us, for you to be sustainable. Therefore, I want to re-emphasize, people are everything.
A couple of questions coming up on geopolitics, obviously, and not unexpectedly. One about the fragmentation of supply chains because of what's currently happening in the trade market, and also the recently announced tariffs on Japanese exports to the US. How are these things affecting your thinking?
Yes, we keep our highest attention on this, ongoing issue, which is actually changing very, very often. So in such a dynamic, circumstance, environment, that we are putting an antenna in each major regions to try to be prepared, early in advance. So I'm also watching that this kind of dynamic trend and to try to minimize the kind of risk toward the future.
Has it had much of an impact on you already?
Actually, not really, but it doesn't mean that we have no impact. We are doing global business, right? Therefore, that's one of the agendas that I have to keep my highest attention on.
We've talked about M&A, and we've also talked about the roots and the growth of the company through the innovation that you've already done. The question here, how do you continue to innovate? What's the most critical skill that your leaders possess?
Skill, or actually, I want to answer venture spirit. Venture spirit. Challenging for new things, okay? We have been doing since 90 years. And also learn from the failure. Learn from the mistake. I've been telling to my new colleagues joining to TDK, you can keep making mistakes, but second mistake must be a bit higher level of mistake. And that gap aggregating 100,000 team members is going to be huge growth for TDK and also contribution to the society.
So are you setting failure as a goal for your leaders?
I've been also making so many failures, but I'm also learning, I believe.
But that's an interesting philosophy in the context of broader Japanese business philosophy, isn't it? Do you think this makes TDK slightly different in the Japanese context, the encouragement and the acceptance of failure as a business tool?
I'm talking about TDK. Of course, TDK is a Japanese company. However, out of 100,000 team members, 90,000 are non-Japanese, right? And also 90% of our revenue business out of Japan. Therefore, TDK is still a Japanese company, but you say Japanese or Japan, but from my point of view, TDK is TDK. Yes.
Fair point. Okay, let's finish off with the question of the moment, which is always AI. Everything always comes back to AI in the modern day. When integrating AI into your products, how do you align your current workforce to the ever-changing competency in AI ecosystems? So you need your workforce not only to be able to integrate AI into their work processes, but also I suppose there's a challenge of saying, okay, where does AI replace human?
Good point. I've been emphasizing that in the area of business development externally, but of course, TDK has been also implemented kind of AI kind of function into our internal organizations, right? Like also ChatGPT type of stuff, and also AI introduction into our manufacturing process, and also like even sales and marketing area. That not only business development externally, but we are able to transform ourselves internally in our organization. AI is going to be a great driver.
Fantastic. Folks, please show your appreciation for Noboru Saito.
Thank you very much.
Saito-san, thank you for being with us. And thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saito-san. I was not aware that we had a stand-up comedian, even a former one, on stage with us today, so thank you. That last question there was about AI. As Taimur said, everything comes back to AI, and that is actually where we're headed for our next session. As the conversation around Gen AI shifts from experimentation to execution, we're taking a look at how the development of AI models is expanding the boundaries of innovation and how this is working in the real world. I'd like to welcome my colleague and session host, Reuters Shanghai Bureau Chief and China Chief Companies Correspondent, Brenda Goh, to the stage, along with her panel of executives from Google, Wiz AI, and Sapiens AI. Brenda, the floor is yours for introductions.
Everybody. Our next topic is generative AI, which touches all of us in some way given the popularity of ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and Qwen. I'm very pleased to have with us three guests that have lots to share on this topic. Jennifer Zhang, the CEO and co-founder of Wiz AI, a Singapore startup that is focused on chatbots and AI agents. Eunice Huang, Google's AI policy lead in the Asia-Pacific region. And Bruce Young, the co-founder of Sapiens AI, which recently launched Agnes AI, Singapore's first homegrown next-generation AI agent. Thank you all for joining us today. Let's kick it off with the shifts that we've seen in the generative AI space. Jennifer, you co-founded Wiz AI in 2019. Given the speed of changes happening in this space and the number of competitors coming in, what does a company like yours need to do to survive?
I think so a lot of people ask me, how is the feelings from the classic traditional AI transferring to the Gen AI age? But I think actually gave a lot of first mover advantage, be honest. So because we do the enterprise solution, so enterprise cannot ship one day. So basically, the whole journey is actually, what I see is like, before we see a lot of customers, there are a lot of needs, but we can only serve a small, journey of them. But now actually from the Gen AI, even to agentic AI, so before is actually your focus on the voice conversation, like just to finish the interactions and some of the actions, but now it's transferred into the digital task force. So give a lot of opportunities. And also like, a lot of customers come us and say, hey, we don't know how to do that. Can we actually working with co-building something together? So that's actually something I'm very excited. But another part, it is true. So many people like say, hey, I have this model and that model. Can I actually drop in the words actually working with you to, building something? I believe like, it's very more dynamics. So 5 years ago when I see AI adoption, people are just AI adoption. Now it's actually the sounds like when we see AI adoption, everybody open their workflow and data and say, hey, can we do something? So that's actually something quite exciting time, yeah.
You must not need to explain AI that much anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, tell me what kind of things, what kind of value it can bring in. Yeah, that's actually a timing.
And Bruce, you rolled out Agnes AI just a few months ago. In the same vein, how is Agnes AI changing the playing field for your company? Have you had to, sorry.
All right.
How is the shift towards agentic AI changing the way that, changing the playing field for your company? Have you had to change the way that you build things?
So first of all, the agentic is a new operation, paradigm with a lot of, AI play as a medium between human and machine. So with agentic coming into play, we think that, a lot of your previous, workplace community, the way of working can be changed. Normally, before the introduction of AI, when you do a specific task, you need using a new tool. And the new tool, whether you do with Word for editing, PowerPoint, Excel, or team working, is a lot of fragmentation in terms of switching between your contacts, sharing with your teams. A lot of information has lost if we don't have AI assist you with the memory, with the sharing between the teams. So what we do with Agnes AI is trying to solve the problem by unifying the interface with different tools playing all together. For example, you can do a search on us. The memory will keep on the workspace, and after that, when you do a deep research, you write your docs, put on your PowerPoint, or do a team collaboration. All the information and memory is shared within your team. That solves a lot of problem of fragmentation, either for the individual or between the individuals within the team. So this is what we call the next generation's AI workspace and community. Yeah, this is. But anyway, everybody should try Agnes AI. This is a very good product. We are called the DeepSeek of Singapore, and definitely I think we're moving into $1 billion business by the end of this month. I mean, end of this year, hopefully. Thank you.
Eunice, how is Google adapting to these shifts? We were just talking about generative AI, and now we're talking about agentic AI. How is Google adapting? And do the governments you talk to understand this stuff? How are they reacting?
Thank you, Brenda. That's a good question. So I think Google has been very excited, as you can see in our developer conference I/O in May. We've had a lot of agentic AI products being rolled out. One of it is Mariner, Project Mariner, which is basically a computer use agent. It can go across your Google tools. You can go into your Google Drive. It can pull out a family recipe for the best chocolate chip cookies, and then it can navigate to the web. Go to Amazon.sg or go to Redmart or whatever to put in the different things that you need, right, for chocolate chip cookies, flour, chocolate chips, and whatever, sugar. But the way that we have built agentic AI, just to sort of level everyone up, is also to make sure that at every point you have control. So for example, the way that we've built our products, we have made sure that it will not just go and make payments on your behalf. You have to actually authorize the agent Mariner to go and do the payment itself for you. So we've been doing that. We've been incorporating Mariner into search, and really across many of our products, we're thinking about how to bring out the agentic element to that. With regard to but I think like the whole agentic AI movement is, to be honest, it's exciting, but it's also very new. And I think what's really important and is going on right now is sort of laying the foundations for that, right? So for example, how do agents talk to each other, right? Like, we need to lay it, like the plumbing has to be made right. Agent-to-agent protocol, for example, that has come up, model context protocol that Anthropic has developed. I think these things are being currently laid out, and I think over the next, year, 18 months, you're going to see more of that being built out. So to your question about whether governments understand it, I think some of them do, but to be honest, the pace of development of the technology is so rapid that it's sometimes difficult for them to keep up, right? So I think it's on us, right, industry, to also help them understand what are the implications, what are the policy implications. So for example, the thing that I mentioned about making payments, it's a sensitive action, right? Like, and it has lots of implications on privacy, on control. And so I think it has to work hand in hand. Industry has to educate the policymakers, and then policymakers also have to set appropriate guardrails so that there's trust being built up in the technology that can be really, really helpful, as Bruce said.
Can you give some examples of what what governments are thinking about this? Right? Like some of the more interesting conversations that you had, like in Singapore with Philippines, or some of the governments that you talked to while traveling around the region.
About agents specifically, or about AI?
About the shifts in the space, and also about agents. Like you were talking about, privacy and data collection must be a big top of mind for many of them.
Yeah, so I think governments are thinking through, with regard to agents, I think there are a couple of key policy questions, right? The first is privacy. For the agent to be actually helpful to you, it actually needs to know a lot about you, right? Like, it's very annoying if the agent keeps coming to ask you, what's your address, what's your phone number? Like you want all of that drudgery to be automated. So I think privacy issues are really key to address. The second is safety, right? Like, is it safe? Is it safe to use? Is it safe to be rolled out as a mass market product? And then the third is security, right? What if somebody hacks into the system and takes your data, takes your credit card, bank account details, and your very personal details as well? So these are some of the questions. I think the Singapore government is quite active in thinking through some of these issues. And I was just in Australia last week, and there's also a lot of thinking through about sort of how does regulation and governance keep up with technology.
One final question, I move to the next topic. So how does the thinking among governments in the Asia-Pacific region compare to the US and Europe? You give some insight on that.
So I think I have the best job in the world because I deal with governments that are very, very excited about the technology. They are very enthusiastic, and they intuitively know that this is going to be very transformative. They intuitively know that if I get this right, this will really help to lift my economy. It will help to create better jobs for people. It will help to really increase competitiveness, right, of my economy. So I think they are going about it in a very sensible way. They say, I want to be pro-innovation, right? But at the same time, I'm not going to let you companies just go and do your own thing, right? Like I will also put in guardrails. I will also put in relevant governance policies to make sure that there's a good way to do things responsibly in the AI space. So governments that I talk to in Asia, in Singapore, you go to Thailand, you go to Indonesia, India. The atmospherics there are very, very different from what you see actually in for example, some parts of the West.
Eunice talked about privacy and data collection, what Project Marina is thinking about. I want to ask about Jennifer and Bruce next. Jennifer, how much time does Wiz spend thinking about privacy and safety, and what guardrails has your company put in place around these bits?
I think for us, it's because really day one, we need to serve the enterprise, even some kind of government projects. So we do have a very strong security teams. When we place, when we're funding the team, actually, purposely, we do a lot of, labor, also task force on that. But meanwhile, actually, daily by daily, we need to really working with, their compliance team and showing the value and how, because day one, we need to teach them how to annotate it, those dark data, some unstructured data, and also how to, clean up the data, become more structured. Then move into the task force. So we actually, I think 5 years ago, we have internally developed a couple months, how to, wrap your PI information, chop the data, to make sure, some of the companies really can use it, pass the compliance check. So this is actually a lot of things happen. I think it's going to continue to happen. Everybody aware this is kind of more valuable. So as a, to-be company, which I like the pipeline, pump. Parts is here. Not only we can run the Ferraris, show the workflow is very fancy, but also as a AI company, we really need to develop a lot of annotation tools, and also we call digital constitutions in the house to make sure all the practice is really under security requirements, under compliance requirement. And our last part, actually, I feel I spend quite a lot of time really working with, Singapore government, really, I appreciate that. We spend a lot of time to talk with them. This is something what we're doing, are you okay with this? And also, this is something we're probably, bring the values to enterprise, but also, on the, low risk. So we actually do a lot of things also educate, but share the insights, how during the practice, what's the risk looks like, how can we do that? So I think now it's more learning by doing, and also we try to painting a big drawing, but also we try to building the brush also together. So I think it's an exciting moment, but also we think uncertainty also brings a lot of values. So that's actually how we see the advantage we have so far. Yeah.
So do you have to spend a lot of money on compliance these days?
In a good way, yes. we consider it an investment, yeah.
Bruce, similar question for you, for Agnes and the other products you're building at Sapiens. Yep. How much time do you spend on privacy and data protection?
So because we are a consumer app, so we're not dealing a lot with enterprise just yet. But if you look at the introduction of AI right now, there's old saying, with more power comes more responsibility. AI has been so powerful that a lot of people has gained a kind of mistrust about AI, with unclear, untransparent of what AI was doing during the process. So one of the research area, while I'm also holding a PhD, I'm still a PhD candidate at NUS. I'm working a lot with very reputable professors at NUS. One of the research area which we are looking at is how we can come up with a protocol which can solve the problem of the trustworthiness of AI. We try to solve the problem by let AI to bring back the most important information as the most important milestones, and make sure that the interface which AI gives to human is human understandable. This is very important. Sometimes AI gives a lot of information. Nobody understands what AI is saying. And make it human understandable in a way that there is alignment of both the scope of work and the requirement. So we have put this as an effort in a way that it's a reward to the AI in terms of reinforcement learning. Whenever there's an unfulfillment, there's some punishment of the AI during the process of learning. I would hope that this can grow into, maybe with the help of Google, some big industry partners, make a global protocol so that during the process of AI become more and more powerful, we have AI under control. Some way, not maybe under control, but definitely in agreements with human. That's going to be very important, because with Google's Open Evolve, Alpha Evolve, a lot of evolvement of AI is already without supervision of human right now. and how we can make sure that AI is doing great things, bring value to humans. Just like Elon Musk has said that with the power, with the growth of super AI intelligence, the entire human's intelligence might be only less than 1% of the entire intelligence generated by AI. That's going to be a potentially very, very exciting age, but also very, very dangerous for humans. So this is one of the problems we're trying to solve in a research point of view, trying to come up with a protocol, and hopefully make it more widespread, make it more standard, but definitely very important for us.
I mean, Bruce, you touch a bit about self-regulation there. Then, I mean, do you think governments are thinking enough about the regulation on AI safety from your point of view as a startup?
I don't do a lot of work with the government just yet, but definitely I think that it's very important for government to understand about the profit, the good things and the bad things about AI altogether. And with our effort, together with maybe Google and with AI, we hope that from industry point of view, we can give more information to the general public and to the government too, and all the industries.
The next topic I wanted to move on was the question of compute. DeepSeek is said to make AI more affordable and available to more. Bruce, what does Sapien now spend on compute? And what is your view on how much does the industry really need to spend?
So right now, before the introduction of DeepSeek, a lot of spending are on the training stage, because training just costs a lot of money. But DeepSeek has found a way to put a lot of supervised fine-tuning, especially in the pre-training stage, save the cost up to a couple of $1 million. And because of the pre-training models are already functioning very well, normally the industry standard are not going to train everything from scratch, because the corpus of the data will be too difficult for startups to gain. So right now, a lot of focus has been put into the 7 billion to 10 billion parameter smaller reinforcement learning models. And we are introducing our Agnes R1 very soon. And this model is trained with about 10 to 20 H200 within a duration of 1 month, which is much affordable, much economic compared to the previous training work. Another effort which we do, if we talk about cost, is on the inference level. The inference right now is the major cost for startups like us. Potentially, by using APIs from Google, from NVIDIA, it could potentially go up to 70 to 80% of entire yearly cost. So what we do right now is we have built an infrastructure, a framework to reduce token between agents in their communication. This is one of the papers which I co-authored together with some of very reputable professors from AUS. And the way we solve the problem is, instead of that agent to speak natural language, we codify the process using code to make it more clear, make it less of a misunderstanding, reduce the token up to 40 to 70%, while still improving on accuracy. So this is very important. So right now, the industry effort is moving from the training stage to inference stage in terms of token optimization.
Eunice, Google is still spending big on AI infrastructure, from what I understand. I think 75 billion was the latest number floated. Where is the money going to?
Good question. The money is going primarily to technical infrastructure investments. And we've, our leadership has maintained in the last earnings call in April that we will continue to spend. We expect to spend $75 billion this year. We think it's a good investment because, A, we are investing in infrastructure that we will use for a long time. B, it's really across not just all our services, right? So whether it's Google services, Google Cloud, Google DeepMind, but also for our customers, right? So basically, investing in an underlying general purpose technology that will power other startups, other businesses as well. So we think it's sound. The second thing is also that it's early days. And as our CEO has said, in these early days of a very transformative technology, the risks of underinvesting are dramatically higher than the risk of overinvesting. And so, we believe that, that is the right call for us. We believe that we are investing in the long term and we're investing in innovation.
One more question before we move on to audience questions. I think when we talk about DeepSeek, it brings up to the idea the question of competition between US and China in terms of AI. Jennifer, from where you sit, where do you see this playing out? How do you see this playing out?
Because actually we're trying to push the AI adoption in the emerging countries. So all the market we cover, Southeast Asia, Latin America, we'll benefit from that. So we can see a most advanced model, and also we lower the cost in the infra, and also quite interesting is like we're trying to rethink about where we should position ourselves. Before actually we're building internal model. Then we are more open to leverage all the models, but we spend most times actually one more steps to the customer side. So before it's a standalone products, but now we go to more the solution level and really drive from the tool company to be a result-driven, the RAS, result service company, to make sure the value is more straightforward. So that's something I think is very important for us. And also second part, as I mentioned, 7 years ago, we started building our data assets. And before, now, it's not solely we can see the advantage, but now it shines more, because you leverage a lot of open source model, and you can actually you fine tune them and giving the better accurate result to your solution. So that's something I think is definitely good for us, and we'll see more competition, and we can leverage more from the existing products. Yeah.
Let's go to some questions from the audience. Maybe we take the one for Eunice. Eunice, how is Google ensuring that its AI tools, Gen AI tools, are useful not just for consumers, but also safe and scalable for enterprises and developers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so thanks for the question. So I think our Gemini model underpins both our consumer tools as well as our enterprise tools. And so, we do the same testing, we do the same red teaming for this model, and then is deployed both for Gemini app for consumers as well as what Google Cloud offers to people like Bruce or Jennifer, right? So at the model level, we do very, very rigorous testing. And so I think, and for enterprise customers as well, there is additional protections that we have put in place. For example, that the customer is always in control of the data, and also, it will. We also have put in certain copyright indemnities for customers as well. So these are some ways that it's slightly different for enterprise customers, but base model, same very rigorous testing and safety protocols that we've put in place.
Maybe the next one we can, maybe both Bruce and Jennifer, you can take it. With many firms pivoting to AI, what do you think would distinguish the winners from the losers? Maybe Bruce, you can go first.
I think, if you think about those new companies coming to AI as your competitors, you're probably already a loser company. A lot of winning companies are thinking about how to ride on the tide of AI growth of the new companies. For example, if I'm speaking from not representing Jennifer, but a lot of enterprise business are thinking about how to provide solutions, AI solutions, to these new companies who want to adopt AI. This is like providing water to a lot of infrastructure. This definitely will be right on the tide of AI. One of the examples. Also, like scale AI. Alexander Wang is trying to do all the data labeling and stuff, infrastructure for a lot of companies moving to AI. For companies like us on the consumer side, if we are positioned well, we are also riding on the tide of AI because a lot of infrastructure built by Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, DeepSeek, they are the competing partners. But with a lower cost, with better infrastructure, you can invent the new kind of features with much faster speed. We have a much faster iteration with all the support from all the big players, and we can now generate a lot of bring a lot of new ideas to real life in very short period of time. So this is how I would differentiate losers from winners.
I think I have two parts. One's actually, as a business owner, I think how to leverage the ROI of AI is very important. So like, actually a lot of companies, when they jump in the board and say, hey, I want to adopt AI, but sometimes actually fail because of didn't really calculate ROI of certain using different model inference. So for example, when I, 3 years ago, we pushed in some kind of use case in Indonesia, at that time, token is very expensive. So even though actually we're using AI agent to finish all order taking, but actually the cost of token is much more expensive than human headcount cost. So that's actually something I feel like, in the future, things like, all this infra will be cheaper, more affordable, but the use case where you can find out the ROI for using what kind of AI is most important. Those are actually the expertise of business owner. And second part is actually internally, all companies are trying to produce how to leverage your works with the AI agent. So it's not really like, you're just using as a tool, but actually really you have mindset to say, hey, this is the partner I should use. Even you can talk with, like, the AI agent before you really jump the words. Because I feel a lot of, working behavior change. Before, most of the time, for example, recently our HR have one questions to the finance. They just ask. But now, like, they actually ask, I encourage HR to try, like, in talking with building their own AI agent, different jobs. And then after that, he building some kind of like conclusion, all options for finance, just double click, like human in the loop. Then it's actually whole process become like, 2 days to 10 minutes. No, expert explanation, no stuff. But that's actually quite important to building DNA of the company. So bring in your own like digital task force and also your colleagues together by yourself, which makes sure you can stay in the position better rather than replaced by them. So that's actually something like, I really encourage them to try. And also I think it's a trend now, yeah.
I think the last question we have is a really good one. Has your companies made money from investing, deploying, or commercializing AI so far? Besides cutting costs, like replacing jobs. Maybe Eunice, if you'd like to take that one.
Yeah, I think we've seen tremendous growth in the cloud business. With AI, our cloud Vertex AI has been doing very well. We have, it's not just Gemini models that are offered, but we are a model garden with over, I think 100, I can't remember the number precisely now, but like we also have Llama there, we have Anthropic's models as well. So basically our customers are able to pick and choose which model they want to use, and we provide the underlying, the plumbing, right, like the infrastructure for that. So I think where we're seeing quite a bit of some upside is really from the cloud business that we have.
I think that's all the time we have. Thank you, everybody, to all my panelists for joining us, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panelists for that insightful conversation. For those of you in the room here, if you are going to the Impact Investment Circle, can you please head to Scott's room 2 directly? For the rest of you here in Singapore, we're going to take a quick break. So please do head out to the very aptly named Cloud Terrace today to grab a coffee. We are going to resume promptly at 10:50, so that's just about 20 minutes. You don't want to be late because we're going to kick off with a discussion about the investment outlook for the region. So we'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back. I hope you had a chance to connect quickly over coffee with other attendees and have a look at the rest of the day's agenda. And welcome back also to the tens of thousands of people who I can see joining us online. Our next session takes us into the heart of the region's financial landscape. At the midpoint of the year, investors are navigating a complex environment. With China's growth cooling and tariff hikes, which we've already discussed today, looming, we're going to hear from three major players in the region's financial ecosystem. Moderating this session is Kane Wu, Reuters Asia Chief M&A Correspondent. Please welcome Kane and her panellists to the stage.
Thank you very much, Jane, for the introduction. I'm thrilled to be here. Good morning, everyone. We have three panelists today, a commercial banker, an investment banker, and a funds manager. They all come with their crystal balls. They're going to tell us the outlook of investing in Asia. Right next to me is Uday Serene, Chief Executive and Head of Wholesale Banking for Asia Pacific at ING. Welcome, Uday. Next is Carol Fong, Group CEO at CGS International Securities, and Viz Nayar, Chief Investment Officer, Eastspring Investments. Thank you for being here with us. Well, the first 6 months of the year has been somewhat of a roller coaster ride, right? For us in Asia, every day we wake up to headlines that will probably change the entire course of where markets or currencies or commodities are going. I mean, at this point in time, given all the volatility and uncertainty we're facing, what are you or your clients most worried about, and what are they doing in reaction? We'll start with you, Uday.
Thanks, Ken. I think clearly the way we see it, and especially the feedback from the clients, is across the region. Of course, we've got close to about 700 of our global relationships on the wholesale banking side in Asia, which is a subset of the 4,000 clients that we deal with globally. And I think two trends. One, clearly a diversification of supply chains, especially with European MNCs, European clients into Asia. And the other, I would say, even diversification of capital flows. I think that one example I'd like to give on that is if you see, just a structure of receivable purchases. We've seen a spike in volumes where clients are freeing up upfront working capital, offloading buyer's credit risk to banks. And that's because of the front loading of imports in the US and in Western countries. So I would say across the wholesale banking commercial spectrum, these two trends clearly that one sees.
Thank you. Yeah, Carol, you serve mostly corporates and financial sponsors. Is that right?
Yes.
What are they most worried about?
Yeah, both retail and wholesale as well. But just picking up on the point that Uday mentioned, diversification. We're 100% owned by the CIC group, and China Galaxy itself. We've got 16 million customers on retail side and a whole host of corporate institutions. And I think what we see that from the China perspective, we see a lot of interest regards reallocation of resources into ASEAN. And likewise, even from the ASEAN companies themselves, we also see a lot more interest to have less dependence on the US and looking to see how they can diversify both the business models, manufacturing, as well as the consumer base here.
Thank you. Liz, how about you?
So I think for Eastspring is the wholly owned asset manager of Prudential Insurance. So our client base, of course, ranges from the general account of the insurer and, of course, the institutional investors that we have as well. And the key thing is a long-term investment horizon. All of those agents, our third-party clients, our insurance parent, all have this long-term horizon. The key challenge this year has been, what do we do when we look at that volatility? And the key message that we share with our clients is to keep disciplined and keep that fundamental view around why you're invested in a particular asset. And that leads you to being able to navigate volatility in a much more structured way. When we look back over 2025 so far, you might see indices that haven't moved that much. right? Maybe the currency plays have been slightly different, and we can touch on that later. But the key thing has been you needed to have a discipline to navigate that volatility and anchor around why you're investing particular assets. And that's been key to working with our stakeholders around managing that volatility this year.
Yeah. Uday mentioned supply chain. I'd like to follow up with the latest news on tariffs. Obviously, we've seen that Trump has slashed out new tariff deals with a few countries, including many of the manufacturing bases in Asia. I mean, how are tariffs weighing on corporate investment decisions in the region? I mean, so many companies are export-driven, export-oriented. How are they coping with, tariffs? How are they coping with the uncertainty that might come with new deals or new changes?
Well, I think first of all, it seems like the goalpost has got a bit farther and a bit wider. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of leverage, and it's 100%, but not 100% firm. So
exactly,
so clearly there's part of a pattern that one sees, but to your question, I think first quarter we've definitely seen some muted lending on the book. So if you see across the clients, and that's of course a consequence of delayed investment decisions. Mm-hmm. Though we see the counter of that, where we've seen spike in trade volumes, in transactional services, in financial markets, which is really a spike with more clients on hedging. So there's a bit of a balance there, and we're seeing some muted decisions on the lending side, clearly. But overall, from a tariffs perspective, it seems like there's a pattern there, and it's if you see the reaction even yesterday, markets were okay, not that volatile. The yields spiked up a bit, so it seems like we're getting to a point where. So now it shifts to the 1st of August, and it's not as chaotic as it seems.
Right, sounds like people have come to peace with it and become more zen than maybe 4 months ago.
It's almost like a Trump put, right? So there's like limited downside, and people not hoping for the Trump call.
Right. Yeah. So, Carol, I mean, you guys are an investment bank, right? You advise on M&A investments. Yeah. I mean, are people putting things on hold at this point in time? Or are they going ahead regardless of what the noise is out there?
I would say definitely not on hold. In fact, I think they're pushing things through. And if you look again at the tariff situation overall, I think the markets themselves are getting a bit desensitized, to all the output by Trump, so to speak, right? I mean, Liberation Day happened, markets, fell drastically, and look what happened, in the last 2 days when the tariffs were announced. The market didn't actually react badly, and I think so. The market itself is getting a bit desensitized. But I think more importantly, really, is like a question on the MAA push. I would say that it's definitely not on hold. In fact, we see a lot of more interest for the last 6 to 9 months for Chinese companies coming out looking for acquisition targets to diversify their base, to improve their distribution channels and so on. So I would say that that definitely is there. Like for ourselves, at CGS International, we've closed 2 M&A transactions in Indonesia, Chinese company buying over, right. And I think working on the 3rd one, and we do see a lot of interest. And likewise, from ASEAN companies themselves, they're also looking to see how they can actually work with China. I mean, they've always worked with China and the West and so on and so forth. But I think that's my personal view. There's a slight shift in terms of people looking to see what actually China can offer them versus the traditional Western model. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we'll get to China in a bit. But I mean, you guys track public markets. You're probably more subject to the volatility day to day by the news. I mean, how are tariffs weighing on your investment decisions?
So the question is key for us. So we came into 2025 with this tagline, which was the only certainty is uncertainty, which I think was a pretty safe bet for most of us at the start of the year. Now I'm listening to my two panelists here. As an investor, we are constantly looking forward and trying to identify what is likely to happen. So I would argue this year and characterized by being exceptionally surprised by the veracity of the tariffs on the 2nd of April. Singed into my head is the 9th of April, because that was the day when we were at the fulcrum of the volatility. Markets were selling off quite violently, and there was that reversal. And you might remember there was a tweet, investment advice from the president saying, this is a great time to buy. It's quite tough for an investor like us to navigate that. Now, what is true is that there's been higher than expected tariffs. There's been a delay, and then there's been now a subsequent delay. I think as investors, we expected something like that. We hear about investments, but I was just talking to my fellow panelists earlier saying, when is Vietnam under a normal tariff? When is it under a transshipment tariff? Who decides what is what? That's quite a lot of challenge. So as we try and look through that, I think there are some data points. So for example, what is the objective? The objective seems to be that the president has some concerns around deficits, of trading deficits with certain countries, together with this transshipment argument, and very clearly some policy which is directed towards China. Now, there's also a desire to bring manufacturing back to the US. Now, I was particularly taken by an announcement by a European farmer who has put a new factory into the US. And we did a quick bit of maths. I think it creates a few thousand jobs. But each one of those jobs costs $500,000 to $1 million. So this is not going to be a sure bet of bringing jobs back to the US, which is part of the president's agenda, because simply AI, machines, robots, these things are going to really make a difference. And so the net effect is that a lot of announcements have been made, but that's not necessarily reassuring. So that gives some safety around the global supply chain. I think it's not something that can be switched off. But when we think about the narrative and the shipments and the transshipments and the policies and the rates, there's still a huge degree of uncertainty. And as we look into the second half of the year, a few things do seem to come across to us. I think we've become increasingly confident that the US dollar is depreciating. Right? It's come down a lot this year. We think that's the direction of travel. And as an emerging market investor, a lot of our assets are Asian active strategies. We're increasingly confident that there is a move away from US exceptionalism. The conditions that were in place last year, the AI narrative, the exceptional productivity of the US, and this thing linking them together, that AI was going to improve US productivity, is being challenged by lack of immigration, the reduction in immigration, I should say, growth challenges, the big beautiful bill, which is a fiscal challenge, the fact that foreigners may be slightly less interested in US debt, at least at the margins. I'm not saying that it doesn't remain the global currency, but potentially at the margins, slightly less demand. All of that leads us to some certainty around US dollar. And that means that even in 25, despite all the rallies, foreign assets in foreign currencies have done better than US assets. Right? And we sometimes tend to forget that. So the big theme, and looking forward, I know you mentioned crystal ball, with the dollar weakness, we think it's time to think about Asia again and to think about active, because that Asian recovery is super complicated and not easily accessed by indices.
Yeah. If I may,
of course.
Just on one point, I think you asked about the impact. Just two statistics on two markets in Asia. One, just bond issuance on G3. I mean, first quarter up 25% year on year. Yeah. And the other,
what does that tell us?
Yeah, I mean, what that tells us that it's a bit like the front loading of the imports, right? So you've got to figure out, you've got to be agile, you've got to figure out what timing is, but there are companies which are scaling up issuance. But on the other side, just loan syndication volumes, like down 40% year on year. So, I think that's a reflection of some of the investment decisions. So two very varying, and again, between July 9th and August 1st, are we going to see a spike in issuance, or is it going to be kicking the can down the road? And my bet is it's probably be a bit of the former, because before the gates come down, you spike it up again.
Right. I mean, Viz did mention that the expectation is that interest rates will go down, but I mean, it's still quite a far cry from 10 years ago, where there was plenty of liquidity. Borrowing costs were very low. I mean, how are people bracing for this prolonged, higher for longer, period? I mean, do people believe this is going to be here to stay, or is this just, something short term? Who wants to take that?
I'll take that question. Yeah. I think that, the higher for longer phrase has been used for a long time already. I think the market's already anticipated that rates will remain higher for longer. So I think that in terms of of going forward and how people actually are looking to look at that strategy. I think Asia Pac, just touching on what Viz said, that the valuation gap between US and Asia Pac is just so high. And I think that if interest rates actually, people are pricing the fact that it's going to be higher, there is actually a lot of room for markets to move once interest rates do come down. So I'm actually very optimistic that capital markets, both on the fundraising side as well as performance, in Asia Pac actually will be a lot better, I think, going forward. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Viz, you also mentioned that you're an advocate for emerging markets due to the weaker U.S. dollar this year. But do you think that's just a reaction to the news cycle we're seeing now? I mean, like we were talking about, S&P U.S. stock markets, they're still at all-time highs, right, compared with maybe a couple of years ago. So is it really worth it to diversify from the U.S.? And if so, is Asia to benefit?
Can I? There's a few elements to that question. Yeah. It's quite a very sophisticated question. So, look, the last 2 to 3 years in particular, you just needed to be in the S&P 500, fantastic returns, and really no one's worrying about anything. A lot of people have got that experience, especially retail, lots of experience of fantastic returns, exceptionalism, some great winners in the US. In that world, of course, that made sense. But it was fundamentally held together with an idea around productivity, was exceptional productivity in the US. US companies were big winners versus global companies, and the dollar was altogether super strong, which really is always a headwind for emerging markets. So that's the narrative. I was at a conference on actually last week, and I was pointing out, look, I think for me, one of the big events of this year wasn't Tariff Day, it was actually DeepSeek Day. And I think that it's really questioning investors around the world as a whole, do all profits accrue to US investors? When we come to market valuations, we mustn't forget that the investors focus on data. You've got to see some real data. Things like the front loading of shipments into the US has really, I think we have to say, surprised us just how resilient US fundamentals have been. But we have seen deterioration in the recent weeks on some of the US numbers. We know that sentiment in the US has maybe come off a little bit. The big, beautiful bill has come along. That's potentially a bit of a challenge for the US market in terms of the amount of debt they need to keep going. You've got some worries about US growth. And the key thing is tariffs haven't come into play yet. Tariff revenues have gone up. If you look at the graph of revenues collected by the US, they have gone up. Undoubtedly, prices have been held down by people selling in the US. But that isn't a permanent game, especially with some of the numbers that have been quoted. We were trying to get used to insulate. It's like a frog in a frying pan, you sort of turn the temperature up, it doesn't know how to jump out. So we were traumatized by 40, 50% tariffs. We were then getting comfortable with 10. But I remind everyone, Vietnam's going in at 20, possibly higher than 20. So these numbers are not, we don't just price in 10. So 10 feels like the supplier and Amazon or whoever it is, or Walmart will absorb this and the US consumer doesn't see it. But prices go up, there will be a reduction in growth in the US. Now, this comfort that we have around equity markets, I think, is simply around the fact that the data hasn't deteriorated. And so, as investors, you have to look at the data all the time. But we also have to look forward. So when we think of Asian markets, there's a number of things that I think come into favor. Number one, historically, valuations are very cheap because people have not been jumping in. People are still not jumping in because people are worried. Valuations are, however, significantly cheaper, as you mentioned, Kane. Then we have the fact that the dollar, we have a case of rates dropping in the US, right? We have seeing, I think, 50 basis points priced in, potentially more if growth gets weaker. But Asian central banks are in a much better position. They've got appreciation in their currencies. They're typically much more comfortable reducing rates. And if I'm going to draw out investment opportunities, we pick on India, for example, they're almost in a different cycle to the US. The RBI SBI is able to actually reduce rates, right? Growth in India is fine. They can actually get themselves in a good place. You look at the specific conditions, they don't have a huge trade surplus with the US, potential for much more interesting deals. The fact that they've done something with Vietnam makes us hopeful that they can do wider deals with the region as well. So in terms of conditions, reducing interest rates, very good valuations, and the fact that the US dollar is likely to depreciate in the coming months, takes us to a place where we really do think Asia is interesting. Now, thinking across, it's a long answer, Asia and Indian valuations are high, Chinese valuations are low. So again, we counsel our clients, as an investor, indices may not take you to the best place, because in China we think different sectors are going to work differently. We think the opportunities are going to be in things like tech, more so than in the sort of the real estate sector, to pick one. And so, again, as an Asian investor, we counsel very much that you need to be active. So the opportunities are specific to Malaysia, or to Vietnam, or to India, or to China, or to Japan. And then you start thinking about, I'm going to just finish now, but think about the investing challenge this year. Valuations are cheap, so we look at all of these stocks and sectors. However, as all investors earlier this year started going into those domestic plays that were a little bit more insulated to tariff, you get the sense everyone was effectively quoting the same trade. But our debate internally was, hang on, what about those exporters that suddenly were becoming relatively cheap, right? And how do you think about them? And at what point is a valuation attractive enough to take the risk?
Right.
So I think constantly that's going to be the challenge.
I hear valuations a lot in your speech. Sounds like this is really time to buy in, for the cheap and then wait it out.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Carol,
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. If I can just add on to what Viz has said, looking at data points, right? Capital markets. I mean, we know the fact interest rates are high, the US dollar is depreciating, and the fact that that the valuations are cheap. Capital markets in Asia. Look at Hong Kong. In Hong Kong alone this year, 44 IPOs, and they probably end the year raising about 250 billion Hong Kong dollars, and that is a very, very big thing. And of course, the big things that are happening, of course, is the A to H listings.
Right.
And then from there, of course, like ourselves at CG International, we're also looking at basically A to S listings, and that in itself can be a big movement, in the whole Asian community. But definitely, I mean, the capital markets, is actually quite lively, in our part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, we do see increasingly global long-only funds are coming back to this part of the world. I mean, I was going to, talk about China a little bit. I mean, last couple of years, people were saying, is China still investable?
Yes.
But this year, we've seen a breakthrough in AI. We talked about DeepSeek earlier. There was, the IPO market is coming back. Some markets are holding strong. I mean, will China still deliver for investors?
Yeah,
Let's start with you. Yeah.
Just our view on China, there's what we call, there's probably like a great transition happening there in the sense that, moving from low-cost manufacturing to high value-added, and that's like a natural path of friction with developed economies, and so and hence the tariff tension, which is, but one can't take away the fact that apart from the valuation, clearly significant valuation gap in China versus the U.S. But also, it doesn't take away from the fact that by 2030, 20% of global GDP is going to be in China. A fifth of growth between now and the next 5-6 years is coming from China. So, I think to your question, is it investable? I mean, for sure, we've been there for the last 30 years with 2 branches in China, and we continue to see that traction.
Thank you. Carol?
Actually, this is the way I would answer it. You cannot afford not to be in China, okay? It's given by 2030, I think China will surpass the US in terms of being the biggest market. But if you look at it in take this perspective, right? We all know that the BYDs of this world, they're basically really conquering the world, beating Tesla and everything all across the world. But the other things that's happening, that's just below the radar that I think is worthwhile watching. The consumer space, for example. We all know about Labubu. We talk about Labubu along the way is taken back by storm. But you look at just take a data point, right? Look at cosmetics, and we're having a discussion this morning of this, with my shareholder this morning. In the past, the Japanese brands used to lead. Then the Koreans came in. Has anyone here heard of Judy Doll? I never heard of. Oh, I see someone nodding, so you know about that particular brand. But it's actually taking the world by storm. It's going to the US and Europe. It's cheap at the mascara that they use or something. I don't use it, but I was reading about it. And they're making very, very good money. So Chinese brands were in the past known to be of low quality, but suddenly, they've proven themselves in terms of manufacturing, in terms of renewables, in terms of solar panels, in terms of autos. And now they're going to the consumer side of it, Luckin Coffee beating Starbucks. And then I can name a whole list of other things that's happening, and it's really real. So that's my answer to that. You cannot afford not to be in China. Right. Timing-wise is a different thing.
And with significant policy and stimulus tailwind.
That's exactly,
I mean, Viz, you manage money for everybody around the world, right? And when it comes to China, obviously, if your investors are based in the US or Europe, they have their own restrictions, investing, for example, in AI would be a no-go area. So how do you navigate that, when you try to sell China to them? Are you still trying to sell China to them?
Of course. I was just listening to the answer thinking, coffee, I might be able to be a consumer, but mascara, sharing, I don't think I'll be a consumer. So for us, look, I think just to be a bit controversial, we think GDP growth will come in at around 5%. So the answer to the question is most global investors, you want to invest in China and you want to invest in the US. You're not going to go zero to the US and not particularly go zero to China unless there are some political or other impacts. And we've heard that in the US that there are certain clients who might be that way inclined. And we, of course, are in partnership with our clients and looking at what they're interested in. When it comes to China itself, though, we think it lands 5%. We think that means that we're less likely to see fiscal stimulus this year in the remainder. It looks like they're tracking okay on growth numbers, so I don't think there's going to be a huge incentive, which is why we have this mantra, which I keep repeating on stage, which is, think Asia, you need to think active this year. We really do think that it's not, have I got a China growth story for 5 years and can I access it through the market index? I think you've got to be really thoughtful. There are sectors which need very, very strong stimulus. And that may not be coming near term. There are other sectors that are globally competitive and they're always going to be great investment opportunities. I haven't digressed. We've talked a lot about equities, but one of those client conversations we're constantly having at the moment is around local currency debt in Asia. Local currency debt is an incredible opportunity. They're not really hugely represented in global fixed income indices. They are very, very highly sort of low correlated, uncorrelated with global indices, and hedged back to US dollars, it represents a great investment opportunity. So lining that up, we've got a number of institutional clients who are much more focused around those Asia Bond Select strategies that we run. And again, we're all in Asia, and Asian investment managers are super experienced in that space. And again, back to the US dollar weakness, things like Sing bonds, I think it's becoming super interesting looking forward. So I had to get some fixed income in.
Great. Well, I do want to take a question from the audience. We have a few here, actually. The most liked one seems to be, which Asian countries are expected to emerge as clear winners for FDI inflows in the second half of this year? That's actually a very good question. We haven't talked about FDI yet. Maybe we'll start with you, Uday.
Yeah, I think we've continued to see positive traction on FDI into Asia compared to the rest of the world, and even despite all this uncertainty. To pick one, I mean, it's kind of difficult to ignore India at this point in time. Really strong fundamentals, domestic market, broadly robust macro. So I would say India for the second half of the year will continue this traction.
Carol?
I'm going to wave my Singapore flag. Okay, I can say that. I think that Singapore actually will be a clear winner because obviously, if you look at the tariffs, the average tariffs for the ASEAN countries, about 33% has been imposed. Singapore right now is only about 10%, and there's been no news about what's happening in Singapore yet. And I think Singapore
no
really...
news is good news, usually.
It's good news, like I said. No news is good news, absolutely, for the time being. And but if you look again where Singapore stands, it's really, really very neutral. The way it governs itself, that neutrality is so important to them. And I think that because of the stability and the fact that it's not caught in any of these controversial, sectors, in my belief is that Singapore will be a big beneficiary.
Right, Miss.
And we're at 0 seconds.
It's okay. We'll hear the last bit of you. Yeah.
Good answer,
Firstly, let me congratulate the audience. I did a talk over the weekend, and I was complaining that I had 28 questions, but not more than one vote on a single question. So there's some consensus here. I would agree, right? So China, we think about it. Everyone talks about China, but India seems to be in a unique position around its. I focus very much around the deficit. I think that Trump is very focused on that current deficit. And so India's in a good place, Singapore's in a good place. That would sort of be how you tie investment opportunities. FDI is, I worry that there's a delay. And I worry that the uncertainty, we've all struggled as investors, but how do you put and build a factory that has a payoff that is beyond the term of the presidency, right? Do you take Vietnam policy, take it as certainty, and then go and build it in Mexico? Are you sure that Mexico is interesting? I'm struck by the fact that LATAM is, still, we think they've still got lower rates, and how does that affect? I think the data has not given us any of that today. So if I had to pick one today, I'd stick to India in particular because of the domestic economy and the characteristics. But valuations are super expensive. Everyone else has also figured that out. So you need to be very thoughtful around what you're investing in. So I'm going to repeat again, think Asia, think active.
Right, thank you so much. And that concludes our session. Thank you to Uday and Carol and Viz for your wonderful insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists. From the business perspective, we now turn to a discussion about investment and trade from a policymaker's perspective. The Malaysian Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Tengku Zafrul Aziz, will be joining us virtually. The Minister had been on the agenda to be here in person as recently as a couple of days ago, but he found himself in a crunch between the BRICS meeting in Brazil, a cabinet meeting, and an invitation late to the ASEAN Finance Ministers meeting in Kuala Lumpur. The upside of all that for us means that we get some insights directly from those two important meetings here today. My colleague, Cynthia Kim, Chief Economics Correspondent, Korea, is going to be asking the questions. Please welcome her to the stage.
All right. Thank you for that, Jane. So I'm Cynthia Kim. I cover the Korean economy for Reuters Seoul Bureau. And I'm very, very excited to be here and joined by the minister, who I hope it's sunny in Kuala Lumpur. And I want to congratulate you for becoming the president of the Badminton Association recently. So congrats for that and welcome.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for having me. I do apologize, can't be there in person.
That's all right.
Just landed from Rio at 3 a.m. today, and we have a cabinet meeting after this.
Yes, yes, I understand. So a few weeks ago, when we spoke to you in Jeju for the APEC, I hope you remember that you were incredibly optimistic that Malaysia will be able to cut down the tariff rates quite a bit. And now, give us a sense of what happened since then.
Yep. Well, first of all, thank you, Reuters and the team, and thank you, Cynthia, for having me. I'm still optimistic. I've looked at this announcement as an opportunity for us to continue our negotiations till the 1st of August. I'm in touch with USTR as recent as yesterday, and we all agreed that we should continue our negotiations. So we still have time. There are challenges, of course. There are issues that we still need to resolve, but many of those issues have been resolved, but unfortunately not on the timeline that was set. I think the timeline was yesterday, and where it's supposed to be effective today. But with the announcement by Trump, we have a few more weeks extension to negotiate on the final terms.
Right. So for South Korea and Japan, we know that currency is part of the trade talks, and that's been making some headlines. But I know that ringgit has been doing very well this year, thanks in part to the oil price going up a little bit. Do you know, and has that been part of the trade discussion with Washington?
Well, on the currency, of course, Central Bank is part of our team. They have engaged the Secretary of Treasury. But just for your information, all currencies are strengthening against the US dollars, not just Malaysia, Korea. So I think it's more about issue about currency manipulation, etc., which we do not take part in anyway. I mean, the central bank has made it clear. So that I think issue has been discussed, and I believe from my colleagues at the Central Bank and Ministry of Finance has been addressed.
I see. So, Malaysia has been one of the very few that's gone, the rates go up a little bit, and we want to understand what was the most difficult or thorny issues there, because you've been the chief negotiator, right? So could you share with us?
Well, there are many issues. First of all, I think we can all agree it's not just about tariffs.
Right.
If you look at tariff, Malaysia, just like Korea and Japan, we don't have much tariff that we have imposed against products that is coming from the US. So it is about other issues, issues that relating to non-tariff. And one of the major issues is about trade imbalance. So this is an area where Malaysia has a positive surplus, trade surplus against the US. Our trade surplus last year was around 25 billion US. The US administration wants to see this reduced. And also on areas where they feel that there are red tapes on certain products, on agriculture, on halal. So these are issues which we need to address. We're still discussing. Of course, there are red lines as well. We have talked about digital tax. We talked about issues that pertaining to imports of certain products that may be harmful to our industries. So these are things which we are still in negotiation, but most of the issues, outstanding issues, have been resolved, and I believe that the time given till 1st of August will give us more avenue to resolve these issues that have yet to be addressed.
Right, so we also heard this week that Trump is ready to send the second batch of tariff notices sometime today or tomorrow. And we are hearing that there's going to be even higher tariffs on countries that retaliate. And I know you've said before that Malaysia is not going to be one of those countries that's going to retaliate, but what's the latest there? Have you heard of this?
Well, I just heard it this morning, in fact. You can read from Trump's posting, right, on his on two socials. So I've not heard anything else apart from that. All I know is that there are more countries that will get a letter from Trump. But for us, for Malaysia, and for I'm sure many of my colleagues from other countries are all having discussions, to continue discussions. Definitely, we have no plans to retaliate for now.
I see. So we are hearing that any transshipments going through Vietnam is going to be subject to another 40% of tariff rates. Whew, that's a big one. And for this part of the world, that could be a huge blow for many sectors, I'm sure. And I just want to get your view on what kind of impact in which sectors do you expect from that?
Well, I can't talk on behalf of Vietnam, but for Malaysia, we have already imposed very stringent rules on transshipment. As recent as a month ago, we have changed the rules when it comes to certificate of origin from countries that is exporting to US. So for Malaysia, it's a non-issue. There's not much transshipment anyway from China or from other countries to the US. If you look at exports from Malaysia to the US, 60% of our exports is from the E&E sector, mainly semiconductor. And 65% of that, or nearly 70% of that, is coming from US companies themselves. Right? So it's not a big issue for Malaysia. I think our issue will be more to ensure on security of technology, security of the chips that's coming in. So these are issues which are more under the domain of Secretary of Commerce as well, the Department of Commerce, talking about economic security. So we are continuing our negotiation with both USTR as well as the Department of Commerce.
So, Minister, this is sort of an imaginary question. So if I could take you back to early April and say you could, start everything from scratch, what, would you have done differently as a chief negotiator for Malaysia and to some extent the ASEAN?
Well, Honestly, Cynthia, I think I would not do anything differently. As you know, there's only 2 countries that have finally have concluded, in a way, their terms of agreement. That's United Kingdom and Vietnam, and the rest haven't. It's not easy to negotiate, not just with the US, but in general. And Malaysia, we are party to 18 FTAs, and I'm sure countries like Singapore, Korea, many other countries in Asia have similar experience. The fastest agreement that we have ever done was about 11 months, so it takes time. But in this case, with the US, we have got a very tight timeline, and 90 days is very, very difficult for any country. And we can see only 2 countries have managed to conclude within that timeline. But having said that, I think this time we are appreciative that the timeline has been extended to 1st of August. It gives us a bit more time to refine some of the discussion of some of, not the offers, but some of the issues that need to be resolved, because it involves many ministries within our government and agencies as well. So we need to coordinate that, and it will take time to do so.
Right. You were formerly Malaysia's finance minister, so I'm sure you could answer this question in confidence. So do you feel that your currency has been going a little bit too strong, or do you think that it reflects the economy's fundamental right now with energy prices?
Well, as a finance minister before, I think you know the answer to that. The answer is, I think the currency reflects the fundamentals of the economy.
It does
honestly,
right now?
Yes, I think so. I believe so. And if you look at our economy, last year grew by 5%, and this first quarter is 4.4%, and it's continued to show strength in terms of investments, trade. We had record exports in the first and second quarter. So I think fundamentally we are strong, but having said that, you have to be mindful of the future. Investors are looking at tariff, looking at issues regarding the global economy. So we just had meetings with various investors that are coming to this region, and Malaysia in particular. Everyone is taking a more cautious approach, right? That in 2025 will continue to be strong. Even the impact of tariff is expected to be minimal given the timing of the tariff. But we still need to be mindful and prepare. So that's why engagement is key with all other countries, so that we can continue to get market access and ensure that the principles of multilateralism, rule-based system continues.
So if you saw markets today, you probably know that all around the region across Asia right now is seeing right now some downturn and a little bit of softness in the market right now. What do you think is the biggest risk for the ringgit going forward for the next few weeks?
Well, it's all about uncertainty, right? I think markets wants to factor in as much as possible the certainty, but they can't, given many uncertainties surrounding not just the tariff issues, but there are other issues as well. So for Malaysia, the risk would be what's happening in the US, in China, what's happening also in the region, because Malaysia is very much an open economy. If you look at our trade to GDP last year, it was in excess of 150%. So we are dependent on the global economy.
Okay, so many people kind of see Malaysia often gets entangled between the dispute between the Washington and Beijing. And as you have been experiencing, I'm sure you feel that China has been trying to come across as a more reliable and a more predictable partner. And I just want to hear, do you agree that China has become a more reliable and predictable partner than the US?
Well, for me and for our ministry and definitely for our government, the rules of engagement hasn't changed. We continue to engage the US. We continue to engage the China. We don't feel that, we don't say that China or US is treating us better, because at the end of the day, US continues to be our largest investor in terms of FDI. US continues to be our largest export market, right? So China is, of course, second. And China continues to be our largest trading partner. And for the investment, they are our second largest investor into the country. So both countries have done, in terms of collaboration in trade and investment, are key to Malaysia. So we continue to be neutral. We continue to be independent as well at the same time. And we continue to engage all others the same: China, US, Europe, GCC. And like you said, as you know, we just came back from BRICS, and before that, I just came back from EU. So we will continue to engage all countries, and I'll continue to engage my counterparts in both China and US as well.
You said that beautifully. I also am curious to know if you could give us any update about your ministry's probe into a Chinese company using Chinese chips for a data center in Malaysia. How's that going? What's the latest there?
Well, we have working closely with the US and our enforcement agencies. There's no such evidence showing that is the case. But having said that, we are looking at ways to strengthen our laws and our regulations so that enforcement agencies can be will be more able to certain things they may. The problem is about bureaucracy, right? And in business, investors and companies don't like us to have more guidelines and more rules when it comes to trade. But for chips, given the sensitivities, we may have to. And we're looking at the laws, which allows us to. Okay. We have those laws, but at the moment, we are discussing with all stakeholders, including the industries as well, because it will slow down processes.
Right. Sorry, I feel like I'm cutting you, but my one more question on that related note. So is Malaysia working on this, building a data center powered by Huawei chips?
We are building data centers powered by all chips, I think, but main chips is still coming from the US. If you look at the Malaysian data centers, even the local players are using US chips, of course, given the advantage of using the chips.
So the report about Huawei chips being part of it is not true?
I think that one has been retracted. That report is wrong. I think the ministry, yes, that has been retracted. The deputy minister herself has retracted it, and I made a statement. It's not true.
Okay, so we have some time to take a question from the audience. I'll read it out for you. So had the US position on tariffs hurt its status as a reliable long-term economic partner for Asian countries? What's your take?
Well, I think the devil is in the details, right? We are still negotiating. Let's see the outcome of the negotiations. Definitely markets are concerned about the development. People that I talk to still believe that multilateralism is the way forward, not unilateralism. But having said that, engagement is also key. US is also still a strong, big economy globally. It's 25 to 28% of the global GDP. We can't ignore the US. We need to engage the US. So we still believe that engagement is key.
I see. Are you still optimistic by the end of this month, in August 1st, that the tariff rates will go down a little bit?
I am optimistic, especially in sectors that I feel there is a win-win. Malaysia is, of course, a key player in the semiconductor sector, and the semiconductor sector supports the supply chain for US semiconductor and E ecosystem. So we need to continue the discussion, and I'm optimistic, and especially in sectors also that are, in a way, a win-win to complement each other.
Sorry, so one urgent question has come in from the audience. Recently, we've seen some, e.g. 5G, DNB, where rules were changed frequently. Don't you think this may impact Malaysia's perception of investor-friendly destination?
Well, that's, I think, to be fair, you have to put that in the right context. In terms of investments, last year was our record investments. It went up by 15%, close to 90 billion US of approved investments. In the first quarter, the investment continued to go up around 3.7 or 3.8%. On the regulation, on the guidelines, on the 5G, on DNB debt, continues to be addressed by our Ministry of communications, and then our agency, MCMC, is looking into it. So far as I'm concerned, what the ministry has decided is to create more competition in this area, and that competition is supposed to help industries and also, of course, consumers.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much for your time. I hope all your meetings in Kuala Lumpur goes well.
Thank you, Cynthia. I hope to see you in person soon.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Minister and to Cynthia for that conversation. We're going to turn back now to corporate strategies in an uncertain climate. We all know the facts. Asia is home to more than 50% of the world's middle class, a powerful driver of consumption and innovation across sectors. Our next panel features leaders from companies that are actively shaping this transformation. This session is in partnership with FWD. I'd like to welcome back event moderator Taimur to introduce his panelists.
Hello again, everybody. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Everyone's waiting to go to lunch, so they're kind of thinking, oh, what am I going to eat next? Thank you for staying around. Good to see you all here. Today's session, this particular panel, is, I think, perhaps a little bit broader than most of the stuff we're talking to, but we're going to be touching on most of the same themes. And in fact, I think what we're going to try and do this morning is synthesize the major themes of this event. They are, of course, AI. They are the global geopolitical trading environment that we're all trying to navigate right now. And also we're bringing this into the Southeast Asian context and the general corporate context within this area. And the panel that we have today is an extremely diverse one, and that's for a very good reason. Look, you know, when I was saying to the panelists earlier on, when I do communications coaching, I put a lot of emphasis on framing. How you perceive a problem is a really important part of how you address that problem. And because of that, the diversity here is great, because what we'll hear from these folks in a moment is exactly how they do business in Asia from so many different perspectives, and hopefully that will spark in your minds some ways where you can rethink how you look at how these things happen. So for that reason, I'm actually going to give you a fairly comprehensive description of each of their roles, so you get a sense of exactly who they are and how they're operating in this. So let me begin with just a quick bio introduction to each of our individual panelists. Once my page on this thing opens up. Right, so let me begin with Binayak Dutta, who is with FWD, and they are the hosts of this particular panel. So I'll begin with Binayak, ladies, if you don't mind. Binayak is with FWD. You've been there for about
8 years.
8 years now, isn't it? He's the Senior Managing Director of Southeast Asia and Group Chief Business Operations Officer at the company. He's been there 8 years. He's held various board positions in the company, in various companies, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. So he knows this local corporate picture very well indeed. He's more than 20 years of experience overall in Asia's insurance industry. So a very broad perspective there. Jane Sun, sitting next to me, Chief Executive Officer and Member of Board of the Directors of Trip.com. You'll all be familiar with Trip.com. It's a global travel services company. She's been with the company since 2005. You started off as the CFO, served as the COO and co-president, CEO in 2016, and regularly included in Fortune magazine's top 50 most powerful women in business.
Yes.
So,
Fiona Tan is the Chief Technology Officer at Wayfair, one of the largest e-commerce
Guided
retailers.
Goes right there, lunch downstairs, but then he'll be returning here for the coffee.
Sorry, Fiona, they interrupted your intro. Wayfair is one of the world's largest e-commerce retailers, a $12 billion plus marketplace with more than 50 million products. Before Wayfair, she led technology for Walmart in the US and held senior engineering leadership roles at SAP and TIBCO. And last but not least, Joe So. Local Joe joined Decathlon here in Singapore very recently to head up their new innovation office in Singapore as Decathlon begins to expand its strategies here in Asia. She started her career as a fashion designer. She led her own, and an entrepreneur, she started her own fashion line, which was awarded in the industry, joined Laura Ashley as the head of fashion for London and Singapore, and she's run an incubator for the Singapore Fashion Council. Panel, thank you very much. Show your appreciation for their attendance here. So like I say, a fairly comprehensive description of the things, just to give you a sense of the breadth of experience we're dealing with here. So let's just begin with some broad questions here. And Binayak, I'll begin with you. Now, you operate in 10 Asian markets. You personally have been around Asia for a long time. And the company, FWD, has been reporting some pretty robust growth over the past few years. The question I have for you is, give me a sense of whether that's going to go on. What are the trends that you're seeing in the business? How are you adapting to some of the uncertainties that we're seeing in the global picture right now?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, and it's great to be here, and the only guy with 3 power ladies out here, so that puts a lot of pressure straight away on me. But to get back to your question, I think, yes, there are a lot of uncertainties, and specifically for us from a regional and a regulatory perspective. Obviously, being in financial services, insurance, it's aside from the other challenges, it's a heavily regulated industry. So the regulatory divergences, as well as the shifting political landscape, are significant factors in terms of determining what your future strategies should be. For us at FWD, we are a relatively new insurance company. In the world of insurance, we're just about 13 years old. We just did an IPO in Hong Kong a couple of days back. But 13 years old is a baby, Being 150, 160 years old is par for the course. So we are the challenger brand. We're relatively new. And for us, the key thing is, aside from these sort of macro changes, it's about sort of, equally important is, adapting to the shifting consumer trends, shifting, technology trends. I think these are going to be big determinants of the way, that we look at business. So how do we respond? We respond by doubling down on our regional strategy, regional first strategy, as you mentioned. We have breadth. We are there across Asia in more than 10 markets, and in particular, we are very heavily invested into Southeast Asia and ASEAN. We see this region. I was just talking to my co-panelists as a very, very exciting part of the world. 3.8 trillion GDP, population, close to 1 billion. The demographics, in all the right manner, and in a lot of ways, these markets, because of these sort of shifting political trends, benefit. I would look at it positively. People who are looking at a China +1. Of course, China and Hong Kong remains hugely important. For those of you who don't know, China and Hong Kong continues to be the dominant life insurance financial services market in Asia. But coming back to the ASEAN, people who are looking at a China +1 strategy, and I'm sure my panelists out here for their business would have that same perspective, the ASEAN remains a hugely important area. So for us, doubling down on our regional first strategy, working with the regulators, working with the right distribution partners, working with people who understand this region well, sort of building the right models in terms of risk, governance, and delivery, and then making sure that we deliver is sort of core to our strategy. Yeah.
Can I just add a little bit of nuance to that? You're looking at this as an opportunity environment. Are you looking at it just because Southeast Asia is growing fast, and we've already heard all day about the growing middle class and the size of the middle class that we're expecting in South? Is it just because of that, or are you building in an expectation of somehow a growing identity for Southeast Asia as its own operational area, rather than just the backwater of China or a small part of the global industry?
I think it's a bit of both. As I mentioned, our strategy has remained distinct, saying that, look, it has to be sort of diversified. It has to be across, a number of markets, and within that, the ASEAN has had a huge, piece. Obviously, some of the developments in the last couple of years has added a new dimension to it. To your second point, And therefore, that presents unique opportunities as well as challenges. As I mentioned to you, there are challenges there as well, and there's no denying that. But the short answer to your question would be both. These are areas, as I mentioned, for the reasons, which provide huge potential economically, and at the same time, given the fact that that companies, individuals are doubling down on the location as a whole, this provides, we believe, a unique short-term opportunity. Yeah.
All right, thanks for that, Joe. Let me come to you. Binayak was saying they're relatively new company, certainly not a new industry, but a relatively new company. Not as new as you. You're not only new in the role, but Decathlon's entry into the Asian market is also relatively recent. So tell us a little bit about how you look at this. You're supposed to be looking at Asia from a fresh perspective in your role, and you're looking to build an innovation powerhouse. What does that mean in this context? Where do you see the opportunities, and how are you navigating some of the risks that Binayak's just brought up?
Well, I think, to be precise, Decathlon's entry into Asia in terms of having an innovation center is relatively new, but retail-wise, we've been around for some years. And I think my answer will add on to his as well. So I think innovation itself is a strategy to navigate risk and opportunities. And in our work and my work, we really go back to the fundamentals of the customer that we serve, and we look at him or her as a human, whether he is an athlete or regular Joe like me. We find out what their needs are, how society, climate, culture, and geography impacts their aspirations and barriers to their sporting activities or physical activities in general. And then we look at how to address those aspirations and barriers through the lens of a futures approach, what's going to happen in the future, both locally and globally. And then the next strategy is with open innovation. So we deliberately want to work with an external network of partners so that we can tap into a wide pool of ideas and expertise, prototype, test fast with our users. All this to prevent us from innovating within a vacuum, far away from realities of market.
Dig into that pool of partners that you're looking for and that futures lens that you're using to identify them.
Sure, and just to finish off a little bit, and all of this is to really, I think the real risk is that it's a one-size-fits-all mentality. That's the real risk. So when we dive into this network, I mean, we're going to work with everyone from startups to research institutes to universities to consultancies, and on top of that, they are located in different parts of Asia with the local insight, knowing the local and regional nuances. That's very important and key to success. And then the part about open innovation, and then what was the next part again, please?
I was thinking about your futures lens in particular.
Futures lens, yes, sorry. So futures lens, there are the global themes that we've been talking about all morning, the AI and climate change and so forth. And also there's the layer of the locally, how local situations can affect how people live there too. So, Southeast Asia, huge potential market, but also in a way very different. Every country is very different. We cannot assume that what works in one place works for another. So we really look at that. Yeah.
Jane, your business is based in Asia, but obviously global. Your industry is global. Tell me what you see in terms of how this evolution's been going on. I mean, even before the administration changed in the US, we've been seeing a lot of changes. I mean, COVID disrupted a lot of what you do extraordinarily, right? So do you think the changes that we're seeing are changing the risk profile and the opportunity profile that you're doing? And are we beginning to see the evolution of a more dynamic Asia region for your business?
Thanks for having me. Travel is very dynamic. We have seen three great trends, which we called 3 E's. The first E is event plus travel. That is much more tailored for our young travelers. What we saw is young people are very dynamic. They want to go to big events, such as Paris Olympic Games, Taylor Swift shows, G-Dragon shows. So we sent around these major events, plus a travel package, and that's doing very well. The second one is elderly friendly. A lot of people in Asia get retired quite early. They are healthy, they're very curious to explore the world, they have money, they have time. And the beauty of this generation is that they're not time sensitive. We can bring them to Singapore, to Thailand during the slow season. So we work very hard with the travel bureaus for each travel destinations and bring elderly, wealthy people to these regions during the slow season so that the occupancy rate for hotels is increased during the slow season. And it also can avoid a little bit over tourism for popular cities. The third E is emerging market. So people from Norway, Finland, from the north and to the south, people start to travel to South Africa. So we're very excited for the new trends.
Thank you very much. Fiona, let's move away a little bit from the geopolitical landscape and talk about the other theme of the day and the theme of the year and the next decade, which is technology. Tell me a little bit about how the technology interface, you think, is going to be a player in evolving and driving the evolution of Asian business?
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's really neat about technology. It's ubiquitous and it's, it applies geographically, globally, as well as across all our different domains and areas of, our businesses. So I think, if you think about generative AI, especially, specifically, as you're looking at corporations trying to adopt it, there's certainly the places around new revenue generation, right? So you heard from the panel before around innovative ideas around that. You talked about the customer experience and how might that change in the world where you have now more chatbots that are interacting with your customers. If you look about the generative capabilities, it's not just generating text, right? You're now able to generate images, videos, voice, right? So it's how does that multimodality, how do you leverage that for your corporation if that's something that makes sense for you? So for us, we're selling home furniture, everything for your home online. So if you think about it, that's probably one of the toughest categories to sell online because it's generally something that's hard to imagine and hard to sometimes even describe what you're looking for. So now in the current shopping online, if you think about it, has been a few keywords in a search box, and that's how we've generally shopped. But now if you look at the generative capabilities, you can expand that so much more. I can help you imagine what your room could look like in different styles and different colors, even if you can't describe it, right? So I think every company has to kind of look at what that means for your company. It's like, how do you leverage all the capabilities that these new technologies are making available to us in new sort of revenue generating ways. And then I think the second bucket is obviously from a cost efficiency, right? What are the operational efficiencies you can gain as well? If you look at, we talked about earlier this morning with the panel around some of the reasoning and agentic capabilities that have come to bear probably in the last 6 months or so. And that's where you want to really relook at some of your workflows to see how technology can really bring along efficiencies that are, really it's like orders of magnitude scale, right? So it's also taking a look at those to see where you could apply technology. And so I think if you're looking at it from both sides, it could be a really, really good revenue generating, and it could also really help you with cost efficiency. And in this world where there's uncertainty, at least that's something that you can feel like you can control, yeah? It's like you can control your destiny if you kind of lean into technology.
Just quickly back to the question I put to Binayak earlier on about the differentiation between the old world and perhaps the emerging world of Southeast Asia and China in their own context. Put that in the AI frame, because so much of the English language AI is trained on English language and Western culture.
Yep.
How is that going to play out in Asia? How are we going to see the integration of Asia-focused AI into Asian business?
Yeah, well, I think you saw even from the panel before, right? There's a lot more Asian companies that are coming up with sort of their models and the training around that and ability to handle languages and making it actually, it used to be you do something in English and then you have to translate painfully to all the other languages. And now it comes so much more naturally, and it's a lot more, I think, approachable, and the pace of change here. And I think also the other thing is the last few years especially, you've seen how Asia adapts and moves really fast, right, from a technology perspective. And if you look at e-commerce especially, I'd say, India, China is quite far ahead in terms of how customers accept shopping online and some of the things that maybe were less so before. So I think it's really an area, region where you could lean into from a technology and sort of experience perspective, and it's right for it.
I find that fascinating. I mean, as you know, in complex environments, just any small change to the underlying inputs creates emergent effects that you really can't predict. I mean, it'd be fascinating to see how that works out. Folks, so that's the basic setup that we've got here. Don't forget, go on to Slido, join in the conversation. We'll get the questions up here, so please do get involved if you have any questions for our panel so far today. So let's move on to another aspect of this, Vinayak. Particularly important in the insurance frame is risk and the sustainability risk. I mean, the rain we saw here this morning is pretty typical for Singapore, but you see what's been happening in Texas, we see what's happening all over the world. Tell me about what you're thinking in terms of sustainability and about risk profiling as we go forward.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, financial services insurance being heavily regulated, risk is intrinsic, to our business models. And I think for us, it's about sort of embracing risk and managing it, with the right guardrails. And I think to a large extent, the model that you have in place, right, is sort of a determinant of that. And so we've sort of the model that we have is, as I mentioned, we have doubled down on our regional presence, but in terms of establishing the right risk frameworks, sort of adapting to the shifting, regulatory landscape. So, for example, in insurance and financial service, IFRS 17, new regulatory standards has been a key aspect of risk and governance around that, and making sure that you equip your markets with the right set of skills to manage those changes is very, very important. So I think fundamentally the principle is very important, so you could establish, the 3 lines of risk, make sure that, that your front line, embraces the right risk principles and policies. But at the end of the day, making sure that while you're innovating as a company, while you're building out especially and, embracing opportunities, you embrace risk and you manage risk with the right guardrails, instead of sort of making that as a barrier, to business and sort of, paralyzing your operations. And I think that balance of sort of, of empowering your markets and your people with the right set of risk principles, and at the same time sort of making sure that you don't sacrifice innovation development is important. And I think that's what we try to do in terms of managing it, yeah.
Jane, what about risk from your perspective? There's a bit of inter-regional tension, obviously, going along, which I guess you could classify as risk. Tell us how you see that playing out in your industry.
Yeah, in travel industry, there are 2 elements that we cannot control, but we can control how we react to it. The 2 elements we cannot control is God and government. God is natural disaster, like tsunami in Japan, earthquake in Thailand. Government is regional wars, conflicts, but Trip.com team work very hard to make sure we do everything we can to provide safety to our customers. So for example, when there is an earthquake or a tsunami, within 2 minutes, our team needs to reach out to the customers in the region, make sure they are moved to the safe hotels, offer hot meal, hot shower to them. The very next day, if our customers decide to come back to their home country, we will work with the airlines and make prioritized arrangement so that our customers can come back to their home countries, the first thing in their mind. So with our concerted efforts, we can react to these uncontrollable events very quickly to provide safety to our customers.
Fantastic. Folks, please do ask some questions. We've only got 7 minutes left, so if you want to get involved, do so now. Joe, innovation as strategy. So your whole idea here is to get involved in innovation. I mean, the Asian business context has been fairly traditional for a very long time, based in some fairly standard core business models. Tell me what innovation as a strategy means and how are you deploying that thinking?
I think, I think Asia is actually really innovative, so I'm not sure I agree with that statement. But to answer your question about innovation as a strategy, I think first of all, it's about not staying still. It's about remaining relevant because the world is changing all the time. So if you, it's really like an innovate or die situation if you want to put it in a short, sweet soundbite. So as a strategy, but the outcomes of it, it really varies depending on what we're tackling. I mean, in my world, are we dealing with a specific sport, or we now have a great interest to also look at healthy aging. It's a big issue that's faced by many countries. How do we continue to get people to stay active throughout their lives? Because the implications will be on your healthcare system, your own healthcare bills. And we're curious to find out how decathlon could play a role in that. So we're applying innovation on that, because I don't think we can easily look to the past and just get quick answers.
Just quickly expand on that. I didn't mean to demean Asian business, but there is a perception that things like property and industry are the core fundamentals, and that innovation is imported from the US mostly. I mean, most of the world, or particularly the US, says it's the center of innovation. So tell me, you see a lot of innovation around Asia. Tell me where it is and how you're going to play it.
All around Asia, to be honest, quite equally spread based on my observation in China, India, Southeast Asia. And it depends on what specialisms. Maybe one place is more well known for robotics and one place is more well known for biomaterials. It really is spread out. I think that, again, naturally the surrounding, the geography, the culture, and how maybe the local authorities promote innovation impacts what they choose to innovate on. It really varies, but I think it's great that, well, at least with the open innovation that we adopt, we are able to tap into all of these expertise. We don't have to own everything ourselves, and we recognize that, there are experts out there we should be working with.
Can you speak to that? I mean, you live in San Francisco, the Bay Area, the heart of, all of this.
Yeah, in terms of innovation.
Yeah, and in terms of Asian innovation, as you look Asia to your activities in Asia, tell me how you see this.
Yeah, no, I think definitely, as you mentioned, I think innovate. It's almost like a play offense, right? That's the area that you can kind of lean into with innovation and technology. There's obviously a lot of stuff going on in the US, but obviously the markets here are also very, very capable. So a lot of what we've been trying to do is just how do we leverage the capabilities, right, and apply it to the markets that make sense. And I think Asia, I think as you mentioned, is already quite forward thinking. So for us, as Wayfair, we don't necessarily operate as much in Asia, but we have a lot of our supplier partners that are based in Asia. So it's like, how do you make sure that you're giving them the benefit of insights that are now that you can kind of bring to bear with some of the capabilities that are there, right? So how do you lean into technology to sort of help and then to be able to grow the business that is here?
Okay, we've got a few questions coming up, so let's get them in as quickly as you can. Trip.com navigated one of the hardest hit sectors during the pandemic. What were the core principles that guided your pivots at the time?
Our principle is customer first, partner second, Trip.com the third. So during COVID, many customers already paid airlines and hotels lots of money. On Chinese New Year's Eve, they're ready to travel, but the border got locked down. So we had a phone call with executives. Within 5 minutes, we made a decision. Before airlines and hotels refund our customers, we need to take the leadership, advance the refund to the customers. So cumulatively, we borrowed almost 20 billion to advance our refund to the customers. Now industry comes back, people remembered during the most difficult time what Trip.com did for the customer. They trust us and they come back to us. With partners, we realize it's very difficult for their cash flow. So we established a 2 billion partnership fund to help small and medium-sized partners with their cash flow. Now business is back. Everyone in the industry wants to do business with us. And the third one is Trip.com, the third. I look at our income statement during COVID. Our revenue almost dropped down to zero. Yet we have 40,000 employees on our payroll. Every employee has a family to support. So our chairman and I volunteered to our board. We would take zero pay until industry recovered. And our VP echoed with us. They took 50% cut until industry recovered. And all of our employees followed, and they worked 5 days, took 4-day pay. Some of them took 3 days pay. So it's this spirit we're together as one team help us to weather the storm during the very difficult time.
All right, thank you. There was a question there for Joe, which has disappeared now, but let me see if I can reframe it. They were saying, how do you ensure, as you're innovating, how do you go from proof of concept and initial idea into a scaling situation?
Yes, and it is true that my unit, our work, kind of ends at validated proof of concept, and then we hand it off to the teams that would implement it on the ground. However, having said that, the key to it is at the very beginning of innovation, I get interest and buy-in from the team that could potentially implement it on the ground. It's also part and part, it's not just about bringing the POC to real life on the ground, but it's also to hear the team's real feedback on whether this is truly useful or not. Because ultimately, they are dealing with the customers face-to-face every day. And again, is the whole let's innovate with reality in mind. It's that sweet spot of pushing far, but not too far that you alienate the customer that we serve.
All right. Look, we've only got a minute left, so rather than take another question, I'd just like each of you to give a very short summary of Next. I mean, we're here at Reuters Next. What is Next? Tell us about your thoughts for what the corporate landscape in Asia is going to look like in the next decade. Very quickly. Jane, let's begin with you and go down the line.
Our mission is that while we are sending people far away, we are bringing the world closer. So the next decade will be a focus for us to really promote global peace and prosperity through travel.
Vinayak, what's it going to look like? And if you could add a perspective on how different will it be from the past decade?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it'll build on the past decade, but it'll be different. For us, I think, there are three things which define what we believe will sort of shape industry, not only us, but everybody. One is, as she mentioned, more enterprise-wise adoption of AI. There's no denying that, this is the thing, right? The second, I would say, is a more sort of financial objectives and outcome of ESG initiatives. When we touched on that briefly. Yep. And the third would be, I would say, workplace transformation. And again, you can talk about all these things forever, but I won't because I want to give my panelists time. But for us at FWD, it's really shaping our future-first strategies around these sort of three trends, and that's how we're building it out.
Fantastic.
I think what's next for me and my team is more and more doubling down on open innovation, working with partners all around Asia and partners of all different sizes and expertise.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's sort of age-old, is like continuing to focus on the customer and also realizing that the customer experiences and how they are interacting are changing. And so how do you kind of move with them? How do you make sure that you're supporting them as they're leveraging capabilities that are now available?
I think we can all be fairly confident that change is the one constant,
yes.
and particularly in a fast-growing region like this. Panel, thank you very much indeed. Please show your appreciation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your questions, and enjoy lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for that great, diverse conversation. That wraps up our morning sessions here at Reuters Next Asia. For those of you in the room here, we invite you to join us for lunch. Lunch will be held downstairs on level 11. Our next colleagues outside will guide you to the lifts to take you down. We have a leisurely 90 minutes for lunch, but what we're going to do is bring you back up to the Cloud Terrace to have coffee and dessert up here to ease you back into the room. We're going to resume at 1:45 promptly, where sessions in the afternoon are going to cover everything from regional aviation to the challenge of Asia's populations, the tech transformation of the sports arena, and the latest developments in crypto and AI industries. So we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to Reuters Next Asia. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and made some new connections. Before we dive back into the afternoon session here on the world stage, a request from the team behind Next. Your feedback is very important to us and helps us make each event better than the last. So please don't forget to complete the surveys in the app and share your thoughts with us. I also mentioned earlier today that all the interviews and panels here on the world stage conducted by my colleagues from the Global Newsroom are done under our Reuters Trust principles. These are the principles that guide all our reporting. They ensure that everything we do is free and fair, no specific questions are discussed in advance, and no topic is off the table. So with that, our next panel, to use a bad pun, takes flight as we explore one of the region's most dynamic and closely watched sectors, aviation. By 2040, more than half of all new air passengers globally are expected to come from Asia, underscoring the region's major role in shaping the future of aviation. To discuss the outlook for the industry, my colleague, Asia Commodities and Energy Editor Tony Munro, is speaking to executives from Thai Airways and Air Asia Aviation Group. Tony, welcome to the stage to introduce your panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're joined today by two leaders representing two competing business models in the aviation industry. I will let you guess who is which, but I would like to please welcome Mr. Farooq Kamal, who is Deputy Chief Executive Officer of AirAsia, and Kunchai Yamsuri, who is CEO of Thai Airways. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So let's kick it off very quickly with the state of the industry. Both of your airlines are emerging from financial distress resulting from the COVID period, but demand for air travel in Asia is growing faster than anywhere else in the world, even as costs are rising and competition is fierce. And at the same time, Chinese business and leisure travelers are not going abroad the way that they once did. Margins in Asia are about half the level of the rest of the world. So, Kunchai, for you, in this sort of environment, how does Thai Airways grow and compete and be profitable?
Yep, actually, as Tony said, we are facing the COVID in, let's say, 20, and that's 5 years already, but Thai Airways going through the restructuring also at the same time. Actually, it's good because we can refresh ourselves, we can restructure ourselves to be stronger, and we just exit the rehabilitation plan mid of 16th of last month, and we will go back to the Stock Exchange of Thailand early next month, early August, and our performance is quite strong. That's the result of our restructuring. And I think we are ready to move ahead with a stronger and healthy profit margin.
So post-restructuring, what does growth mode look like for you?
We used to have, in terms of production, after now today, comparing pre-COVID, we only about 75% of our capacity since then. But our revenue already passed the pre-COVID-19.
Okay.
That means our productivity, our efficiency in terms of the revenue is better than in the past. Both sides, because of the good yield, and also we managing our costs quite seriously, and we think we can control the costs.
Okay. Farouk, AirAsia has quite ambitious expansion plans. How much of that expansion comes at the expense of full-service carriers such as Thai Airways? How much is it competing against your fellow LCC competitors, and how much of it is organic growth?
Okay, thank you. Hi, guys. This is not a MAGA hat, although maybe it is. Make AirAsia great again, which is my objective. So I think from an AirAsia perspective, we continue to grow into the future. I think compared to pre-pandemic, I think there is more rational competition out there, from the full-service carriers to the low cost. You can also see good examples also in Singapore, right? There has been some incumbents also leaving the industry. So I think competition remains healthy, and as a result, prices also remain robust, right? But from an AirAsia perspective, we don't like prices to be continuously high. I know that is something that is contrary to what people might expect, right? But revenue is always a volume game for us. So what we aim to do is always continue to increase capacity, something that we've done. We've increased capacity to the tune of about 11-12% year on year already. That's something that we will continue to do. We like prices to remain low, but we also want it to remain at healthy levels, right? So I think prices have remained higher than pre-pandemic levels, and I think there will be some form of normalization there, but that is okay for us, right? Because as I said, we always play the volume game, and we continue to increase capacity. We have a strong order book going into the 2030s, and that's also a competitive advantage for us.
So about that order book, I think it was last week that AirAsia announced an order of up to 70 Airbus planes, and with 150 more set to be ordered later this month. How is AirAsia funding all that growth?
So I think we always look at it from conventionally two sources, right? Which is the bank side as well as the lessor side. So I think for the near term, I think we will continue to explore SLB opportunities with our lessor friends, but at the same time, the appetite for bank lending has also grown, and that's also something that we will look to explore for the order book that we are getting.
What about bringing new investors on board?
That is, as you know, we are also undergoing a restructuring at the moment. So as part of that restructuring, there is a requirement for 1 billion equity injection. So I think the news on that has been in the public space for many months now. So yes, in short, there will be strategic investors coming in, and hopefully with those investors, we will continue our growth, not just within the region, but also connecting outside of the ASEAN/Asia space.
Can you identify any of the strategic investors for us?
Well,
trying to break news here.
I think we adopt a multifaceted approach, right? So we do talk to all investors from Malaysia to the region to the Middle East and so forth, right? So we are still in discussions at the moment. I think we are coming to the final tail end of the conclusion of that, not just from an equity injection perspective, but from an overall transaction perspective that we are currently undertaking also. So yeah, we look forward to make those announcements in due course.
Okay. Khun Chai, Thai Airways has spoken recently about looking to leverage Thailand, I presume Bangkok, as a hub, a regional travel hub, aviation hub. Can you talk a bit about what that means, what that entails?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the aviation hub for Thailand vision was there more than 2-3 decades already, but we never implemented or make it happen in the past. One of our main strategy for Thai Airways, actually coincidentally, respond to the country's vision also. We will build Bangkok as a hub, of course. We were talking about the competition between low cost and full service airline. Different airline have a different market. I don't think we compete direct head on with the low cost, because passengers have a choice to choose. We just one of their choice. Asia is one of their choice. But to make Bangkok as a hub, I think it's not impossible, and it's not that difficult, because I couldn't see any downside of Thailand or Bangkok comparing to the other hub, especially in this region. Because in terms of the geographical area, Bangkok is a good situated in the heart of the Asia Pacific. Second, in terms of the cost, especially the people cost, I think we are competitive. Quality of people, I think we were there for 65 years already, Thai Airways. We have a lot of good people and also good technical and operation expertise. Thirdly, Bangkok and also Thailand, we have a home market. It's big enough. At least we can fill in the base volume for our aircraft, for our business. The rest, on top of that, is a network passenger. We can connect the passenger from intercontinental flight from such as Europe or Australia to Bangkok, and then connect to Asia. That's a strong point or strength of the full service carrier, which different from the low cost. So that will be the additional revenue on top of the traditional way of selling a ticket from point to point.
Okay. Yeah. And speaking of new routes, last year Thailand's air safety rating was returned to the top level by the U.S. Do you plan a return to flying to the United States?
We talk a lot about tariff agreement. I don't know whether any one of you thinking we should go back to U.S. today. I don't think so. That's a big risk over there. And on top of that, it's an operational restriction also, because flying from Bangkok to even to the West Coast, at least 16 hours, with this existing aircraft technology, you can fly with the 787-9 or 350-900 or 1000. But for 1000, it's very difficult for us. But with our existing aircraft, we cannot fly efficiently to US. Otherwise, we have to cut load, the revenue load, because you have to carry too much weight. Then we have to cut down the revenue load, both passenger and cargo. Secondly, if we fly direct, the passenger have a choice to choose between fly one stop in North Asia, namely Korea, Japan, Taiwan. They have a choice that flying through that direction, how many fly per week that most of that airline fly, 50, 60 flight per week. But if we implemented daily flight, only one flight per week. Okay. So how we can compete? So if we look at that angle, look at that business case, I don't think for the time being we are be able to fly back to US. Okay. And in spite of that, we can use our partner. We fly to North Asia, and we have partner code-share with our Star Alliance or non-Star Alliance partner.
You mentioned the tariffs. Is there any I guess, how else is the uncertainty around tariffs and U.S. trade policy affecting your business?
Currently, it's not affecting yet. There are some OEM asking for the increase on the price that we already agreed. But the most difficult part is how they can verifying that increase. How can we know that increase is according to the tariff effect. Difficult to prove, then they have to prove. Not only Thai Airways, but the other airlines.
Yeah. So for AirAsia, what is the tariff impact and the impact of all this uncertainty that results from U.S. trade policy?
Yeah, I don't think that in terms of travel, I don't think there's any uncertainty yet within the region. But also from a tariff perspective, we are lucky because a lot of our contracts have escalation caps attached to them. But you know, I was just with the Minister of Trade in Paris recently, and I think from a Malaysia perspective also, we are desirous, right? Obviously, to close the gap on the trade negotiations, which I think, based on the minister, we are getting close. But yeah, I mean, in short, at the moment, we are lucky in that sense, right? We have escalation caps to our contracts, and we don't see the disruption yet happening on our airlines.
Okay, sticking with geopolitics for a moment, there has been proliferation in the number of conflict zones in the world, Ukraine, Russia, and recently in the Middle East. How disruptive is that for your operation at Thai Airways? What does it mean in terms of additional costs or hours for air crews and all of this?
Luckily, Thai Airways is situated in the middle, and not too much north, not too much south. We have a choice to choose airways. We go through this airspace limited almost every year. This case happening all the time. I think all the airline familiar with how we can maneuver throughout the best possible airways to go through. But in the recent case, maybe they're affecting about maximum half an hour, 20 minutes more than the optimum route that we should use. But I think that's bearable. Maybe cost increase about a couple of thousand of US dollar per flight, then I think it's bearable.
Thank you. How about for AirAsia?
Yeah, I mean, luckily for us, we don't fly within these regions. So the only thing that affects us is oil price fluctuations, right? As a result of the geopolitics that happens, that's outside of our control. What we continue to control is our cost ex fuel and increase the efficiency, something that we've been doing great over the years. But also my expectation, anyways, right, is that travel will continue to persist. So people will choose alternatives, and the alternatives to traveling within that region or through that region is to go a bit closer to home, right? And hopefully ASEAN is one of the destinations that will benefit from it.
AirAsia, however, is also looking to set up a hub in the Middle East to connect Asia with Europe.
Yeah.
That's, of course, a very competitive market, connecting the two via the Gulf. Have you chosen a location yet, and how do you expect to compete with the likes of Emirates and Etihad and everyone else in that market?
So the response has been amazingly great, right? So we've had pitches sent to us from various obvious destinations and also the ones that is less obvious. So I think we are evaluating that, but you know, in line with the recent aircraft purchase that we did last week, this is the medium targets that we're trying to achieve to connect into the Middle East, into Europe, and beyond. So I think we are still evaluating at the moment. I think there are a few interesting proposals that has come to us, but of course, hopefully by the time that decision is made, we would be in a much better situation from that region's perspective. We do fly at the moment already to Saudi for the pilgrims, but that's something that we would like to continue to grow.
Okay. Kunchai, back to you in terms of growth. Can you talk a bit about fleet expansion? Do you have any plans that you can share? And also, the Thai finance minister said during the weekend that Thai Airways could order more Boeing planes in future? And was he referring to an existing order, or is this new planes that might be coming?
Our fleet plan will be already discussed and already decided. Currently today we have about 78 aircraft, wide body and narrow body. We already secure. The short term one is 321 neo, 32 of them, starting from end of this year, and next year another 15 coming. Total 3 is 32 aircraft, narrow body. For the wide body, we already have agreement with Boeing, firm order 45, 787, dash R9 or dash 10. We are not we notified them already, but we cannot disclose. Another 35 is option. Option, what does it mean? This means that Thai Airways have an option to exercise before deliver the aircraft. Then that means we have a flexibility to grow. But as you know, the aircraft availability, the backlog, not only Boeing, but it's also Airbus also have a problem. But we think we already anticipate that delay already in our plan. In 2029, we have about 137 aircraft, and 33 about 150. It's maybe see that it's double the size from today, but actually if you look back to 2020, it's not double the size, because at that time we have about 103 aircraft, only 50% increase.
Okay.
But your question about the new fleet, our Ministry of Finance, he is referring to the one that I mentioned, okay. 45 and 35.
Thank you. So we have a couple of questions from the audience. There's one that is very heavily liked for you both. Refers to Jetstar Asia, something that happened here in Singapore. Do you see what happened to Jetstar as a one-off, or as a sign of more troubles to come, presumably more consolidation or carriers leaving the market?
So I think it's not a one-size-fits-all, right? It depends on the situation. In this particular instance, in my view, it is a function of cost, right? And I think the cost, from a low-cost perspective, to travel into Singapore has become, over the years, expensive. Sometimes the airport charges is more than the fare, right? So for those reasons, I think yes, this will pose a challenge for low-cost carriers going forward into expensive territories such as Singapore and Hong Kong, right? So that's something that the industry as a whole needs to look and tackle. But also in the particular instance of Jetstar, right? It's because they were hubbed here, right? So for an operator like AirAsia, who's multi-hubbed across the region, it's just a question of optimizing our routes and managing the capacity accordingly.
What do you think?
Yeah, actually, Jetstar is fit. It's exactly the same that we did with our subsidiary, Thai Smile. We merged these two airlines together. That means we can utilize our aircraft more efficient, managing our costs more efficient, and it's already in place, fitting in our strategy that we will make a connection in Bangkok. That's why we can utilizing those aircraft which used to be belonging to Thai Smile, the narrow body. Then we can carry the passenger and connecting to that aircraft and deliver to the other destination in this region and also domestic flight.
And Thai Airways also has its low-cost affiliate, Nok Air. Do you see Nok Air, or do you see low-cost carriers being viable at Changi Airport here in?
Actually, Nok Air is not our subsidiary. Okay. We used to have 30%,
right,
and down to 14, and down to 8% only.
Okay.
Yeah, and we are not running the low-cost airline model.
Okay. Last question quickly. Sustainable aviation fuel. Is this something that is on your radar in terms of usage and adoption?
Yes, we have a various forum, various event talking about the SAF. I think the layman on the street also know the SAF. But how we can make this happen? It's not only the airline itself. It's also regulators, also the manufacturer, and also even the passenger itself. Because this one is a humankind responsibility. It's not purely the airline responsibility by ourselves. Yeah. Because everyone using it. And I think this should be the agenda of the world. How we can make this happen. And according to the study, we don't have enough SAF right now.
Okay. Thank you both. We have to end it here, but
yeah.
Very much appreciate the time and the comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those insights. We're turning now to an issue that affects all of us, perhaps some of us sooner than others. Population aging is one of the most profound and far-reaching demographic shifts of our time, and nowhere more so than here in Asia. By 2030, Asia will be home to more than 60% of the world's elderly population, making it the epicenter for both the challenge and the opportunity of aging well. My colleague, Reuters Asia Company's breaking news editor, Mi-Young Kim, is joined by experts from IHH Healthcare, DBS Foundation, and the Sao Foundation to discuss plans that are being made now for this generational change. Mi-Young, would you like to bring your panelists up to introduce them?
Thank you, Jane. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to have you here for this great panel discussion on how Asia is preparing for an aging population. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Prem Kumar Nair, Group CEO of IHH Healthcare, Karen Nui, Head of DBS Foundation, and in the middle, Dr. Marian Sao, Chairperson of Sao Foundation. I'd like to share a few facts that I think will help inform our discussion. According to the Asia Development Bank, by 2050, 1 in 4 people in Asia and the Pacific will be over 60 years old, and the population of people aged over 60 in the region will triple between 2010 and 2050, reaching close to 1.3 billion people. That's a huge number and almost close to China's entire population. So, Dr. Prem, what worries you most about this rapidly aging society?
Thank you, Mi-Young. So I would say as a large healthcare operator in 10 countries, right, one of the things that I can observe is that most of us are not really very prepared for an aging population. If you look at most of our facilities, but that's also the same for many other hospital healthcare groups. We are very heavy in the hospital sector. And I do not think that hospitals are the best places to look after, the elderly folks. In fact, hospitals are fairly dangerous places for patients if you stay beyond a certain number of days because of the potential for acquiring infections like pneumonia. You come in for a hip surgery, but you end up with a pneumonia. So we want to try and get them out. So I think one of the things that needs to be done, I think, for healthcare systems across all countries, and that's something we as a private healthcare operator are doing as well, is to move very aggressively into what we call the out-of-hospital sector.
Karen, do you have anything to add?
Yes, in fact, I would like to also kind of get us to kind of rethink how we view aging. Because typically when we talk about aging population, the default thinking is you think of older people. But the reality of it is our whole demographic pyramid is changing. Yes, there are more and more older people. At the same time, there's lesser and lesser younger people. So in fact, in today's day and age, we have as many people above 60, some of which are on the stage here, as there are people below age 5. So I think when we look at aging, we need to look at aging societies and not just only about geriatric care. I think we can't use those two concepts interchangeably. So the key problem is how do we frame the problem, or how do we look at the problem as potentially an opportunity for businesses and societies as well. Yeah.
Marianne?
No, I just want to echo that. People always think about aging as for older people, but actually we have the privilege of living a longer life. And living a longer life is not all bad. It's not we prepare well for it. It could be very good. I remember when we were little, people would give the ang baos and say, may you live to 100 years. Now 100 years is a reality, and living to a longer life is an aspiration. I think, however, it's not without challenge, because I came to Asia very quickly. Asia already has more than half the older people in the world. Because of rapid aging. People always think about aging or privilege living along as a priority of the privilege of the advanced country with money, and that's not true in Asia. Most countries are actually aging very rapidly, they get still not rich. So the same with our sector, the aging sector always like growing, other countries grow rich before they grow old. In Asia, we're growing old before we grow rich. So a lot of infrastructure is not in place. So of course in Asia, countries are very different. South Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia are very different at the different point of that development in terms of population aging or the economic development. So in some countries, having that pension system's not there. Or the health care to provide not just acute care, but long-term care is not there. Or urban centers, but being so fragmented, people disconnected, isolated, lonely, it's not being addressed. Families change a lot. Previously, we had large families took care of mom and dad, end of story. Now, families are small, women are working, often the children are not even in the same country. So therefore, whereas older people live longer and maybe have more needs because of health and other issues. So the needs gone up, the resources come down within the family. So all those are changes happening very quickly that we have to all adopt, both individually to make sure how we plan for older age, community support those who don't have family, and of course society of the proper social structures in terms of financial security, the healthcare system, and so on and so forth. So I think across Asia is a very different picture and different stage of development, but challenges for certainly quite a number of countries.
Yeah. So Dr. Prem, how well prepared are we, in general, for this challenge, and what would be the best way to tackle this problem?
Well, I think, first of all, I think there's realization among most countries, and some countries are further ahead than others, that we'll have to do something about this. Well, I don't want to call it a problem. I agree with Marianne that this is a reality, and there are lots of people who are living well into their 70s and 80s, so we've got to... So different countries are doing different things. If you look at Singapore, just to take an example because it's closer to home, the Healthier SG program, I think, is something that's really something that addresses this issue. Right siting care. You don't want the elderly to come into hospitals often for various acute medical problems. So preventive health, primary care, having a regular physician, which is what Healthier SG attempts to do. And it's very interesting. I think there was a SMU study, Singapore Management University study a few years ago, a survey that says that only 35% of the elderly have a regular family physician. That means 2/3 of our senior citizens do not have a regular family physician, right? So I think one of the aims of Healthy SG must surely be to try and get as many of them on board to see a regular doctor. All chronic diseases should ideally be managed in the community. They shouldn't be coming to hospital for hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, and all that, which is what happens now. They see a multitude of specialists. So that's, I think, from the patient's viewpoint. I think from the manpower viewpoint, we are very, very heavily biased towards what I call the interventionists and the surgeons. Right? We have lots of them to take care of the hip surgeries, the knee surgeries, spine, general surgery and all that. But we do not have enough generalists. A few years ago, the 3 deans of our medical schools in Singapore said that we need more of 3 types of doctors. We need family physicians, and they are actually doing that. They're training a lot of family physicians are different from general practitioners, right? They're actually specialists in family medicine. We need more internists, which actually disappeared from the scene some years ago. Every internist subspecialized into some area, so more internists. And geriatricians. I don't think we have enough geriatricians, right? I know of people who are looked after by a geriatrician for a multitude of problems, and their health is probably much better than those who do not have a geriatrician. So I think manpower-wise, we've got to do that. And then, of course, facilities, right? If you look at our new generation polyclinics, I think they're amazing. You have everything from acute, chronic, retinal eye screening, active aging centers, rehab centers. I think that's what we need more of, all in the community.
Karen, do you think there is any particular area that we needed to act more urgently?
I think we need to, again, reframe how we think about aging. And I like to go back to this point, and also to build on, I think, what Dr. Prem said. There is a sense of, somebody's growing old and somebody falls down and everybody rushes to look after and intervene. But I think in order to prepare all of us, be it seniors of today or seniors of tomorrow, we need to start early. I think looking after our physical health, be it our financial health, the earlier we start, the better. And I think, which is why I think what the Singapore government is doing is actually focusing people on getting a family physician, on starting early. Because by the time we're actually in the super age segment, it's a little bit too late to really kind of do stuff. And as Marion mentioned earlier on, I think one of the best things about us living in 2025 today is lifespans are longer. We should be enjoying those longer lifespans, not sort of thinking like, oh, it's such a deficit, and you can't do this and you can't do that. So I guess we need to reframe our mindset to kind of think, how do we enjoy longer living spans, not just lifespans? Because the gap in Singapore between lifespans and your health span is about 11 years. You're 74 years when you're still hale and hearty, and then there's about an 11-year gap till before you sort of cross the rainbow bridge. But the question is, how do you kind of make sure that that gap is minimalized? And that's why we like to say, let's enjoy longer living spans by prevention, by better preparation, and by actually having an all-of-society approach. Because I think, it's not just physical health, it's mental health. And that mental health is also determined by communities, your friends, social health, and obviously financial health too. So I think we need to adopt a more collective, all-of-society approach, be it the private sector, be it the public sector, be it communities and the social sector as well.
So when you say starting preparation early, how early it should be? Like,
I think
Marion or
Marion said that we start aging the day we're born, right?
I think the preparation is very funny because, generally speaking, particularly in the Singapore context, we plan, right? When we're kids, we study, and then, when you're younger, you're working your career, and then you get married, you plan for children, and you learn parenting and all that. But somewhere along the line, by the time we retire, people stop thinking about it. So they have an individual society level, no sense what future may look like. And you should plan for the additional 20, 30 years, which, as Karen said, start early. So I think the planning actually is at different levels. Individual level, I think self-care is being most important, right? You need to know what it takes to age well in terms of physical care and sort of keeping mental and physically fit. Spending a time with a family to develop a relationship with a family so they don't end up at the end of the day estranged from their children. Of course, you have to be financially organized for that as well. So that's individual. But some people, in the family at some point may become caregiver. So they need to also get that mind around that. So you kind of get some sense how to prepare for that as well. And of course, for those no family or few family members, communities come together, community providers have to play a role. And social policy has to support that as well. So I think it's every
level of preparation that, generally speaking, we're really not quite there, whether system level or individual level. The other thing is actually private sector. I think somehow in the sector of longevity and aging, private sector can't get left out. And actually private sector is a very important role. One is such huge opportunities. People think of older people, the elderly, as people who are frail, sick, and needs a wheelchair. They're going to look more and more like me. I turned 70 this year, and I plan to be kicking, going strong for a lot longer, right? So it's like the 70-year-old's not the same as today as before. So therefore, you really have to be able to make sure that the products and services for everybody. I look like I look nice, you know. But anyway, so you have the service products for everything. So the market is not catching up, whether it's insurance, healthcare, whatever. Market got huge opportunities because older people just want everything like everybody else. It's just a little different. The other thing is actually also responsibility, particularly in terms of employment. There are usually ageism everywhere in companies. So by the time they're 45 years old, they decide they're not trainable. By 55-year-old, they're obsolete, probably because they're not trained. And once they lose a job, they're not like another job. And at 55, they live to 90, right? So employers must also play a role in terms of making sure that you make sure that you can optimize on how would you work with an older worker. And, you know, just you're going to run out of young people to hire. Don't think that never mind get rid of them and hire some young people, because they won't be there for you. So you're going to have to be able to evolve to make sure they optimize the role of your mature worker. If I'm mature, I mean 45. Because oftentimes in Singapore context, you know, by the time they're 55, many of them lost their job and they're not going to get another job. So I think there are many things to explore here.
I think that's a good segue to healthcare system. I mean, living longer means simply that we will have more people to treat. We will need more specialist doctors and caregivers, but these are not hugely popular jobs at the moment, right? So maybe Dr. Prem, what do you think needs to be done to make these jobs more appealing to trainee doctors, for example?
Well, we've got to change the incentives. Today, doctors, private healthcare sector doctors are predominantly, and even in our public sector, are predominantly incentivized by procedures, right? By number of surgeries that you do. And I think we've got to incentivize the geriatricians, the family physicians, and all that better. They are at the lower tier at the moment. So I think we'll have to look at that, how to get more of them into the system. You know, I always tell a young doctor who's going to train, I said, you should be a geriatrician. You'll have a job for life.
Yes.
If you become a radiologist, in 5 years you will not have a job because AI would have taken over the reading of the X-rays, the CT scans. So be very careful what you choose as a specialty. All of us in this era where people are losing jobs very frequently, find something that will really give you a long career. And family physicians, family medicine, geriatrics, I think really would be the right thing to do. But secondly, systems. So you spoke about care models. Really, we need to look not just at hospitals, but also look at the out-of-hospital sector. The third thing I would say, which is very important, and I'm sure we all hear a lot about it, is technology. Technology, AI, and all sorts of things. And I'll quote one example that we now have in almost all our hospitals, fall prevention systems, AI. Because elderly patients in hospitals tend to fall, right? They slip in the bathroom. So today, all our hospital rooms have got sensors that predict whether a patient is going to fall, all right? And so I think these are the kind of technologies that will help us in the healthcare sector.
If I may just add on, and those technologies can also be applied at home as
Absolutely.
well. Because, you know, I think increasingly there will never be enough hospitals with, you know, and so I think the reality of it is as we grow older, as societies age, people will be aging at home and in place. So how do we leverage technology to actually make the elderly more independent, you know, at the same time enable us to intervene if something happens.
And I think the government subsidizes it in Singapore, right? Alarms and all sorts of things.
Yeah, so do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, if you have some
I think first is prevention. The things that get people in trouble are things all preventable. The hypertension not treated end with a stroke. The diabetics that's not treated end with an amputation. or chronic kidney failures. Those things are actually expensive and long-term. If you get people to live healthy, all those things are by and large preventable. So Singapore with aging well and the healthy SG policy is very, very good. We need to double down on that so every generation can be aging as healthy as possible themselves. And a lot of times it's the person. Right? You can build a healthy environment, the hawker centers provide healthier food, all that, but at the end of this, each person preparing for themselves, so prevention is key. Second thing is I don't think you can ever train enough geriatricians, and it's too expensive. You need some. For the most complex older people with many health problems, many social problems, a lot of mobility problems, yes, a geriatrician. But otherwise, you should train family physicians, internists to take care of them. Just like you're not going to send every baby to see a pediatrician. And I was a pediatrician, so obviously pediatrics is very different from adult care. So you need to train a generalist to take care of older people as best as possible. So the number of people who need geriatrician is very, very small. A very 2% of the older population maybe will need a geriatrician. And lastly is long-term care. We are not really that prepared with long-term care. Of course, you can have fancy retirement villages, all that sort of thing. But most people actually want to age in place. They want to live at home. They want to live with people that are in a familiar environment in this neighborhood and all that. So you need to have service in the community that take care of them in the community and not send them somewhere. Even though there's some pretty fancy ones that I like, but still, the thing about older people is very heterogeneous. You need choice. I want to be able to live at home. I want to go to some fancy retirement home, whatever. But there should be choice in the market for older people to, mature adults to choose what they want. Yeah. But long-term care is definitely an issue as well.
And to kind of build on Marian's point, last year at the DBS Foundation, we held an Impact Beyond Summit. And at this Impact Beyond Summit, we wanted to address really the challenges and opportunities within aging societies. And so one of the, again, paradigm shifts that we said that is required is it's not only about caring for the elderly, it's about living with them. Right, and so when we kind of reframe it's living with older people, such that there's also can have that intergenerational element. And because whilst health is absolutely, physical health is really important, but the statistics show that what's killing people is actually also isolation. So again, so living together in society, with the family, in community, I think it's really, really important. And that's something that the Singapore government is also kind of focusing on as well. Yeah.
Okay, that's a very good point. Let's talk about finance and money. I mean, the governments now have this dual challenge of maintaining healthcare quality and also making it affordable to everybody. What would be the best way to tackle this problem? Marianne, or?
I mean, income security in later life, is what you're saying? Well, I think that Singapore, of course, has a CPF system, which is good, but I think that only gives us a floor, really. So people do need to save on top. And of course, in Singapore, your home is sort of your nest egg as well. So if your market, hopefully the market is not down, then you can sell your flat and bigger flat and use that money to retire as well. But I think this is obviously an issue across many countries whereby there is no policy that creates some kind of old age income floor, so everyone has some minimum amount of money to retire on, and so on and so forth. So I think that's something that I think across Asia, except for Japan and some of the countries very advanced and already have those policies in place. I think a lot of countries don't have them. Only a small portion of the population have it, the rest don't. And for the rural community, of course, it's somewhat safer because in the people in the rural community, at least they have a home, they have land, they may live very meagerly, but at least generally speaking, if the healthcare system's there, that's a major expenditure is healthcare. So they have the home to rely on, it's still not so bad. But I think the governments must think about really how to create some kind of floor for minimum income security for people when they grow older, in addition to your own personal and family responsibility to save enough for yourself.
Which is why Dr. Prem and I were discussing, because we're about the same age, about CPF life, and that's one of the mechanisms in which insurance, healthcare insurance, and starting while you're young, are ways in which actually we can help to defer it. But again, it's the healthier you are, hopefully the less need you will have, to kind of draw on those policies.
If I can just add, I think what Marianne said about the best place for an aged person to be living in is the home. but you need a whole ecosystem, ideally home care, active aging centers, all of which we have in Singapore. The nursing home sector in Singapore is a little bit difficult because land is very expensive, and our financing system provides mean-tested, the ability for some of the people who need to go into a nursing home. If you're means-tested, you are the lower strata of society, you can go into a nursing home. But a lot of the others are sort of left out, right? Okay. Now, so I think healthcare financing is going to be a very key sort of feature for as societies age. We were talking earlier about Japan, right? Where we have a subsidiary, Parkway Life REIT, which owns 50 nursing homes. And I visited some of the homes, they're excellent. But Japan has got national health insurance, which covers. We've recently gone over to Europe, again, nursing homes, because Europe also has got social insurance. So that's something that a lot of Asian countries, we do not have. So it's pretty much, if one of your family members goes into a nursing home, you will have to, pay out of pocket.
So Singapore, Japan, and some European countries are doing pretty good job in terms of preparations. But any other countries? I mean, you all traveled all over, so I'm just wondering whether you have any places that you think are doing a good job, and if there are places or countries that are not doing a good job, and if you can tell us why.
Yeah, I think the healthcare financing was really missing Asia's primary care very affordable, so the kind of get the access to preventive care stronger, and the other things long-term care. I mean, I would like to think that nursing home is certainly one option, but it should not be the only option, right? Services coming to the home or some kind of hybrid models is important. In Singapore context, I think in Asia in general, the housing and service combination is not yet really explored, right? It's oftentimes the thing about older people with this, like, is some for those who have some mobility issue, is about housing that's age-friendly, and of course service they may need, and of course transportation. Those three things pulled together can allow a person who have frailty or disability still have a life. And the things that you don't have to have disability, don't have to have handicap with a disability. Like Singapore's gone a lot better when I first moved here. When I first came here, there were no ramps, stairs everywhere. It's actually pretty difficult for people to get around. But now there's always a universal design, there are ramps, elevators, so you can still be in a wheelchair, can still get around. So I think that's the thing about making sure built environment is very sound, so that's actually even people as they get frailer, they can still get around perfectly well. And the same thing having services that they need, right? So bring service to the home and so on and so forth. So I think that those things could be further explored in Asia. And there's, again, a business opportunity to explore, to build more of this kind of environment for developers, right? Some developers come to us and say, what can we do to make it more attractive for people in the 40s and 50s who may want to eventually grow old in the same place? So how would we design that? What kind of service is important to bring in? So you just tell them that you only need to, for services, just 3 key people: a nurse care manager to help people manage their health care, and maybe a social concierge to sort of help organize social activities so not socially isolated, and make sure someone can fix the things. The other day I tried to change a light bulb on a very tall light. I was challenged. So sometimes small things I used to do when we were younger become more difficult, so the housekeeping. So basically it's just not so difficult to organize services for older people, but it's good to bring that into with the housing. Yeah. And same thing with access transportation.
I just wanted to add, I think the fact that we're living longer, but retirement age is around the 60s in different markets in Asia, but people are living at least a good 20 plus years longer. So the concern about giving people a reason to kind of get up in the morning, something to do, something to look forward to, and at the same time there is labor crunch and all that. So I think, the advent of micro jobs, or jobs whereby you can still re-employ the elders, perhaps maybe not full-time, but smaller chunks and all that. I think there's opportunity to develop that further. And that's something I know Singapore is trying, and I think in some other markets as well, it's not as well developed, but I think we should look into that more. Yeah, micro jobs.
Yeah. So I will ask one final question, and then we'll go to the floor for audience question. So tariff, U.S. tariff deadline has been just extended to August 1st. How do you see this playing out? Is it going to have any impact on healthcare and hospitals? Maybe Dr. Prem first.
Well, not at the moment. So we are a large Asian healthcare group, right, with 80 hospitals. Most of our supplies, our machines come from Asia, right? Consumables, Malaysia, India, China. Even the heavy-duty machines today, CT scans, MRIs, even if they are European or American machines, they're made in Asia. Stents, implants. So we did a study when the tariffs were imposed. We found minimal impact of tariffs on the healthcare sector in Asia, certainly. Yeah.
Okay. There's a question from the audience. What should be done to support seniors with their mental health care need and companionship?
Right. I think this is an issue, particularly in urban settings, whereby, sometimes they're lonely in the midst of a crowd. You can see an older person within the family, and they're just by themselves, and no one's really talking to them. So I think that this is really a major issue. But I must say, though, there's one thing I learned from an auntie of mine who's very vibrant, and I said, what is your secret sauce to aging so well? And she said to have younger friends. So though you don't always end up with, your social circle gets smaller and smaller because your family are older, your siblings, your parents, or your friends pass away. So social circles do get smaller after a while, and they may be a little bit more mobility impaired, so they're less likely to get out and make friends. But always make younger friends, okay? Because there are always younger people around to connect with, and they're not going to die on you at the same time, and not be so isolated. I mean that not as a joke, I mean it seriously.
I was just going to say, at DBS, we have a very active corporate volunteerism movement. We call ourselves people of purpose. And one of the things our colleagues, our volunteers do is actually befriend the seniors. And so, it's actually visiting them at home, bring them out to do their grocery shopping, just going to chit-chat with them to find out how are you doing. So I think that's where maybe the private sector can do their part too, because, there are these we call ourselves a movement, to actually help to kind of help the elders live with some kind of dignity and purpose and joy. So it's not a quick fix. It's something that we have to do it on a continuous basis. So in conjunction with SG60, we've committed to providing nutritious meals to the less fortunate seniors twice a week. We've committed to actually visitations once a month, and we've committed to taking them out to do grocery shopping once a quarter.
Yeah. So can I just want to make one last comment, which is really about the community and intergenerational relationship. I've oftentimes, we talked about the kampong spirit and all that, but we find that overall, we've done some research across 9 countries, between South Asia, Southeast Asia. The relationship between people actually do get softer. And the conversation that comes up is that younger people, older people, all said that they have misgivings about each other because they don't talk to each other enough. There's not even a touch point for them to talk to each other, so they can get to know each other better. And I think that's something that providers like ourselves that work in the community can do a lot more, whether with companies or schools or community, to bring platforms for people to talk to across generations, so that the stickiness between generations and neighbors is stronger. So if I'm alone at home, I can rely on not just volunteers, but also my neighbors and things like that.
Right. Yeah, that's very great insight. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for that session. I think the clear message there is that an ageing population is something we should all be preparing for now, regardless of our current place in the demographic. We're now going to shift to another defining challenge and opportunity of our time, climate action. Asia is, of course, on the front line of climate change and also at the centre of climate innovation. This session is being hosted by Ann Tan, Managing Director at the Centre for Sustainable Finance and Private Wealth, Singapore. Please welcome Ann to the stage to introduce her panellists.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Anne, and here I have with us our three lovely and amazing panelists, and we're going to dive straight in, okay? So, to all my three panelists, we're going to be exploring what your organizations and yourselves as leaders have basically done and navigated this entire green transition in the context of your industries. So, I would love to start with Drahomira, right, because she's on my left rather, and in one sentence, what does leadership in the green transition mean to you in your role as part of Asahi Group Holdings?
Thank you and good afternoon. So we got a challenge of one sentence here, just for you to know. So I would say it's inspiring and advising the solutions which go beyond the interest of one company and really create the transformation and the change in the journey to the sustainable future.
Okay, so I'm hearing the word inspiration. Yeah, okay, thank you. So, what about Naresh?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's about catalyzing and accelerating action to make sustainability as a part of business operation and inspiring for that collective action which balance economy with sociology and ecology both.
Thank you. So catalyzing, accelerating, and inspiring for collective action, right? Thank you. And what about Kadir? What would the leadership in green transition mean for you in your role?
Thanks to everyone for making time for the green transition. I think the leadership for me in my organization, taking bold, long-term, human-centric approach to problem and opportunity.
Thank you. I love the words bold and human-centric. So that basically sets the frame for our discussion in the next, I would say, 27 more minutes. And we're going to start off with what's been working for all of you, yeah? So I would love to start this next question with Kadir, okay? Could you share a little bit with us about what's been working in the context of what kind of green projects, right, are you backing in Asia through your company that basically signals to all of us here where the future is headed?
One of the mainstream of my work is social impact, and I see an opportunity where when we put human in center of everything, any other technology. So in a more practical way, so I have a Singapore portfolio company that operates in Central Asia. So we basically do a green transition from coal to solar, where we transform a gear community from coal burning to a solar. And then throughout the transition, we generate carbon credits. And we sell these carbon credits in different markets to finance those projects. And UNDP is our partner in these projects, and we already scale it to thousands, and it will come to 1 million by few quarters. So we already given an access to a people, energy access to a people who did not have before, except a coal burning from heating, and then we help them breathe a clean air, and then we made most polluting ones finance this without touching any of their income. So this was one good example we scaled.
Thank you. Did I hear you correctly? You said without touching their income.
Yes, without touching their income, because we sell those carbon credits, and we finance it through that. And my company in between having a commission, and so it is one actually sustainable solution for the impact investors, and it makes financial as any other like conventional solutions.
Great, thank you. All right, so shall we go with Drahomira then? Yeah. Now we go on to the brewery side. Okay, it's a very, very different industry and context. Could you share with us what is one green transformation that Asahi is leading in Asia that's, in your opinion, making a real difference?
I think probably the biggest one is the carbonization journey. So our commitment is net zero by 2040. We are not only brewer, we are also brewer, we also have the beverages, we also have a food business across the world and in Asia and Japan. And we are, by 2030, committed to decrease our GHG emissions in Scope 1 and 2 by 70% and Scope 3, which is our supply chain, by 30%. And this, to be achieved, is really big, significant positive impact. And for that, what we are leading is really bringing the solution to the table, to pilot the solution. So the one area is within our manufacturing side. Renewable electricity is something what we are equipped, so it's definitely something where we lead. But also what is probably a little more difficult and complex, our activities within the Scope 3. So we understand our supply chain, we have a methodology how to measure it, and we have engagement with our partners who are our suppliers to find solutions together how to decarbonize within packaging, within agriculture, within transport, within cooling. And being here in Singapore, I'm originally from Europe, based now in Japan, but here in Singapore we have our global procurement organization. I think we are leading also in the governance. So we did the setup where we actually brought the responsibility for the supply chain decarbonization to our colleagues who are directly working with our suppliers so that we can find solutions together.
This is very, very exciting. So how are you feeling pertaining to this journey? On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being extremely confident, where are you at?
To achieve. So
yes.
I think 2030 is achievable. There are still some challenges, especially in the heat decarbonization. I think the long term, it is more challenging because we see that there are still missing solutions. But this is why I spoke about the leadership at the beginning, because leadership means that we put the issue at the center and we work with everybody to find solutions together, not for our company, not for our industry, but building the ecosystem and infrastructure which will help to bring the energy management, to have the resources of the renewable energy, to have the other solutions so we can together achieve it.
Love it. I'm loving your confidence that comes within, and I'm just going to make a very bold assumption. I'm hearing at least a 7 upon 10 confidence.
Yeah, I'm very positive person.
That's very good.
So it's definitely closer to 10 than below.
That's very good. We're going to come around to the challenges in a bit. But before we get to Naresh, Kadir, confidence rating, 1 upon 10, where are you at? Based on what you were mentioning regarding the social impact that your fund is trying to create.
10.
Awesome. Got a great panelist here, guys. So, Naresh, now you're ready for the answer. Okay, the question to you will be the sustainability decision that changed the game for you in your company, and basically what it took you to get it done.
So I think that our group, Aditya Birla Group, is one of the oldest business house in India. We started in 2012 program called Re-Earth, which was starting for sustainability. That time we have no sustainability department and expertise. We built that Re-Earth, we want, with the vision, we want to give back more what we take from ecosystem. A very bold vision that time. And no team, no expertise. But what we did differently is that each business senior leader, we created 10 missions from energy, water, decarbonization, supply chain, social safety, etc. All the 10 missions, we say one senior leader will drive it. And they have to get expertise, they have to drive it in the manner we run the business. And I think that was the change which transformed the whole thing. Instead of sustainability as a peripheral thing, it become core of the business DNA. We reviewed it in the same manner. We review all that business KPI. Measurement was in place, review was in place, monitoring system was very robust. I think that is the thing which put very strong foundation, what today is called ESG or sustainability or net zero. I think that that make the big difference.
Well, so Naresh, I just want to clarify what I heard from your sharing is that selecting the right leaders and empowering them to take ownership of the entire setup basically pretty much paved at least 50% of the way. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's more about setting the responsibility and accountability, and same time, it's changing the mindset. Sustainability is adding the cost. It's part of the business. And that mindset and behavior, I think, put a lot of accountability and transparency within the system. And then we keep building on that, because 2020 target, what we said for sustainability 1.0, we more or less achieve all that target, or we surpass some of the target.
Awesome. So at this point, as you're sharing this, on the same scale of 1 to 10, 10 being extremely confident, how confident are you that whatever you've done can take your company?
I think self-rating is not good, but most of the other global rating agency, including Indian and global, they rate us top. So I would say that external validation is the good confidence, where we get that highest rating, even that MSCI, DGSI, Indian system, we are the highest.
Okay.
I think that is the rating which you, and for us it is not rating or outcome in year, it's journey. Excellence is a journey which we take, which we started and we continue to work on that.
Okay, thank you. She's choosing not to answer my question, but we'll come back to it in a bit.
Other
okay?
will rate us, not...
yeah, I know, but I'm just curious enough.
I will help you, because
Thank
it's
you.
not about the individual companies rating.
Yes,
we can,
it's not.
and it's probably
Yeah.
back to, we can inspire because we are
Yes.
committed, we do it. But if you really would like to transform the overall society, it's about it's everybody ratings, every individual, every company, every regulator. So I think it's a common effort in a way. So we can be proud or less confident, more confident about our journey. We do everything to be on 10.
Agree.
But it's good, but we need more.
I think I would say that I'm more proud because today our sustainability case study in Harvard. I think that is the confidence we have.
Awesome. Thank you. Right, so we're now warmed up.
So I think since we found it to implement actually the solutions around green transition, like what I see, the risks and the problems around is not within our company, but lack of vision and long-term thinking in policymakers and also the other big corps, because they're not helping us to scale. I mean, we have a long-term, but they're not helping us to scale, and then they're not looking the current position as a emergency and opportunity at the same time.
Yeah.
They just ignore the problem and they just want to keep up, going with, and this is the like biggest challenge we're facing.
So Kadir, thanks for segueing to this next part, right, on the roadblocks. So in your capacity as the leader of your firm, how are you and your team navigating these set of challenges that you mentioned?
So what we do is we partnership with the NGOs to make people more aware of the problem and act upon, because at the end, I believe people will make the change. People are sincere, people are thinking for their future, for their next generations. So I'm hopeful from people. So we engage with NGOs, we help, we support them exposure in the private sector, and then they kind of scaling, the climate education, the most data is in English, And so we kind of help scale that to other languages. And also we observe and invest in youth so they can, throughout that, we observing they are looking for meaningful changes, also in the big corps, you know. So they have to act or they will going to be replaced. Yeah. So we move with the people. I mean, this is my answer.
Thank you, which is very in line with your starting sharing on being human-centric, right? So what I'm hearing here is basically ensuring that there's access to the people in terms of climate education in languages that they understand. So awareness before change, right? And then using the understanding that they can be empowered to basically effect real change for all of humanity.
Yes.
Yeah? Thank you. And Drahomira, shall we come back to you? Because you also did mention slightly on the challenges. So could you share with us what would be the biggest obstacle, right, that's been slowing down green transformation in your work, and how are you addressing it?
So what currently we see with our roadmaps to decarbonization when we speak about green transition is especially the missing solutions. So in a production side, you not only have the electricity, but you also need heat, and the heat decarbonization solutions are at the moment rather limited, or they are quite costly, require big change management exercises. So this is something what is slowing down, and there is a different situation in different regions, which we see. So there is more opportunities for renewable electricity in Europe, for example, than in many Asian countries, especially in this region. But also, as I said, the heat decarbonization is probably the biggest challenge. The two things which we are doing are, the one thing is like to leverage our capabilities internal in some regions, especially in Europe. We are testing many technologies to decarbonize, like heat pumps. We are testing the solar for heat, not only for electricity, which is also amazing. We have a cooperation to get the steam as a byproduct from other factories for our breweries, again, to decarbonize. We are changing our gas boilers to the electric boilers. So there are many, many solutions. So what we try to do is to leverage our global scale and to test what is possible, pilot it in the environment where we really can quickly test it and then potentially scale it globally. That's the one thing. The second thing, we open to the new innovations, not only internally, because we have a very robust innovation team in Japan, quite advanced, but also externally. So the last year we launched the global innovation program, and we invited startups to bring their ideas, their solutions, and we did accelerator with them, an incubator, and we are now having 4 different business cases tested in our manufacturing site in Japan, in Europe, and in Australia, where we are trying to help them to grow their idea of decarbonization within our manufacturing site, with potential to grow it beyond our business.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. So what I'm hearing is constant innovation with constant testing and prototyping to suit the local context.
Absolutely.
Right? Thank you. Naresh, so before we get to QA, Naresh, what about yourself and your organization? What would be the one biggest obstacle, and how are you guys navigating it?
I think that systematic change is always slow, and change management is even more difficult. One of the biggest challenge which we have is that data management. How to get that integrated and real-time data, which is accurate. And being that so fragmented supply chain and value chain, we have 35 plus brand in India. We have 3,000 suppliers. Getting all that together was one of the biggest challenge. And how we address it, I think that 2 things which we did differently is, one thing is that stakeholder management. We reach out to all different stakeholders, internal and external, in a way where it is co-creation and collaboration, something to co-design to address the challenge. Second is that we have the digital platform and technology enabling, where we develop internal platform for getting all the data. We have something called product lifecycle management, and we embedded it with the LCA approach, which later on become lifecycle thinking approach. I think these are the some of the challenge. Data management, how to get from unorganized sector, inaccurate and real time is something challenging. It's still a long way to go, but I think first part of tier 1 and tier 2, we are able to get. Scope 1, scope 2 is good, but scope 3, when you have 15 category, 9 are critical, and you sell every second we sell 10 garment. That is the scale we have. It's still a long way, but I think digital and technology enabling is the way we have addressed it, and we are going to address it further.
Right, thank you. Thank you. So basically, I'm also hearing somewhat similar to what Kadir mentioned, being human-centric through the stakeholder management and leveraging the digital innovations and the data collection, right, to help you move forward. Thank you. We're going to go straight to Q&A because I see some very interesting questions. So shall we answer the first one here? To our speakers, how do you see Trump pulling back from climate change affect the pace of green transition across the globe? Kadir, you want to go first?
I think we should look at this agenda as a long term. It's not, we cannot act with each government because, I mean, still the larger amount of the governments are still on track, and we should, like, our agenda shouldn't be momentarily, it should be a long term. I think this is definitely one thing I can say, and like whoever has a long-term vision will be the ultimate winner, and you know, so.
Thank you. What about Naresh?
I think that it has some short-term impact, but long-term, because sustainability is, and climate change is a long-term thing which is linked to strategy. We have seen that COVID suddenly came and we have navigated through. So short-term challenge like this keep coming, but when you have that your vision and mission clear, I think it's long-term perspective what company and organization take.
Thank you. And Drahomira?
Yeah. I think majority of the board teams had this question at the table immediately when the movement started. And in Asahi, what we said, we are clear about our direction, our commitment, so we continue doing it. We even will be more vocal about our stand, especially on the D&I agenda, because that's really needed. And yeah, we continue. Of course, there can be a slowdown of the flow of the money or the solutions, but it will not stop direction. So the direction is right. Every company I speak with is actually committed to continue the journey.
Thank you. Focus on the long term, focus on the ultimate goal, and stay resilient regardless of whoever tries to distract. Okay, I like the second one. What impact have tariffs had on your sustainability strategy and broader supply chain, and what are you doing to overcome uncertainty around them? A big T. So, Drahomira.
So scope 3 is a big chunk of the emissions for us in Asahi. So the overall 91% of our emissions are from scope 3. Within this sustainable sourcing of sustainable agriculture, the raw materials are around the 15%. So this is quite an important priority area for us. We are working directly with our partners, with farmers in different parts of the world. We have different programs where we are focusing on the decarbonization, the climate adaptations, but also the farmers' resilience and well-being. And it's quite successful from the performance perspective. We are currently in 2024, like the decreased 14% of our scope 3 emission versus 2019, which is our base year. And our commitment by 2030 is to decrease scope 3 by 30%. What is important is that we really have the roadmaps, very clear plans, or every year what to do, what to focus on, where we can achieve this journey to 30%, what needs to happen to achieve it.
Thank you. Kadir?
So I think for Aditya Birla Fashion, we are the first retail company from India to sign SBTI target. And being part of that SBTI advisory committee, we understood it, and we have taken that 9 category. Scope 1 and 2, we are reasonably good because 67% of our energy requirement is through renewable source. Supply chain and value chain, when we go to extreme side of it, is Scope 3. We have plan, we have decarbonization pathway, and we have signed place for that net zero. We are very much on that track, whether it is alternate materials, sustainable supply chain, or even sustainable manufacturing. We have all that to plan in order. Hopefully, we should be able to achieve it on time or before time.
Thanks, Naresh. Kadir, off to you.
I think this is more of the question. We, as a financials, I don't want to waste their time now.
No problem. With that, I'd like to save some time for, okay, let's go for this question for Asahi, right? In a traditional industry like beverage and brewing, how do you foster a culture that welcomes disruption and experimentation for sustainability?
So one of our Asahi 3 values, the globally, is challenge and innovate. So I think this is the most important thing. And it was mentioned by more CEOs here, like we need to be more open to make mistakes and learn from mistakes. So this is something what we definitely need to accelerate. But that mindset of the challenging, innovating, disruptive, the way how we do things as enable of this transformation, I think it's a part of the DNA of Asahi people.
Thank you. Perhaps for Kadir as well as Naresh, do you have any advice as well pertaining to this question on fostering a culture that welcomes disruption and experimentation in your context?
Well, I think what I observe is most of my team and the people around me, they're all youths, they're all under 35. And I can see the change. That's why I can think of future. And so the Gen Zs, they are more looking meaning in anything. And I think this is an opportunity and risk for today's corporates. And they should consider those changes. I don't know. As I know, only 1/3 of Gen Zs are drinking alcohol. So it leads companies like Asahi to switch other, maybe more functional drinks and all. But what I want to say, we have to look at humankind more. We have to invest human, like we're looking at AI, for example. You know, because AI get tremendous investment, today got to the point it is, and so today, it's even at the risk of getting at unethical points where they want to replace humankind, like as they think they don't need anymore. But I think we should put more investment in basic human needs, enable their capacity in order to take humanity next stage. I think this is something we should stop and think and serve a little bit more in underprivileged so we can go a better future altogether.
Thank you. On that, Naresh, any final words before we get to Drahomira to close the session?
So I think that I would say to all audience and participant, walk the talk. Every small action matter, and a small action become collective action. So I will encourage you to buy, you all are consumer, buy the product and services which is made responsibly, which is sustainable, and which take care of that society, environment, and business at large in equilibrium.
So walk the talk.
Walk the talk.
Thank you.
Take action.
Walk the talk.
Everyone take one action.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And Drahomira, final words?
Probably just work together. It's about collaboration. We can only achieve green transition if we all care on individual, company, society level and collaborate.
Thank you. Thank you. So the future is not going to be green by default, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be green because we choose to lead, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and panelists, you have given us our marching orders there. It's time for a final quick break before our last sessions of the afternoon, and you definitely don't want to miss those because they're going to cross over driverless taxis, esports, cross-border transactions, and a duo of central bankers. So we're covering it all in these last few sessions. So we'll reconvene in just under 30 minutes. So grab a cup, make a connection, and we'll see you back here shortly. Hello. Welcome back to Reuters Next Asia, those of you in the room, and also to the 3.5 million viewers we've had so far today on the live stream. We just have a few more sessions to go this afternoon before we invite you here to join us on the Cloud Terrace for drinks, but we have saved some of the best for last. So I'm delighted to welcome back my colleague Brenda Go for a conversation this time with Pony AI co-founder and Chief Technology Officer Lo Tiancheng. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to have with me Lo Tiancheng, the co-founder and chief technology officer of Pony AI, an autonomous vehicle technology company or robotaxi company that went public in November and is now expanding across the world. Hi, Tiancheng.
Yeah, hi.
So to prepare for our conversation, I spent the last couple of days talking to some of my colleagues abroad, and I think the widely held perception in places like London and New York is that China is way ahead on robotaxis. Is that true?
Oh yeah, first of all, I would say yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. I will track the technology development for this industry for more than 10 years. So over the past 10 years, it's developed a lot. Roughly, I would say the time back to 2022. Most of the companies starting in both China and the US, they started doing what we call operation. Operation means that so in the China and the US, in some cities, the vehicle can do it without anyone, without the driver in the vehicle, and can serve the operation. You can order the taxi, then the taxi will dispatch you to your destination, then you have to pay. It's a complete end-to-end experience of robotaxi. That started 3 years ago. That's roughly the update for the industry.
So where is China now compared to Europe, compared to the US in terms of robotaxi deployment and development?
Oh, yeah. Of course, I think China and the US are definitely one of the two of the top leading ones of robotaxi industry. There are many dimensions for that. Since you ask a compare, say, there are multiple dimensions. The first one is, say, the size of operation area. We always started in the 10 to 20-ish square kilometers, then extend to 100, 200 square kilometers or even larger. Also the size of the fleet. So we started with the 10-ish, 20, 30 vehicles, then we upsize to 100, 200. That is where we are. And next step, and both China and US try to extend to the thousands. And for the cities, especially for China and US, we all both focus on the top tier, like the tier 1, tier 2 cities in both countries.
I mean, besides these cities, Pony also has been on expansion mode. You are now conducting tests in South Korea, Luxembourg, and the Middle East. Why these countries, and how soon might we be able to see fully operational robotaxi fleets there?
Oh, okay. Maybe one thing we start touching that maybe a little bit counterintuitive, but I want to say the technology for robotaxi is very generalized. So we train an AI driver that will be able to drive under very different, diverse driving environment, like different countries. Like in Singapore, people drive on the right side, on the left side, etc. So the AI driver, it's very straightforward for the AI driver to be able to learn how to drive in different environments like other countries. So technology will not be a blocker for that technology. So that's why most of the leading companies in the world try to extend their business market to other countries, like you mentioned. So Pony AI started our extension in the South Korea, also Europe, also Singapore, or the Middle East as well.
So, and then Tesla, I think Tesla got a lot of people's attention because their recent launch of robotaxis in Austin, Texas. Did you watch the launch, and are you worried about competition from Tesla?
Yeah, it's a good point. So first, of course, so we do close follow the progress of the industry. And I would say almost all the robotaxi companies, when they start launch their product, they follow similar trajectory of the launching. Like I mentioned, we always start with a small area, like 10 to 20 square kilometers each, then extend. We start with some of the good weathers, then we extend to some bad weather like rainies. We start with a small size of the number of vehicles, then we extend to larger ones. Also, for the operational mode, means that we always start with someone sitting in the driver's seat, then we switch to someone sitting in the co-driver's seat, we call the passenger seat. Then we put someone in the remote to monitor the vehicle, then we get rid of any human being. So I would say almost all the companies, including Tesla, also follow the trajectory of the launching of the robotaxi. That will give us the confidence that we are doing towards the same goal, and we are along the trajectory.
So I mean, what you're saying is that they're following a similar trajectory to what Pony AI has done. But will they take business from Pony AI in the future? Can they take business from Pony AI?
Oh, in general, I would say today the market, we're still at a relatively small size of fleet compared with the existing business. I would say today too early to think of a competition. I would say all the companies in the industry working together try to extend the market, try to attract more attention to get the market to be matured. I would say that will be the priority for all the companies for now.
I mean, Tesla takes quite a different technological route to to Pony AI. Elon Musk doesn't want to use LiDAR in his robotaxis. Do you have any thoughts on that?
In general, the short version is that this is just one of the minor difference in the term of technology. Like we all use in the AI approach, we use a neural network, we use end-to-end, we use word model, we use reinforcement learning. We use a group set of sensors. And for the sensors, probably one thing is different from China and US. So especially in China, we can leverage off the much advanced supply chain. So it's easier for Chinese company to have even a lower price to purchase some of LiDAR, radar sensors. That may change the decision. So for me, I would say because of those LiDAR, radar, they have a similar price range compared with the camera. So that's why for me, it makes perfect sense to use a combination of different sensors. That may trigger the different decision for the sensor setup. But in general, I would say, if you're asking the difference in technology, I would say this is just a very small percentage of the difference for technology. So overall, back to the question, I would say majority of the tech track are also the same for different companies.
And so how long might it take for Pony AI to break even, to turn profitable?
Yeah, okay, good point. So I just mentioned 3 years ago, 2022. So yeah, we started doing operation, we started charging money. But that time, definitely we are not reached the point to break even, as mentioned. So there's one thing we haven't touched yet, that's about mass production. So mass production means that I want to mass produce vehicles to significantly drive down the cost. So our latest generation, as shown in late April, which we unveil our latest generation, that we got cost down by 70%, almost 3 times lower than before. Also, we already started the mass production for today, and our vehicles for the latest generation, we already started testing in Guangzhou and Shenzhen public road. Then we are planning to extend the fleet size to 1,000 by the end of this year. That will be the target for that mentioned break-even point of the robotaxi.
So Pony AI also, you are headquartered in China, but you also have a presence in the US. And there was a report in the New York Times last month about Travis Kalanick wanting to buy your US unit. So what's happening there? Are you selling? Are you spinning off your US operations?
Sorry, no further comment I'm putting here today. But I would say we still leave the US office to have some exploration or study of the latest technology development, AI technology. That's mainly for the US side. But again, no further comment can be made on this point.
I mean, US President Donald Trump also has been a big topic of today's conversations. And there is no clear end in sight to his tensions with China. How is this going to impact Pony AI's overseas plans? And are you worried that Pony AI could be forced to delist from the US?
In general, I would say, even without this, I would say global market overseas expansion is one of the core business for Pony AI. They're also one of the top priority. Because again, as I mentioned, technology will be not a blocker because they're very generalized to cover different driving environment. So it makes perfect sense for Pony, for also the other autonomous driving companies to try to extend the market other than the China and US. That's definitely something we will focus in the future.
But so in a sense, then Pony AI is pretty insulated from the trade war. Is it? Is the company insulated?
In general, I would say our supply chain is diverse, and so also especially for the latest generation. So oversubscription leverage the mass-produced component makes that very standard-produced component. So minor of those can be affected by some of the geopolitical reasons, especially for that one.
Okay. The next topic I wanted to kind of ask about is safety. I mean, when I think about robotaxis, I also think about whether I'll be willing to put my kids in a robotaxi to go to school. I mean, what will you say to parents like me, and what are you doing to improve the safety or the perception of safety of robotaxis?
Okay. First of all, safety is not something can be claimed. So I should not claim that this vehicle is safe. There are multiple ways to prove that I'm good enough. Maybe I've used the word example in China first. I will say in almost all the cities in China, to acquire a license, we should conduct a significant mile of the testing to prove that your safety record is at least one magnitude and like tenfold safer than just a regular human driver. That will be the entry point for robotaxi. I'm not saying we just have 10x safer. Actually, that's the entry point. That gives the passengers, give the government, give the regulators the confidence that, or give us the confidence that we can serve without any participating or others driving. We can drive itself.
I mean, but do you think consumers right now? I mean, when you have a fleet operating in China, what kind of concerns have consumers voiced out, and what improvements still need to be made to the service, or what things have you all been doing to try and change or improve the perception of robotaxis?
Good point. First, regarding the customer feeling, I would say that's probably the time 3 years ago. So I remember a certain percentage of the customers when they took the first ride, they may be curious about safety. They may, maybe in the first few minutes, they may unconscious a little bit about the movement of the vehicle. But later, because the vehicle moves safely, move very smoothly, they earn the confidence. We have a mutual trust of the vehicle that we started. So today, I was per vehicle, we already have at least 15 daily orders per day, like just a regular taxi. So this one working. But one part that I would say one thing definitely we need to improve is the size of the fleet. We need to have more vehicles, have a better coverage, then to significantly improve the efficiency, also reduce the time of the waiting time. Because we have more vehicles, we'll have less waiting time, etc. So to improve the overall experience of this fleet, of this new product.
I mean, when people talk about AI these days, there's also a lot of worry about the jobs that AI could threaten. And in some places, they worry that, maybe robotaxis could take the jobs of taxi drivers or ride-hailing drivers. Do you all have a view on what percentage of the taxi fleet and future robotaxi could account for? And do robotaxis threaten jobs as well?
I will say this could be one of the misunderstanding, I put it this way. Today, I will say even the sum of if we add all the number of robotaxis in all the cities, I will say that's lower than, especially lower than 1% or even lower, I would say. In general, robotaxi will serve as serving the area that will be lack of drivers. Try to complement the minimal transportation of the city. That will ultimately go for the taxi. Also, another thing I want to highlight here that the intention I started working on AI is I want to try to AI to improve human lives. So I will try to provide a very elegant and a decent experience to the riders, not just I would say to just try to compete with the existing human. That will be the ultimate goal for the AI, try to improve our lives.
Maybe we can move on to some questions from the audience. I think we have one question over there. It says, what's going to come next after robotaxis?
Very good point. That's actually discussing something I want to cover next, I will say. Okay, so today the vehicle is designed for human driving. So like the steering wheel, like the panel side, like the design of the vehicle. So for robotaxi, that implies that there could be no driver in the vehicle. That may indicate some potential change of the design of the vehicle. The vehicle is designed for the passengers. We don't need steering wheel, so we can redesign the in-cabin experience to improve that. I would say revolutionize the vehicle design will be the next for robotaxi. Later, robotaxi technology will enter some of the person-owned vehicle, this market. That was the next big milestone for robotaxi.
So when you talk about the vehicle design, I mean, how might it look like for a future passenger in a robotaxi? How could these taxis be reimagined as cars?
Like say, Today, again, I say today the car is designed for driving. So there's just a very few of things the passing can be done in the vehicle. But later could be different. You can have a conference. If you go to sport, you can have some preparation for that sport in the vehicle. So vehicle can be purposely designed for different purpose of the rider. That will be the next one. Again, not for today, not for tomorrow, but I would say in the future, I believe this something could change after robotaxi launch.
Pony, I mean, alongside robo-taxis, people also talk about robo-trucks.
Yeah.
Is that an area that Pony AI has also looked into? What do you think the potential is there for robo-trucks?
Oh, yeah. Pony AI, we do have robo-truck business running already. Again, I would say technical side. So we train our AI driver to be able to drive in different environment, also the different type of cars. So we leverage one technology to be able to drive trucks and the taxi at the same time. So they are just technology getting mature at the same time they are moving. So once it's mature, we can start to scale the robo-truck business.
Okay, another question. Are there international regulations for driverless driving? Would meeting some... Oh, sorry. I think we went back. Okay, maybe we'll take this one, the latest question. If there is no safety driver, who's going to take responsibility?
Oh, okay. There's clear regulatory for that, the liability. This question asks about liability for the robotaxi. So there will be use the record collected by the robotaxi design who will be liable for the incident. Could be one of the major, could be equal, could be one of the minor. Then the technology provider will in charge of the vehicle in charge of the if it is liable, then back to the same as the vehicle. So.
Is it pretty clear in South Korea already and Luxembourg who the liability lies in these countries that you are testing in?
So in all the areas we have operated robotaxi charging money, this regulatory has been mature for at least 1 year. So long story short, I will say in all the cities that we're operating, we already have this option applied for more than 4 years down the road.
Let's take another one. Are there international regulations for driverless driving? Would meeting such standards facilitate technology transfer to other countries, especially Western ones?
Okay. First, I hope so. But I would say it always takes time to human to learn, to get confidence about that one. So we can have some international guidance for that regulatory support for robotaxis for driverless driving. But for different countries, that depends on how long it takes the regulator to really understand, to be confident, to prove to themselves that this regulator really works. So I would say this is probably my prediction for the regulatory developments there.
Another one, I think this is a good question. Do you see companies like Uber and Grab adopting robotaxis?
Oh, we do already have a collaboration with Uber or Grab, like this called TNC, Transportation Network Provider, the platform. So it's a win-win situation. Today we can work with the platform like Uber to adopt the traffic. So we can take orders on Uber as well. I would say that's also another big angle, big growth point for the robotaxi companies in the future.
So by partnering Uber, y'all can use their data to also train your robotaxis, is that right?
This is also another benefit, but to keep it more direct, we can use their traffic. We can use their users. So Uber user can just order the robotaxi to take the ride.
So do y'all also, are y'all discussing any partnerships with like ride-hailing companies in Asia, like Grab? I think Grab was also part of that question.
Yeah, probably I would say today in Singapore, we work with CDG, ComfortDelGro as a partner here. So yeah, we treat different, maybe we have different partners in different countries, but Singapore will use CDG as a partner.
I think our time is up, so thank you, Tiancheng, for being here with us today, and thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are continuing with the innovation theme, except we're moving from robotaxis to sport. So global esports audience, little tidbit, is now larger than that of Major League Baseball and the NHL combined. So I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about that from one of our next speakers. I'd like to introduce Kieran Murray, Reuters Global Managing Editor for Events, who will steer this conversation to introduce his speakers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Delighted to be running this session, in part because both of these companies are a big deal in my household. I have two boys who are gamers and spend too much time playing League of Legends, so they follow your company's events. And my other son is a big fan of mixed martial arts, and so pays close attention to one championship fights as well. But I want to introduce and say thanks for coming along. We have Danny Tang, who's the co-founder and chief executive of Hero Esports, and we have Wafang Tay, who is the co-founder and group president at One Championship. So in our house, you guys are a household name, but we have an international audience online. So I wanted to give you maybe a minute each, just to give a broad sense of where you fit in that landscape of entertainment and sports and how you make your money.
Sure, I'll start.
Yep.
Hi, Hero Esports is the largest esports company in Asia. And the way we think about esports is it sits at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and gaming.
Sure.
We started the company about 9 years ago with the ambition and the vision that esports is part of the future of sports. And since then, we've built the company and our business model around that thesis, right? So if you talk about the business model right now, broadly, two platforms. First is a service platform. Well, we are the end-to-end solution provider for all partners who are interested in creating anything in the esports ecosystem. We offer premium services and the best production quality in terms of esports production. So this is anything from designing the ecosystem, inviting the teams, structuring the tournament, producing the tournaments offline, streaming live the contents to our fans. So that's esports production. And the second vertical in that is commercialization. Sure. So like traditional sports, we have sponsors and brands and platforms who are interested in connecting with the super young, super diverse and energized crowds of fans that we serve. And the third category is actually KOL management. Uh-huh. So this is where we have the athletes, retired athletes or coaches, or maybe just regular gamers who are interested in sharing their passion and their day with the world. And we help them, we incubate them, we manage them, we help them commercialize and create content, and we act as an agency in that. So that's all part of our servicing platform. Okay. And the second platform we have is the product platform. Sure. Well, we actually run some of our own esports tournament titles. Like just this year, we launched our first edition of Asia Champions League. So this is Hero Esports Asia Champions League, Asia's first multi-title, meaning you have different esports game titles all under the one roof, and where countries in this region can compete against each other. So that's ACL. We also have new products that are coming up, such as the music vertical. We're partnering with Tomorrowland. Okay. We just announced, actually a couple of days ago, that we're bringing Tomorrowland's first ever indoor experience to China this November. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. And Wafang.
Great, so One Championship is Asia's largest sports property, a sports league. We're also the world's largest martial arts organization. Some of you may have heard of the UFC. They've been around about 30 plus years. We've been around 13, 14 years. We have 60 plus shows all across the world, mostly in Asia, some in the Middle East, some in the US. So we actually broadcast in 2 different time zones. And we stream or broadcast in about 195 countries. As some of you know, we are in the martial arts business. So the UFC is very focused, for instance, on mixed martial arts. That is one type of martial art. For us, yes, mixed martial arts is part of the offering. But if you come to one of our 60 shows, you will notice kickboxing, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, different types of martial arts in one show, both male and female. In terms of the business model, to be honest, it's relatively straightforward in the sense that we are a traditional sport. So the model is not that different from the NBA, the EPL, etc. Now, of course, traditionally, most of the big global sports leagues are from the West. We are the only ones in the top 10 leagues in the world that are born in Asia and that are growing from Asia to the Middle East and to the West as well. In terms of revenue streams, we have traditional revenue streams that all of these leagues enjoy. Sponsorship, so sponsors paying us to put their logos, to feature them in our programming. We have media rights. So this is basically someone like Amazon Prime Video in the US paying us media rights for us to stream, or for them to stream our live fights in the US. And this is usually on a country-by-country or a region-by-region basis. These are traditional. Oh, of course, we have ticketing, right? When you come to an event, you buy a ticket, you watch. So media rights, sponsorship, and ticket sales are some of the more traditional, income streams of this type of business. But beyond that, we also have things like hosting fees. Formula One has made, a huge business of this, going around the world and having city governments pay them fees to have their events in those cities. We have some of that as well. And ultimately, in any sort of, sports league, ultimately this is a business of fans and fandom, right? It doesn't matter if it's sponsorship, media partners, cities that want to host your event. Why are they doing this, right? Because ultimately, the end market is the sports fan, and in this day and age, there's ways that you can monetize the sports fan directly, right? You can sell them an NFT, you can sell them a T-shirt, you can sell them a pay-per-view. So this type of revenue is what we call B2C revenues, right? So we have B2B, business to business. We have B2G, business to government, i.e. city hosting. And we also have B2C revenues. At the center of it is ultimately the IP, One Championship.
Great. In doing the reading ahead of this session, the one thing that absolutely fascinated me was for your company and the demographics. That a very large percentage of your audience, of your core audience, is young women as opposed to just young men. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about that in terms of how you see that and why that's the case. Because it just seems, from an ignorant perspective coming into it, that it would be majority 15 to 25-year-old boys, right?
I know. It's a little hard to understand or to believe when you're just looking at the numbers.
Sure.
Right? We have a core audience of esports fans that are average somewhere around 25, 26-year-olds. Of that, almost half of that is male audiences and almost the other half is female. Yep. This compares to traditional sports where that percentage of female fans are a lot lower. Sure. And if you look at, this is a broader audience space that combining both offline and online. If you look at the offline attendance, actually in some of our tournaments, you actually see more female attendance than male attendance on site. Yep. In some of our titles, we see anywhere between 60% to 80% for some of our mobile titles. Sure. And our latest stats actually coming from earlier this year for our shooter title, our Battle Royale title, Peacekeeper Elite, which is PUBG Mobile outside of China. We actually got 90 plus or 95% female attendance in the stadium cheering for their teams and fans.
So you're probably not a sociologist, but why is that? Why is that? Why is there such a difference in that space relative to other sports?
Why is that surprising? That's my question. Sure. When you look at the demographic of the next generation of gamers, where young kids these days, they grow up, they're born into this world, they're digital natives. Sure. They're gaming fluent. Like when you look at the kids, they game and they socialize with their friends. That's how they socialize with each other. That's how they connect with each other. And they have a wide variety of platforms that they can do this on. They can do it on PC, they can do it on console. And now, particularly in our region, they're doing it on mobile devices, which make it a lot, makes it a lot easier for people to access and makes the barrier to entry, the skill levels to entry a lot lower. So which means when you look at the gaming demographics, it's identical. You get equal amount of boys who like playing games as well as girls who like playing games. When you have that as a starting point, then the people who are interested in who's the best in the sports naturally is going to be male and female.
Sure. Okay, great. Well, fine. That's not the case in your industry, I'm guessing, or is it?
Well, you'd be surprised. I would say yes. Traditionally, this has been more of a male fan-driven industry. But, depending on, and we've done surveys over the years. I would say today, our female fan base is about 30+%, which is probably a little bit more than you would expect. Sure. But depending on the survey, there have been times when surveys have thrown up numbers as large as 40 to 45%. Okay. I think we really live in a world today where sports is, participated in and consumed by both males and females. In fact, female sports right now, there's a big wave, popularity, participation, media, content creation. Look at, for instance, in the US, the WNBA, and their growth, right? And new franchises, new teams being formed. In our experience, actually, a lot of the big faces of the franchise traditionally have been female. Mm-hmm. There's a fighter called Angela Lee. She has since retired. Some of you here probably have watched her fight, in Singapore and other countries. She was one of the faces of the brand. If you look at all of our big events historically, 1 century, 100th event, 1 Century, our 100th event. We had a 10-year anniversary event as well, 1X. They were actually headlined by female fighters. So actually, the nice thing about this sport, unlike, say, American football, which is very popular, obviously, in the US, is this sport is actually very gender diverse. We have a lot of female athletes, in one championship.
Okay, great. Yeah. My next question is around technology, and I see that one of the questions from the audience is very similar to my next question. You're fairly young companies, 9 years and 14, 15
13,
years.
14,
right?
yeah.
Can you explain to us what you got right on the technological side? What were the big technological initiatives or elements of the business that you got right that drove that growth up until now? And what you think will be the key elements of the technology part of the business for the next few years? You go ahead.
Sure. I think, look, for us, it's that answer to me is pretty straightforward. We made a big bet on digital when we started the business. Sports traditionally has been consumed on linear television. Yep. When I was growing up, I would watch sports mostly from the West, be it the English Premier League or the NBA, on a TV channel. They would buy the rights and I'd watch it on the channel at a prescribed time. But the good thing about our situation is when we were born in 2011, the internet was already a thing and it was coming up. Sure. YouTube, Facebook, Tencent, in China, they were on the rise. The advent of digital media, mobile internet, all of that was on the rise. And we made a big bet, early on this medium. We put a lot of our content for free, actually, long-form, short-form highlights on the Facebooks of the world, on the YouTubes of the world, because these platforms do not see geographical boundaries. In the old days, sports leagues would have to do media rights deals in different countries to get their content out there. We just went to Facebook. We had a deep partnership with them. The people at Facebook and YouTube will tell you that we consistently rank, top 3, top 4 watch property on their mediums, on their platforms. So we made a big bet on digital mediums early on. And I think part of that bet was also making sure that we left quite a bit of the content free. When you're building a new sports league, there is obviously a temptation to try to monetize it as soon as you can. But there's always a trade-off between monetizing and reach, right? Because when you monetize, typically it means that you have to keep the content exclusive to one platform, 2 platforms in a particular country. We were pretty liberal early on. We left money on the table. We put it free. And we produced a lot of content, and we still do today, actually.
And in terms of that growth for your specific company, in a way, you're kind of sacrificing profitability in those first few years. When does that change? Is that changing now? Does that change in 2 years' time? Does it change in 5 years' time? When does profitability kick in because of the expansion you've got?
That question hits, I think, right at the heart of building a global sports league. This is not the type of business you can just start and monetize on day one. You have to build it. You have to get the athletes, the broadcast, the distribution, and the product has to be good too, right? Sure. The lights, the sound, everything. So everything has to be there before someone actually says, hey, that's a good product. But that's not enough. You have to get it in front of many, many, many eyeballs, and they have to experience it once, twice, thrice, and then they have to have a repeat pattern of wanting to return and watch your content, right? That takes a while. Sure. If you ask, anybody that is in this business, right, even our friends at the UFC, it took a long time, right, more than a decade, right, before they started to really sort of materially monetize. Same thing. So it's a real trade-off that you have to make early on. It's like a theme park. You have to have the rides, the infrastructure, the gates. You have to have everything before you open it. Same with the big sports league.
And when does that, for your company, when does that turn into profit?
I would say
this year, next year?
I would say that, so there's two stages to this. One is when the revenue starts really coming in at scale. And the second is when revenue exceeds cost, right? So the first point was probably hit, I would say, mid to late COVID. That was a decade in, right? Because our viewership basically hit a critical mass and it started growing exponentially. Okay. I think it helped as well that during COVID, people were at home looking at their screens, right? With nowhere else to go. That definitely helped. But during COVID, we saw our viewership just go. If you look at post-COVID and pre-COVID, we're talking about hundreds of times, even thousands of times, depending on the country. Got it. Right? Yeah. So today, we're doing in excess of 30 billion organic, okay, not boosted, organic video views every year. Got it. So revenue, then you see the revenue deals start coming because you hit a critical point where you become too relevant and too interesting and too engaging to fans, around the world to ignore. Okay. And that's when media rights. So all the streams that I talked about, they all start happening at the same time. Sponsorship gets bigger, media rights gets bigger. You start selling out stadiums. So every single revenue stream, you start setting records. And for us, the profitability point is very near. Yeah. It's a fixed cost business, right? Once the revenue exceeds, because it doesn't matter if it's this year or 2011, the cost of staging X number of events doesn't really change.
Sure.
Less inflation, right? Except for inflation.
And Danny, the successes, the technological successes that drove your growth, what were they?
We talked about our fans being digital natives. Yep. We're actually, as a company, a digital native company.
Sure.
And the whole promise of esports, it being like differentiated from traditional sports, is that esports is interactive, esports is immersive, and it's the perfect blend of the physical reality that we live in and the virtual space that we operate in. Mm-hmm. I mean, our generation, and also our kids' generation, we live, we work, we game, we compete, not just in physical space, but also in virtual space. Sure. So for us, from the get-go, technology is a core part of our DNA. So when we talk about our different revenue streams, right? When we talk about creating those esports tournaments, everything is a combination of both physical, online, in-stadium experience, as well as the online, the virtual experiences. Meaning that we employed we have employed all the new technologies out there in our production, in our presentation, to ensure that we give our audiences the kind of immersive experiences.
Got it.
VR, AR, XR,
sure.
And now AI.
Sure.
And then we use all of the new technologies. Whenever there is a new technology that comes up, we snap it up and we try to apply it.
Can you give me a couple of examples of how AI will fuel that in the next few years? Like that you see the specific role for AI to drive that?
Yeah. We've actually started our investment in AI a couple of years ago. And we started developing our algorithms in-house in sort of analyzing the activities and behaviors of our producers during the production process, as well as how our content are engaging our fans. So we think about AI basically in two main ways. One is we use it in production. So this is where we have our algorithms push us recommended cuts and camera points. Now, if you try to visualize that in traditional sports, you have different cameras. You have cameras focusing on the soccer ball, you have cameras focusing on different players. But in esports, in an in-game scenario, you have hundreds of cameras. You have actions happening at every different parts of the map. So traditionally, we would have our young producers who are manually tracking those hundreds of different camera captures and try to decide what will be the best view to present to our fans. But now, based on our experiences and data and our algorithm in-house, we have the capability to use the AI assistant to push us. Here are the 9 most likely.
This is where it's happening.
Exciting. Yeah, that's where it's happening right now.
Okay.
So we have that on the production side. On the experience side as well, we use data, we use AI, we use algorithms to help us to bring about the kind of the more immersive experience for our fans. Of course, in production. I mean, if you look at any of the video footage from our tournaments, you're going to see, the virtual dragons, screaming out from the screen. We have a lot of that. But also in terms of creating and interpreting the experience of the athletes and make it more relatable to the fans. Like we had an initiative with Qualcomm where we jointly developed those AI-enabled facial recognition mechanism. So what it does is that you'll notice that when people are playing games, especially our Asian athletes tend to be a little bit more, not as expressive as kind of in physical sports or in the Western athletes. So we actually use the algorithm to help us to decipher and take their biometrics, the heart rate, the kind of speed of action, and their facial expression, to put it all in a computable format and then present it to our fans so that they
real time.
So they understand, oh my God, he's super
totally
worked up.
stressed out right now.
He looks super calm on the surface, but he's super worked up right now.
Yeah.
So we use that in different formats to help to bridge that kind of understanding and connection between the fans and athletes.
That's great. Wolfgang, I had a question for you about the US market. It's a tough one. That's where UFC is. That was the dominant player.
Mm-hmm.
How much opportunity is there? And can you tell me about the Trump factor there as well? He's a big fan of UFC.
Yeah.
He wants to host an event at the White House next year. Is that a plus or a negative for you guys in terms of Trump's engagement in the sport, but also in favor of your main competitor?
Look, I think anytime anybody famous is a fan of our sport, That's always a positive thing, I think, right? Because it just brings attention to the sport. Look, the reality is that combat sport is still very fast growing, right? Even though combat sport actually, as a practiced sport, has been around for thousands of years. If you think about Asia and all of the Asian countries, every one of them has martial arts.
Sure.
You know, there's Taekwondo in Korea, Muay Thai in Thailand, different types of Wushu in China. There's, you know, the list goes on and on and on. Even India, that people don't traditionally associate with martial arts, is big on wrestling, especially the north.
Sure.
So martial arts has been around a long time, but in terms of commercializing it, professionalizing it, organizing it, broadcasting it, this is really more of a recent phenomenon. You know, first, you know, by the UFC and then by us, right?
Sure.
So actually, anytime anybody is famous, is interested in the sport, I think it's a good thing.
Will you be asking him to host one of your events?
He's welcome to come if he wants.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We've had 2 events in the US
Sure.
so far,
Yep.
both in Denver. The last one was at the Ball Arena, where the Denver Nuggets play.
Sure.
See, what we know is this. Every time we have gone to the US, we sold out these stadiums, right? So there is demand for the product.
Sure.
We have a lot of fans in the US. We're currently streaming on Amazon Prime Video. We have a deal, a 5-year deal, that takes us all the way through the middle of 2027. So there is actually a product market fit.
Sure.
The reality is that we have our hands so full in Asia,
Sure.
you know, that we're gonna you know, do this sustainably and in our own time. But there definitely is a market there. We definitely are expanding there, and we want to do more there, right? Beyond the current Prime partnership and the 2 events that we've done so far.
Okay, great. We've got about 90 seconds left, so I'm going to give you 2 quick-fire questions from the audience. First one is, are One Championship and Hero Sports looking to launch an IPO in view of the rising investor interest? That's a pretty quick one. Yay or nay?
Yeah, that's always part of the plan.
Where would it be?
Ooh. I can't really answer that question, but I will tell you that we have definitely, you know, been in conversations with exchanges both in the West and over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Danny.
Growth focus for now. There's so much happening in our industry in the next couple of years. We have, we're actually seeing the first global level esports tournament IP happening. Last year was Saudi Arabia launching Esports World Cup. This year is the 2nd edition. And in 2027, we're actually going to see the inaugural version of Olympic Esports Games.
Okay.
So a lot is happening in our space. So still razor focus on growth.
So not for now?
Not answering.
Okay, great. And the last one, it's had to be a real quick fire because we're down to 15 seconds. But how would you do, are we at an inflection point where the line between physical and digital sports is blurring, and how are you preparing for that convergence? 20-word answer.
I'll start. We're born for that. We call ourselves Platform 9 3/4. For those of you who read Harry Potter, this is where the Muggle world and the magical world converge. That's us.
Okay.
Yeah, we are already doing this. You know, we have, I think it's called Meta Quest now, Oculus deal. The reason why I use Oculus is because we entered this deal many years ago, right, with Facebook, with Meta, now Meta. So we are in the virtual world. We are in Web3 games. We are in Web3 comic books. We are already doing this, right, in terms of this sort of mixed reality world, physical, you know, blurring with digital.
Okay, great. Thanks for the questions, really good questions, and thanks for both the panelists. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a group of sports experts and fans, you just beat the clock there. So we move on now to another fast-moving frontier that underpins a lot of all the exchanges we do here in Asia, cross-border payments. This session is titled Asia Leads the Way for a very good reason. The Asia-Pacific region now accounts for more than 1/3 of the world's international payments volume. So the challenge from here is creating seamless, secure and scalable solutions. And to talk about that in more detail, please welcome back my colleague Kane Wu, who will introduce her panelists from HashKey and Ant International.
Hello again, everyone. I am super excited to be moderating this panel with two of Asia's very technology pioneers. And Sia Yan here is the Japan business partner of HashPOTC Global, which provides virtual asset trading services to professional and institutional investors. And next to her is Calvin Lee, who is the head of platform tech for Ant International. Ant International is an affiliate company of China's fintech giant Ant Group, which was founded by billionaire Jack Ma. For starters, could you walk us through how you are applying new technologies such as blockchain and AI in cross-border payments? We'll start with you, Sia.
Thank you for the question, actually. For blockchain, the normal use case in cross-border payment is stablecoins. So stablecoin has dramatically reduced the settlement time and the cost of cross-border payments. If we take a 1,000 USD cross-border payment as an example, if it is settled on chain with USDC, the cost is only less than $1 or $2. But comparing with normal way, if it goes with SWIFT approach, it costs about over 80 USD. So that's a gap. And also for the settlement time, if it is happened on chain with USDC, it is always settled within seconds, and comparing to like 3 days traditional banking transfer. So that's a big difference. By that, we can see like stablecoin volume has hit 27.6 trillion in 2024, which is Visa and MasterCard combined together. And also for that, we can, in the industry, we have witnessed a lot of like payment giants already embracing this stablecoin infrastructure. For example, like PayPal issued PYUSD, their own stablecoin, and Stripe actually acquired Bridge. And then the Visa is also adopting like stablecoin settlement networks called Treasury Up. And the market cap of stablecoins actually went into like over 250 billion by the year of 2024. And then it will be with a forecast of like 2.8 trillion by the year of 2028. So there's a huge like institutional adoption and also the interest about stablecoin as well. A lot of like compliant players in the industry, just like us, we acquire a lot of like license among like multiple jurisdictions, and to provide like professional trading and also like custody OTC services to institutions and family offices, high net worth individuals. So we can see like tokenized products are becoming attracting a lot of like institutional attractions. And the last point is like we can see stable coins now becoming from the instrumental currency to the infrastructure currency. So by the year of 2030, the U.S. Treasury actually expects 3.7 to 3.9 trillion of like the stable coins circulating globally. And also like we can see Hong Kong just issued the policy statement 2.0. So it's very eagerly to position itself as the RWA publishing and also circulation hub for the world.
Thank you, Sia. Over to you, Calvin. I mean, we understand Ant Group has been a traditional cross-border payments giant in terms of wallets, online wallets, and facilitating businesses, for cross-border transactions. But what are you doing actually in AI or blockchain these days?
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Calvin Lee. I lead the platform tech business unit of Ant International. In fact, we run the treasury infrastructures for Ant internationally. We support the Alibaba ecosystem, our merchants around the globe. I think let me start by introducing how we are structured and using and then probably this blockchain. So in Ant International, we have 4 business lines, including Alipay Plus, in which we have a unified e-wallet gateway supporting a lot of economic activities, especially travel. And then Anton, which is our merchant acquiring business, followed by World First, which is a unified account to serve small and medium merchants around the globe. So my business belongs to the 4th business pillar, which is called Better, which is embedded finance business. So we provide treasury services to merchants and payment businesses around the globe. Last year, we processed over $1 trillion to support various lines of business, payment business. About 1/3 of this payment we processed on blockchain. So we work with more than 10 global leading banking partners using tokenized bank deposit to move liquidities around the globe to achieve a 7/24 service and instant payment experiences. This helped us a lot to reduce our liquidity costs and working capitals. Depends on different use cases. This helped us to lower our cost in FX and liquidity management by 30 to 60%. On the other hand, we also process a lot of FX transactions annually. So in 2024, we processed close to $200 billion of FX. So in FX business, there is a major pain point, which is the volatility of the market. The longer the time that you expose to the market, the bigger the risk. So we are using an AI technology, which we call it Falcon Time Series Transformer, which is a transformer-based model we use to forecast future cash flow. We use to forecast every line of our business cash flow by hour, by day, by week. Based on that, we manage our FX exposure. Using this technology, we effectively used these to manage our hedging activity, lower the cost by 30 to 60% for our own business, for airlines, and for various customers.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Calvin. I mean, Sia, you brought up the topic of stablecoins. We understand that U.S. President Donald Trump is a big promoter of cryptocurrency and stablecoins, and we saw, the IPO of Cycle, which I think has given the market a big boost. I'm curious, and both of you are advocates for stablecoins, obviously, but I mean, what is your vision in terms of enabling stablecoin in the context of cross-border payments, especially when we are faced, a lot of the businesses are faced with trade tensions and tariffs. I mean, how are they going to, is this actually a viable way for them to hedge potential risks?
From the experience that we're accumulating in HashKey OTC Global, we can see we're dealing with a client base which includes like a lot of international trade companies, especially with commodity trade. It's like oil and there's like iron, yeah. And also the gas. So a lot of companies actually have the request about like a faster settlement time and also better like compliance experience, meaning like not need to like do multiple like compliance requests, and also like dealing with the banking like the procedure, because it happens like several times, and because they also request a higher threshold for the payment amount and also for the frequency. So definitely stablecoin is a better solution on the technology level because it dramatically reduces all the cost on the payment itself and also for the settlement time. So we can see the transaction actually between Hong Kong and also the Singapore. If it is with a trading company, it happens just like T+0. And it's very fast, and it actually work past all the holiday seasons and also the working times limitations. So that solves a lot of problem. But for the sanctioned areas, their business activities, we still like are operating our business under license system. So definitely there is AML and KYC requirements. And to everyone's surprise, actually, because we're emerging technology and the emerging industry, so the KYC and also AML requirements are more stringent than comparing to traditional finance. So that's also a question. But they help us to improve our service to like only institutions and accredited investors, and to actually provide a more compliant and smooth transaction for them. Yeah.
Thank you. And how about you, Calvin?
Yeah. So we do see great potentials with stablecoins. The main reason is stablecoin is actually using blockchain technology and will greatly enable real-time payment and much more financial service to be upgraded. For us, we see global real-time payment and real-time treasury as a big opportunity. And stablecoin is a means, not the objective. We have been using tokenized bank money for years. We see the benefit of using it actually to upgrade our in-house clearing system to support many transactions, enable 24/7 service, and also enable instant payment. However, we are thinking that the potential that stablecoin and tokenized money can bring just started to show, probably 20% of its benefit. a lot more benefit could be achieved by further upgrading smart contract, which enable programmable payment, which allow us to complete the current payment activities at a much higher efficiency and better customer experience, and of course, lower costs. For us, yeah.
So if I could stay with you for a second. I understand that Ant International is planning to apply for a license to issue stablecoins in Hong Kong. I think there's also reports that you're going to enter Singapore and Luxembourg as well. I mean, could you tell us a bit about that, your expansion plans and licensing plans?
Yeah, we are seriously considering and preparing stablecoin license application in multiple jurisdictions around the world. We see big opportunities. But for our strategies, we may consider to go a different way and build a new paradigm for stablecoin business. I think this comes from a few angles. Firstly, we will not be focusing on crypto transactions. On the other side, we'll be focusing on global payments. We believe stablecoins is an important means that will enable us to provide global payments in a much more efficient way and bring much better customer experience. Secondly, this will also bring us to a different business model in which the current stablecoin operators receive most of the income from net interest income. We are thinking of having probably part of the income from interest and more from payment. And by having a better payment activity, we may actually have other associated income from financial services, for example, foreign exchange or even wealth management. So we hope that we can build a new paradigm under this development of stablecoin legislation.
Right. Yeah. The next question is for both of you. I understand that you are, you're either seeking or have multiple licenses in different markets in Asia and Europe as well. I mean, how do you navigate different regulatory requirements? Maybe we'll start with you, Sia.
Yeah, for sure. So at HashKey OTC Global, we have actually 3 licenses. One in Singapore is the DPT license under MAS, and there's like a license in Japan, which is under JVCEA, and there's a license in Dubai, which is under VARA. So definitely we're dealing with multiple jurisdictions and their compliance regulators on a daily basis. So I think the compliance cost is relatively high comparing to the unregulated business. That's a for sure question, but that's also the key competitiveness when we're considering our business model. So that helps us to introducing our business to the institutions and making them feel safe about their own assets. And we have like underlying technology, the custody technology that is using HSM technology to help them make sure their assets are safeguarded. So by dealing with like different jurisdictions, they have like different requirements on the KYC and AML. We're also working with our compliance team to see if there are any experience that can replicate it, and maybe to enhance the experience with users that from different jurisdictions want to work with us in the future. I guess our compliance team handles the most part of that. And as of now, I can see the compliance is picking up the industry trends very fast, and they give us like RFI, and we coming back with a question at a very speedy reaction. So the current like flow and also the communication is very smooth. Yeah.
Kelvin?
Yeah. So we are also focusing on researching the legislations in different areas. Our main focus on 3 areas. One is firstly, reserve management. How to ensure our customers' asset, should they purchase our token, they can be well preserved. So we have a lot of experience managing safeguarding for e-wallets around the globe. So we're extending the experience and also learning the new regulations to ensure that on the reserve management, we can actually make it very safe and also at the same time very efficient. Secondly, and probably most importantly, is to ensure that by having a stablecoin license, we will apply the high-risk standard on compliance, KYC, AML, and transaction monitoring, ensuring that we're entering a new area that we can hold our compliance standard consistent or even higher than what we're doing currently. Not bringing some of the negative side of what is happening in the Web3 area into our business. last but not least, we're also investing heavily on technology. So we understand Web3 and Web2 technology are different with each other. The gaps are often underestimated by the existing applicants or people are entering into the Web3. So we also heavily invest our tech resource into this area, ensure we're built up enough technology reserve to help us to cope with different market situations in the future.
Right. I mean, since both of you are in expansion mode, you need to seek new licenses, you need to deal with the rising cost of regulation and compliance. I mean, is there any fundraising plans? I mean, how are you going to fuel that kind of expansion?
I think at HashKey Group level, there's definitely fundraising plans, but HashKey OTC Global is an independent entity, so we're not seeking for any investment as of now. But for HashKey Capital, they are the subsidiary of the company. We're raising it as a CMS fund, which is the underlying assets is actually the stock that is involving like crypto business, such as like Circle and also Coinbase. So last year when we were kind of like designing the strategy, we didn't expect this boom to happen, but this year all the tension has been picking up, so a lot of investors actually come to us and ask about the fund like progress. Yeah.
Calvin, you know what I'm going to ask. And International, we see the headlines, you know, some rumors that you guys are considering a Hong Kong IPO. Is that going to happen anytime soon?
On my role, so we're busy focusing on expanding our business globally to different geographic areas and actually building cutting-edge technologies to support our customer activities around the globe. So I think that's our current focus. Yeah.
But in terms of fundraising, I mean, is there any plan to raise capital to expand globally?
I'm not expert in that area. Probably would not be comment on this point for now.
Right, yeah. Well, next I want to talk about China onshore market, actually. I know that a number of the leading people, the leaders in Bitcoin or Web3 are actually from China onshore originally, but due to regulation, they have since immigrated to Singapore or Hong Kong or Dubai. I mean, China is still very much the largest market, right, for this part of the world. I mean, how are you navigating China in terms of introducing, I don't know, whatever you do? Are you trying to open up the market still, or what's the thinking there?
I think we're always keeping an observation of the things going in mainland China, but definitely we can see Hong Kong is the test field for all the business involving like digital asset. And sometimes Hong Kong is very aggressive, and the ambition is to becoming the hub for Web3 on a global scale. So you can see like Hong Kong is actually positioning with like the new like policy statement 2.0 actually launched. So they're emphasizing on stable coin and also like RWA. So you have like tokenized ETF, tax exemption, and also like digital asset funds profit tax exemption. So the policy here is very luring, and I guess if the Hong Kong can accumulate a lot of like good experience from regulating all the business players in Web3 in Hong Kong, and also like attracting a lot of investment from overseas to Web3 in Hong Kong, and also like cultivating some like university and also talents in Hong Kong. So maybe the ecosystem will be more promising, and then the signal will be eventually passed to the mainland China to see how this will react. But if it has to be like open up for China's stance on digital assets, I would say like stablecoin is the most promising narrative we're seeing right now. Definitely just facilitating like international transfer and also like trade helps with the manufacturing industry based in China. So that's kind of like our minor observation about the stance of China, on digital asset.
Yeah. So for me, so we operate in many countries. Some of them are with foreign exchange regulations, so including China. So we now operate smoothly among all these jurisdictions, including China through the foreign exchange channel and also the cross-border RMB channel. We are actually having different treasury centers, about 5 of them around the globe. In Asia, so we have dual treasury center in both Singapore and Hong Kong, even though we are Singapore head office. So we operate our treasury activities on both centers, including the blockchain-based tokenization and stablecoin strategies. So we have actively participated in the tokenization project in Hong Kong, including Project Ensemble, which we introduced tokenized bank deposit with the leading banking service provider over here. And in Singapore, we worked within Project Guardian, which is led by MS. So we also launched tokenized deposit and also built recently the FX protocol together with the industry group and ESTA, which will facilitate foreign exchange settlement with token so that all the foreign exchange settlement on blockchain could possibly be done on a real-time basis.
Right. Kelvin, you're based in Singapore, and Sia, I heard you're moving to Hong Kong probably very soon. I mean, how do you guys see the rivalry between Hong Kong and Singapore in terms of making things easier for people like you, for what you do?
I would say like both the Singapore and also like Hong Kong is the leading regulator in the region because like they have established a very clear licensing regime and also regulatory regime like back in the days, maybe like several years ago. So the things have been changing all the time, and Hong Kong you can see the attitude and also the ambition is very strong. So they want to lead the way, even comparing to the U.S. So if you can see Stablecoin Act will be officially come to the market to on this year, like 1st of August. But like the on the other side, like far overseas, like U.S. Stablecoin bills, the Genius Act, it has only passed Senate. But not House yet. So and also like in the Europe, like the MiCA is a very comprehensive like compliance structure, but definitely doesn't have like an independent stablecoin regulation or maybe like licensing regime. And also under like the policy statement 2.0, Hong Kong is the first jurisdiction that has like custody digital asset service in its independent licensing system. So there's a lot of like very progressive advancement like happened in Hong Kong. So for Singapore, a lot of like players in the industry are questioning is Singapore becoming more and more strict about digital asset? But what we observed is it's a very natural way that they're monitoring and also like regulated digital assets. So they actually produced a regime like 3 years ago. It's just like followed by their plans, and last month at the end of June, definitely they're moving like like crypto-related unlicensed players out of the market. But that's has been decided three years ago, like at the beginning of designing of the system. So definitely most of the players follow the rules, and they actually benefited from the clear regulations here in Singapore. So I would say like the both sides has its changed and has different edge on the regulation, also development of digital asset industry. Now Hong Kong is very focusing on stable coin, also like RWA. It has picked up this track already. Yeah.
How about you, Kelvin?
So we see these two financial centers complementary to each other, and our customers also believe so. I think we see a good customer mix of both centers. Singapore focuses on Southeast Asia, but also overlook globally, and Hong Kong cover Greater China, and also even North Asia, including Japan, Korea. So we see a different mix of customers and actually financial products over here. We will remain actually present in both financial centers to ensure that we can cover our customer needs.
Right. We do have some questions from the audience. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is a very interesting one. Could we go back to the other page where questions about crime? Give it a second. Right. So, Sia and Kelvin, what are your companies doing to deter criminals or crime organizations from using cross-border transaction digital assets to launder money?
Yeah. So we have designated workforce, which actually accounts for a significant portion of our overall tech people, to develop the latest technology to help us to manage different kind of risk, including financial crimes, AML, and others. I think these people using our own in-house technologies that we learned, accumulated from our early operation, and also with our partners. We're not only actually building it for ourselves, we also open this technology to our merchants and other payment partners which worked with us as well.
How about HashKey?
Yeah. As a compliant entity, I would say we're just follow the compliance requests that we're doing, the KYC and also AML on every transaction, and not even just like offline banking transfer, but also like online on-chain analyze. So we use like Moody's service and also like chain analyze to monitor every like wallet transaction and the wallet address. So definitely it's a real-time monitoring, and also like we have a very comprehensive system to help us filter out all the criminals and also the bad act from our clients. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that's our time. Again, thank you to Sia and Calvin for your wonderful insights today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. From AI to blockchain, I think it's clear that Asia is leading in the innovation stakes. Now, for our last session of the day, before we set you free for some refreshments, we're going to turn to a different but equally critical part of the financial landscape. Our closing panel features two of the region's influential policymakers. State Bank of Pakistan Governor Jamil Ahmad is joining us here in the room, while Sri Lanka Governor P. Nandalal Weerasinghe is joining us by live video link. My colleague Cynthia is returning to the stage to host this conversation for us. Please welcome them.
Wow, wonderful to be back. So I've never interviewed two central bank governors at once. Not once, two of them. So I have Jamil here with me. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
And also joining us remotely from Colombo is Governor Weerasinghe. Thank you so much for making the time. So for this session, if I could set it off with you, briefing us about how the second half of your monetary policy will be going ahead. We know that you've held in June after 6 consecutive cuts. So how is the second half of this year looking?
Thank you very much, first of all, and good afternoon to all of you. I think let me first give some of the background from where we have come to this stage, and then we'll talk about the future also. So as you may recall, and some of you who have been monitoring the Pakistan market, that we have two main problems which we are facing in 2022. One was the rising inflation, and the second was the current account deficit, huge current account deficit, and which was at that time 4.7% of GDP, and our inflation was also increasing. Inflation peaked up at 38% in May 2023. And with the policy responses both from the government as well as from the central bank, we have been able to contain inflation, and we also have been able to contain the current account deficit. Our current account deficit, which was 4.7% of GDP in 2022, has come down last year to close to 0.5%, and this year, for fiscal year 2025, we have a surplus of $1.8 billion. And similarly, our inflation, which peaked in May 2023 at 38%, came down to 0.3% in April 2025, and now for the last fiscal year, on average, it was 4.5%, as against the 29% in fiscal year 2023. And going forward, we are making various policy decisions and continue the tight monetary policy stance in order to achieve and to stabilize the inflation within the medium-term target which we have, and that is 5 to 7% during the next, and we are hoping that during next fiscal year we will be able to stabilize inflation at that rate. At that level. Our policy rate, which was increased gradually by 1,500 basis points within a short span of 2 years during fiscal year 2022-23,
to 22%, which was the highest level in our history. And we started then decreasing, cutting policy rate from June 2024, and currently it is now at 11%.
Right.
So it's almost half of our peak, and we are now seeing the results of this tight monetary stance, both on our inflation as well as on the external account.
Thank you so much. What about you? So I think we've seen some negative deflation numbers. Do you feel that inflation is bottoming out for Sri Lanka?
Yes, of course. This is the third quarter running we are having this deflation situation. At the lowest point, we had negative 4% inflation, deflation 4%. Now we are gradually moving into a positive inflation. Now next month or so, we are hoping that inflation will cross the positive territory. It came mainly from the fact that there was administrative price changes of electricity tariff was reduced sharply during 2023, 2024 and 2025. As a result, this headline inflation became deflation. But from the monetary policy point of view, we have been in easing cycle mainly because of the sharp inflation we had in 2022, 70%. We have brought it down to almost zero within 12 months. Since then, we have seen a very stable inflation. In between, we had the deflation situation because of the administrative price changes, but now we are going back to normal positive inflation. Our target is 5% medium to long term. I think we are on the path to reach 5% target in next 4 to 6 quarters. Right. That's why we are in the easing cycle. Right now, our policy rate is 7.75. The last few we relaxed further 25 basis points. So I think we are in a right balance in the monetary policy. We have some space if we are to relax further. But I think right now we have a cautious approach. Looking at forward-looking inflation 5% and growth is around 4 to 5%. I think we are in the right place right now at 7.75 policy rate. Market rates also have adjusted nicely, and also transmission is happening nicely. So we can see we have right balanced monetary policy at this point.
So while I'm with you, Governor Weerasinghe, I just want to find out what would be the next trigger for another rate cut. For example, could it be the energy prices, or do you think any changes in tariff policies or geopolitical tension? What are your top risks that you're looking at?
The main thing we are looking at from the forward-looking basis, what would be the inflation expectations going forward next 12 to 8 months? So in our survey, we see inflation expectations are very well anchored. Second thing, what we are looking at this actual inflation versus what we have projected. For example, our current projection is for us to reach 5% next year, somewhere at the beginning or second half or second quarter. But if you're going to see next month and next quarter inflation is lower than what our projected path, then obviously we see some space for us to relax. That's what we are closely monitoring with this one thing. Second thing, we are looking at mainly the private sector credit growth. How credit is flowing into the economy compared to the economic growth. So that's also, we are seeing a credit is flowing into the economy sufficient for us to reach about 4 to 5% growth. So that is something also we are watching closely for us to see whether there's any space for us to relax monetary policy. Other important factor, we are looking at the fiscal performances from the government side, where government would be able to meet their fiscal consolidation process and move in the right path. That also gives us a comfort that fiscal policy is also supplementing the monetary policy. That's the other part. And also, lastly, the fourth factor, we are looking at the overall current account developments. Now, this is the third year of current account surplus Sri Lanka is recording. So this is something we are monitoring, just to look at the pressure coming from the external components. But it's uncertain, obviously, is the global tariff policy, we can talk about later. That those are uncertain factors we are closely monitoring. If there's something coming up, then we have some space to support the economy from the monetary policy point of view.
So before I go to you, Jamil, What about the Fed? What if the Fed cuts in September?
Yeah, Fed, I think there's again, I think expectations that there will be some easing policy for the Fed, but slower than what was expected originally. But for our monetary policy, when you look at Sri Lanka situation, we don't rely too much on the global interest rates because we are not an economy which is very exposed to global capital flows. A relatively closed economy in terms of financial flows, and our exposure to global capital flows or possibility of the short-term money moving in and out is not there. As a result, our monetary policy is mainly focusing on the domestic economy, and obviously foreign external economy, global interest is a factor for us to look at whether there are any portfolio inflows coming in or going out. But we don't see that much of exposure in that area, so we are very much focusing on the domestic economy and set monetary policy, not pretty much on the global interest rates. We are obviously monitoring that situation, but it has not much impact on our monetary policy here in Sri Lanka.
Thank you for that. So what about Pakistan? So key triggers?
So for us, the monetary policy decisions are taken by the Monetary Policy Committee, which is an independent body and it's a statutory body. They take into account all the developments since the last MPC meeting, and particularly they focus on the forward-looking inflation as well as the current prevailing trend in price movements. And they also take into account the external account situation and if there are any pressures on the external account. And in addition, obviously, the economy growth and demand side factors are also taken into account. So there are multiple factors which are taken into account. Yes. It's more a data-driven approach, and based on the developments and the reflections in the data, then they take a decision.
I love it when the central bankers say we have to be data-driven. Yeah. If I hear it one more time. So at this stage, I'm curious about what your take would be on the US dollar. The US dollar has fallen to more than a 3-year low recently, and then does that complicate your policies for the second half?
I will say that not as such any complication, because of the reason that when we look from the debt perspective, our foreign debt is, although it's mostly dollar denominated, but we have a very low contribution of commercial and euro bonds. Only 13% of our foreign debt is comprising of euro bonds and commercial loans. And similarly, in the trade also, although bulk of it is in dollars, and similarly our reserves are predominantly in dollars. So we don't see as such any impact, except that when the dollar depreciates, the other currencies appreciates, and as a result of that, it has some impacts. But we take into account the market developments, and based on that, the market response. Since we have a market-driven approach adopted as far as the currency movements are concerned. So based on the fundamentals, the currency can adjust itself either way. And as a result of that, any shocks which are there are absorbed by the currency itself. And secondly, we have also over a period of time built up substantial buffers. Since our reserves have increased from a low of less than $3 billion 2 years back, and currently at $14.5 billion. So as a result of that, we have ample buffers if there are any risks emanating within the FX market. So there are safeguards available which can address that situation.
Got it. So that's very helpful. Governor, we are seeing here, I want to take you to your reform efforts under the IMF program. Having defaulted on external debt before, how confident are you that this time around you can pull very tough reforms successfully? And specifically, before the end of this year, is there anything that you can achieve in concrete terms by the end of the year?
I think in terms of reforms under IMF program, we are right at the middle of the program. Since the crisis in 2022 and 2023, we started the program, 4-year program. Now we are exactly halfway, completed the 4th review, and all the program performances in terms of quantitative targets, structural benchmarks, all have been fully achieved so far. It has been very successful in terms of stability. They have been able to meet all the parameters, and also other important part that we have been able to complete the external debt restructuring process. It was completed last year. So that gives us much more space, especially for the government, much more space for them to meet the service obligations for next 10 years at a level which is much more comfortable and affordable. So that is a bit of a comfort from the debt servicing point of view for the government and for the country, that external debt service burden is no longer going to be a burden compared to the level of resource we have, compared to fiscal consolidation, and also monetary policy and other policy measures. But that is about the stability. But going forward, stability is not sufficient. We need to move into a higher growth path after the crisis. That's where now government and central bank is focusing on the necessary reforms, especially by the government, to growth enhancing reforms. There are several that kind of reforms with the IMF program, as well as with other World Bank and ADB reform programs. Those are going on.
What about this? Sorry.
The fiscal part, there's a strong reform program. The fiscal, first one is Public Fiscal Management Act. That's an important legislation. This was passed last year, under which there are clear fiscal rules in terms of primary surplus, target for 2.3% for next several years, plus the expenditure ceiling of a public expenditure. There's a ceiling. Those two crucial fiscal rules will ensure fiscal policy and its sustainability will be maintained going forward. And also, in addition, another important reform we introduced last year, 2023, that was the Central Bank Independence, new Central Bank Act, which ensures central bank independence as well as accountability and independent central bank monetary policy implementation. So, together with fiscal reforms as well as central bank reforms and debt management office, medium-term debt management strategy, and with the complete debt structure, we are in a now much better place in terms of stability, as well as we are now ready to go for a high growth path in the next couple of years.
Thank you for that. And you are confident that that's well underway successfully?
Yeah, of course, it's all in place. I think, and another important part is that we had the election, now we have a stable government now. There were some concerns before the election, this new government will change the course in the direction of the policies, but the government has committed to work with the IMF and move in the same direction as well as earlier governments to implement the reform with a much stronger commitment. So that is going on. That is comfort we are seeing, that there's a policy consistency over next several years. So that's a comfort factor for us.
Thank you for that. I need to go to Jamil. What about Pakistan?
So from our side, I will say that a large number of reforms are already underway, both from the government side as well as from the central bank side. Some of those reforms are part of the IMF program, since we are already currently under a program. And there are a number of other reforms which are outside the programs. From government side, the energy sector reforms, SOEs, privatizations, then revenue generation, expenditure controls. So these are the major areas of focus currently. From central bank side, we are more focused on the FX market reforms, as well as we are focusing on financial inclusion and digitalization. In the FX market, we have, during the last 3 years, have taken a number of reforms, and those are very wide-ranging reforms, I will say, and they have a major impact on our FX market, as also building up of the buffers. First of all, we have reformed the exchange companies. In the exchange companies, we have taken a number of reform measures, including the consolidation and merger of those exchange companies, and bringing them down from 166 to less than 40. And then we have come out with a new supervisory and regulatory framework for them, focusing on the internal controls, strengthening, focusing on their IT platforms, and a number of other measures, including the increase of capital requirements. And also we have coordinated with the law enforcement agencies, whereby we have taken a number of measures to control the smuggling of goods, and also stop the misuse of Afghan transit trade, with a scheme which we have in place. And also we came out with the AML and trade-based money laundering program, whereby we have taken a number of measures to stop the misuse of those measures. But more importantly, what is the result of that? We have been able to bridge the gap between the interbank and the informal market as well as the open market. The exchange rate between the two markets have now converged to each other, and as a result of that we have been able to divert bulk of the remittances, workers' remittances, which were previously coming through the informal market, hundi hawala market, to the formal interbank market. And as a result of that, our remittances have increased from $30.3 billion in fiscal year 2024 to $38.3 billion in fiscal year 2025. It's a $8 billion increase as a result of these reforms. And I will say the most important outcome of this is that we have been, from the central bank side, have been able to buy almost $20 billion from the interbank market during the last 3 years. And this has provided us ample FX availability, and this has helped us in building up the reserves. As I said, our reserves currently are now $14.5 billion.
Jamil, thank you so much for that. I just want to point out about the military equipment purchases that Pakistan is really thinking about. Is there any financing plans that you could talk about, a purchase of military equipment from China?
So I'm not frankly aware of any such plans, but from the central bank perspective, we focus on meeting all the requirements which are there for the FX, whether it is coming from the procurement of services or for the procurement of goods. So we are more focused on the interbank market functioning, smooth functioning of the interbank market. And for that, we ensure that ample FX is available in the interbank market so that there is no problem as far as it's concerned. So our focus is more on that.
Wonderful. So both countries, we know that FX reserves are rising and external debt is falling, which is great, and the stability is strengthening. So we have a question from the audience. When do you think Pakistan and Sri Lanka will be out of the IMF program? I know there is a scheduled timeline. Do you think both countries can be there on time?
So I can say from my side that we have a 3-year program in place, and it will be ending in September 2027. And we are on track to complete it as per the scheduled timeline. And we are also expecting that it will have a major impact on the buffers, FX buffers, which will be available with us by the end of the program. And that's the reason we are confident that after that, maybe we will not require an immediate program.
Right. Nandalal?
Yeah, from our point of view also, our program is a 4-year extended fund facility, which is expected to complete in the middle of the 2027. So what we are planning to do by the time, we will build our buffers, both external monetary fiscal buffers, so that we can stand on our own without having this kind of continuous bailout packages from external parties like even the IMF. So that is the plan. So for that plan, we are moving in the right direction in terms of both fiscal buffers, external buffers, also payment and stable exchange monetary policy. So that is we are in the right path. So this is whole idea is to build sufficient buffers and take the country to move into a higher growth path, also to have a sustainable both domestic and external debt, so that we may not need to go for another kind of a crisis-driven bailout packages. We have no intention to go again. This is hopefully government has already announced this probably would be the last program, and before that, government will and central bank will prepare the country to go on its alone without any kind of that kind of bailout package.
I certainly hope so. And there is one very hot topic among central bank community that we need to bring up, and thankfully we have that from the audience. So what is your position on stablecoin? Lots of countries are trying to develop their own, denominated on their own currency. Do you see that as a risk to policymaking and outflow risks, or would there be more opportunities for the financial markets? Jamil?
So I think most of the central banks currently are in the exploratory phase as far as the digital currencies and stable coins are concerned. Same is the case with us. We are building up our capacity on the central bank digital currency, and we are hoping that soon we'll be coming out with a pilot program on that, launching of the pilot program. From the government side also, the government has formed a crypto council, and that's a overarching body, I will say, which is providing oversight on the latest developments in this area. And from that platform, we are also working on coming out with a new law, which will be laying down the foundations for the licensing and regulation of the players in this area, virtual asset players. And also recently the government has approved the formation of a virtual regulatory body, a virtual assets regulatory body, which will be providing oversight to the players, which will be licensed under the proposed new law. From central bank side, I think the important thing is that we are already in touch with some of the tech partners. And we are exploring the possibility of coming out with a new program.
Sorry, I'm cutting you, but my question was addressing a little bit about outflow concerns, because in lots of countries, including Korea, central bankers are terrified of the stablecoin development because they think it's going to make just another channel to buy the one stable coin in Korea, for example, just another channel to buy the US dollar stable coin. And that's just going to accelerate outflow risks a little bit. Is that something that you would share?
I think I will say there are risks associated, and at the same time there are opportunities in this new emerging field. So we have to manage the risks evaluate and manage the risk very carefully, and at the same time should not allow to let go the opportunity. And that's the perspective which we are taking currently, and that's the reason we are exploring the possibility of coming out with first a pilot phase on the digital currency, and similarly the government is also focused on putting in place a legal and regulatory framework whereby they can then allow the marketplace to come out with stable coins.
So time's up, but I want to see if you agree with him. He's seeing it as more of an opportunity. What about you?
I think from our point of view, we have a challenge in terms of our parts of the world. In Sri Lanka, we have capital flow measures. We are not a fully convertible capital account. There are restrictions on capital outflows and inflows. So when you see these virtual currencies, that will be a challenge to control or have effective control on capital flow measures. That's one challenge we see. Because of the other challenges, AML challenges, anti-money laundering challenges using this virtual currency. For that, we are planning to introduce, to register virtual asset service providers. That is a requirement under AML regulation, and Sri Lanka is going for the mutual evaluation under Asia Pacific Growth for Money Laundering next year. For that, we need to register. We are working on FIUs under central bank, looking at to register virtual asset service providers as a first step. Still, we don't have any regulation or supervision on virtual assets so far. That's, I think, early stage. I don't see that's, so far that's not a risk or challenge right now. But going forward, we are preparing to face that risk, especially from two fronts. One is capital flow measures, other one is the anti-money laundering. These are the things that we are right now focusing, trying to address and collect more information and doing some studies, how best we can address those challenges going forward.
Thank you so much. Udita told me that you're a beautiful man, so I hope to see you in person in some time. And so same goes to you, that Ariba has informed me that you are beautiful and you're so insightful, so I'm so grateful that I got opportunities to talk to both of you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Thank you, Governors. Thank you, Cynthia. What an incredible day of insight, ideas, and inspiration. To all our speakers, thank you for your candor, your expertise, and your vision. To our sponsors and partners, thank you for your support in making this event possible. And to our audience, both the 400 plus of you who joined us here in Singapore and the more than 5 million of you who have watched the live stream over the day, thank you for being part of this important conversation. For those in the room, please do remember to share feedback via the app. We like to think of Reuters Next as more than a summit. It's a global platform for progress, and the journey continues. Our inaugural Reuters Next Golf takes place in Abu Dhabi in October. So if you're in the neighbourhood, drop in. Otherwise, please do join the global live stream for that one. And then we will also return to New York in December. And of course, Reuters Next Asia will be back next year. So the last thing for those here is for me to invite you to join us for refreshments out on the Cloud Terrace. And to everyone, thank you again for being part of Reuters Next Asia, and we'll see you soon.